Boom, boom, boom. As the final duel between the two sovereigns began, countless lacerations appeared in the sky. Amid the massive outpour of energy, one could vaguely see some hints of crimson blood dripping to the ground. The crowd watched with heavy hearts as Sovereign Chunyong's face turned paler and paler by the moment, as he pushed his tattered body beyond the limits. He had yet to recover from the grievous wounds that he had sustained from the encirclement of countless experts back at the Temple of Confucius when he faced many more battles, and it had only been a moment ago when he was struck squarely by the deity. It was no exaggeration to say that he was already dried up on the inside. It was really on sheer willpower that he was still standing. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head as he averted his gaze, unwilling to watch the duel any longer. Despite the close fight between the two experts, he was certain that Sovereign Chunyong would emerge victorious and slay Sovereign Chunling with his own hands. A fight to the death between two equal experts eventually boiled down to a clash of willpower, and Sovereign Chunyong's willpower was definitely greater. At that moment, Xianxia felt deeply conflicted inside. During his time with Sovereign Chunyong, he had come to respect the latter as a person. Despite the grudges between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was no question that Sovereign Chunyong was an amazing figure. To be honest, he could not bear to see Sovereign Chunyong meeting his end. However, to mankind, Sovereign Chunyong's demise was probably the best outcome for them. Otherwise, as long as this linchpin holding the entire otherworldly demonic tribe survived, mankind would always remain in a perilous position. Sighing deeply, Xianxia turned his attention to the corpse on the ground. Just like vicious body, the corpse of the deity was astoundingly resilient, making it nigh impossible to leave any damage on it. Even though life had already receded from it, it continued to emanate a fearsome aura that kept ordinary humans away from it. Even Xianxia, who wielded powers equivalent to a blood reincarnation realm expert, still felt deeply pressured just by coming close to the corpse. After swiftly scanning the deity's body, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. He had thought that there would be a lot of good items on the deity given that he had come from a higher dimension, but who could have known that the latter would have nothing on him at all? In fact, there was not even a storage ring to be seen at all. It's probably because bringing one's possessions across dimensions is either impossible or extremely costly, Xianxia thought as he threw the corpse into his storage ring with a wave of his hand. While it was regrettable that there were no other treasures to be harvested, the body itself could already be considered as a precious treasure. If he could refine it into a soulless metal humanoid, he would be literally unmatched on the master-teacher continent. Boom boom. Shortly after Xianxia had finished inspected the deity's body, the battle between the two sovereigns was also coming to an end. Just as Xianxia had thought, even though Sovereign Chunling had recovered significantly from his injuries, he was still no match for the severely wounded Sovereign Chunyong. Puha! With the flash of a saber, Sovereign Chunling's head was lopped in the air. Even as it fell to the ground, one could see disbelief in his eyes. How could this be? You are stronger. Those were Sovereign Chunling's final words before his eyes slowly closed. In his final moments, he felt as if everything that he had pursued had been nothing but a distant dream. No matter how much he fought and struggled, even till the very end, he had been unable to surpass the towering figure of Sovereign Chunyong. Not even once. Put on. Sovereign Chunling's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seeing that the young master was eyeing Sovereign Chunling's corpse with glowing eyes, Sovereign Chunyong hurriedly moved his wearied body over and said, "Young master, even though Sovereign Chunling has done many misdeeds in his life, he's still one of the sovereigns of the spirit tribe. I wish to bury him in the royal mausoleum." Despite Sovereign Chunling's betrayal, he had still been one of the sovereigns of the spirit tribe. In accordance to the traditions of the spirit tribe, he had to be buried in the royal mausoleum. If he allowed Xianxia to forge a soulless metal humanoid out of Sovereign Chunling's corpse, the dignity of the spirit tribe would be completely shattered. "I guess it can't be helped." Xianxia nodded as he turned his head away regretfully. "Thank you, young master." Sovereign Chunyong heaved a sigh of relief before sitting weakly on the ground. As soon as he sat down, he felt every last bit of energy receding from his body, as if water flowing out of a leaking sack. His cultivation rapidly fell, and it seemed as if he was aging swiftly. Yang Lu, come here. Sovereign Chun Yong beckoned weakly to the successor that he had chosen. Your Majesty? Lu Yang walked up with reddened eyes. He had not spent much time with Sovereign Chun Yong, but the latter had always treated him earnestly. He was indebted to the latter. My end is coming. You are the only successor of the lineage of Sovereign Chun Yong, and I have imparted my complete heritage to you. I shall bestow upon you one final gift. As he said those words, he lifted his palm and grasped at Lu Yang. Hula! Lu Yang immediately felt the surrounding space freezing on him, leaving him unable to move at all. As if knowing what Sovereign Chun Yong was going to do, Lu Yang exclaimed in panic, Your Majesty! After trapping Lu Yang in place, Sovereign Chun Yong turned to Xianxia and asked, Young Master, may I borrow your Aeon of Ancient Sage? Without any hesitation, Xianxia took out the canvas of 4 seasons and tossed it over. Sovereign Chun Yong slowly unrolled the painting and drew out a surge of energy from within, after which, he inched forward a little and placed his palm on Lu Yang's forehead. Hong Long. All of the energy within his body began pouring into the body of the immobilized young man. It's cultivation impartation. He knows that his end is coming, and he doesn't wish for the cultivation that he has built up over the span of his life to disappear into nothing. Thus, he wishes to impart everything to his successor. Ancient Sage Allfire exclaimed. Cultivation impartation was the process in which an expert passed on their cultivation to someone else. As convenient as it sounded, the process was extremely complicated and came with major risks. Firstly, the 2 people involved in the cultivation impartation had to be from the same lineage in order to ensure that there was no clash in their energies. Secondly, the person conducting the cultivation impartation had to carry the resolve to die, or else a half-assed attempt would only bring irreversible damage to both parties. Thirdly, the control of energy had to be extremely precise, as the slightest degree of error could result in severe consequences. The cultivation technique that Lu Yang practiced was a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. Even though he was unable to change the nature of his energy as freely as Xianxia, he was indeed able to imitate the Jinqi of Sovereign Chun Yong's lineage very closely. This was also the main reason for Sovereign Chun Yong choosing him as his successor in the first place. If not for that, Sovereign Chun Yong would never have dared conduct a cultivation impartation with Lu Yang. Boom! Under the humongous influx of energy, Lu Yang's sempiternal realm consummation cultivation began to loosen. As the Aeon of Ancient Sage flowed into his body, the bottleneck that limited him burst open. Boom! Ancient Sage. Reached. Knowing that the Ancient Sage ordeal would arrive at any moment, Sovereign Chun Yong did not dare waste any time. He continued infusing more and more energy frenziedly into Lu Yang's body, causing the latter's cultivation to soar. With his cultivation reaching Ancient Sage, Lu Yang's meridians had become significantly wider, allowing him to absorb energy at a faster rate. Roughly 10 minutes later, Sovereign Chun Yong was finally done imparting every last droplet of his energy into Lu Yang's body, leaving him completely dry inside. Kacha! At that moment, the lightning tribulation arrived. Lu Yang swiftly rose into the air to fend off the lightning tribulation. The process lasted nearly an hour before Lu Yang descended from the sky. Even though he looked a bit ragged, he had managed to overcome his cultivation ordeal without much trouble, thus becoming a full-fledged ancient sage. I have given you all my power. Slowly assimilate it, and you should be able to easily achieve a breakthrough to the blood reincarnation realm within a single month. After losing all of his energy, Sovereign Chun Yong looked as if he had aged several decades. His previous regal appearance had been reduced to that of a frail old man who would have trouble lifting even a single hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Yang kneeled on the floor and kowtowed deeply. Even though the other party was an otherworldly demon, at that very moment, he felt as if tears would pour from his eyes. While it was probably impossible for Sovereign Chun Yong to recover, with his teacher's miraculous medical skills, it should not be too difficult for the other party to live at least a few more years. However, Sovereign Qianyong's very act of infusing the very last droplet of his energy into him meant that such a hope was dashed as well. Most likely, he would not even survive the day. I'll be leaving the spirit tribe in your hands. Please, take care of it well in my stead. Sovereign Qianyong smiled softly. From today onward, you will take my place as Sovereign Qianyong. As he said those words, he lifted his wrinkled hand and placed it atop Liu Yang's head. A crown materialized under his touch, emanating a might that none would dare disregard. This was the symbol of authority for the highest leader of the spirit tribe. Sovereign Qianyong was not a name but a title. Anyone who inherited the crown would be respected as the great Sovereign Qianyong. Liu Yang's body trembled in agitation. There were so many things that he wanted to say, but it felt as if something was clogging up his throat, rendering him mute. I made up my mind from the moment I challenged Sovereign Qianling to a duel. Sovereign Qianyong shook his head. But halfway through his words, a gale of wind suddenly sounded from afar. A figure was flitting swiftly in their direction. Sovereign Qianxing? Upon recognizing the figure, a deep frown appeared on everyone's face as their body tensed up warily. Sovereign Qianxing had always taken a neutral position, choosing to side with no one. However, this time, he had paired up with Sovereign Qianling in order to assassinate Sovereign Qianyong. This had already infringed on Sovereign Qianyong's bottom line. His original intention had been to deal with Sovereign Qianling first before confronting Sovereign Qianxing, but the abrupt turn of events had made it impossible for his initial plans to come to fruition. Yet, who would have thought that Sovereign Qianxing would suddenly arrive just when everything was starting to settle down? Just as everyone was eyeing Sovereign Qianxing warily, fearing that he would start something, Sovereign Qianxing suddenly kneeled onto the floor and cried out, I have come to make up for my sins, Sovereign Qianyong. This is the lower body of Sovereign Vicious. I gathered it as an apology for my earlier foolishness. With a flick of his wrist, two skeletal legs materialized in front of Sovereign Qianxing. They emanated incredibly powerful auras. They were the 2 feet of Vicious. To think that they had actually been in Sovereign Qianxing's possession all along. Defecting as soon as you see that things aren't going your way? How convenient! Ancient sage Allfire scoffed derisively. He had always had a fiery temper, and he could not stand seeing prideless individuals who switched sides conveniently to latch onto whoever was more powerful. Despite ancient sage Allfire's ridicule, Sovereign Qianxing's head remained firmly lowered as he echoed his words once more. I'm willing to accept any punishment that you have for me, Sovereign Qianyong. Given that he was still severely injured from the surprise assault that Sovereign Qianyong had launched on him back at the Temple of Confucius, the loss of his ally, Sovereign Qianling, was a huge blow to him. Furthermore, he knew that he was the next target on the hit list. Even if Sovereign Qianyong died at that moment, his successor and allies would make sure to hunt him down to exact vengeance. Even with the huge commotion going on in the capital, you remained safely out of sight. You were waiting for the result of the battle in order to find out who you should be sucking up to next, weren't you? Xianxia remarked with a hint of disdain in his voice. The fight that had transpired earlier had rattled the entire capital. As one of the 3 sovereigns, there was no way that Sovereign Qianxing would have been unaware of the happenings. Yet, he had chosen not to appear until the very end, when Sovereign Qianling was dead through and through. Very clearly, he had only ever intended to appear once everything had died down. If Sovereign Qianling had been the one to survive, most likely, he would have run over with the exact same treasure in order to beg for mercy. I have always been the weakest of the 3 sovereigns. This is the only way that I can ensure the survival of my lineage. Sovereign Qianxing replied with his head lowered. Sovereign Qianyong shook his head silently. He turned to Liu Yang and asked, how do you think he should be dealt with? Such a question could be said to be a test to assess the capability of his successor. He colluded with Sovereign Qianling to assassinate you, your majesty. That is a blatant violation of the rules that have upheld the peace among our spirit tribe for many years. Even if you are willing to forgive him, your majesty, the fact that he has placed the safety of our entire tribe at stake warrants punishment. We cannot allow such a thing to pass by so easily. Liu Yang shook his head. Otherwise, This incident will diminish the legitimacy of our rules and encourage others to follow his behavior. My view is that we should have him killed, just like Sovereign Chun Ling. Rules were mere words. What gave power and legitimacy to the rules was their enforcement. Each time a rule failed to be enforced, the legitimacy behind it would be diminished. Without rules to hold the masses in place, how were the sovereigns going to establish their dominance over the entire spirit tribe? Some might even attempt to question the legitimacy of the three sovereigns' rule. Not expecting that things would turn out this way even after he had offered vicious lower body, Sovereign Chun Xing's face paled in fear. Sovereign Chun Yong, I beg you to spare my life. I was beguiled by Sovereign Chun Ling. As a blood reincarnation realm cultivator and one of the three sovereigns, do you truly expect me to believe that you were beguiled by another? Lu Yong spat contemptuously. Do you think that the world will accept such a reason? As one of the three sovereigns, how could Sovereign Chun Xing be shaken by another person so easily? If that was truly the case, the many years that he had spent cultivating would have been in vain. Ultimately, all he gave were mere excuses. The situation was very simple. Sovereign Chun Ling had invited him to make a move, and he had been attracted by the potential benefits that he stood to gain should the operation succeed. After all, if Sovereign Chun Yong die, he would be able to acquire a portion of the authority and resources that Sovereign Chun Yong possessed. It was just that he had bet on the wrong side and lost, thus resulting in the current circumstances. I'll abide by the will of the new Sovereign Chun Yong, Sovereign Chun Yong said as he heaved a sigh of relief. He was gladdened by the fact that his successor was not an indecisive individual. All along, he had been worried about the repercussions of quelling Sovereign Chun Ling and Sovereign Chun Xing, so he had opted to get along with them peacefully, despite being vaguely aware of the malicious intentions that they were likely to harbor toward him. Had he been more decisive in dealing with Sovereign Chun Ling and Sovereign Chun Xing, none of this would have happened in the first place. Knowing that his successor was unlikely to follow in his footsteps comforted him greatly. Lu Yang nodded and turned to Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire. May I trouble the two of you to make a move in my stead? I'll repay this favor in the future. Boom! Seeing that the verdict had been made, Sovereign Chun Xing decisively turned tail and ran. Before he could get very far, a massive inferno descended from the sky, blocking his path, and right behind him, Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire were hot on his tail. It took less than 10 minutes for the two experts to slay Sovereign Chun Xing. In the first place, Sovereign Chun Xing was the weakest of the three sovereigns, and he had yet to recover from the injuries that he had sustained at the Temple of Confucius. There was no way that he could have stood a chance against the collaboration of the two powerful blood reincarnation realm ancient sages. Young Master, seeing that the problem concerning Sovereign Chun Xing had finally been resolved, Sovereign Chun Yong finally turned his gaze to Xianxia. I'll have Yang Lu lead the tribesmen toward a peaceful coexistence with mankind. I implore you to show mercy to my tribesmen. In truth, what he was most worried about was not the other two sovereigns but Xianxia. Given the rate at which Xianxia was growing, he was bound to become another Kongshu in due course. By then, the spirit tribe would be completely helpless toward him. If he willed it, the spirit tribe could disappear from history. Perhaps Xianxia might still spare the spirit tribe while Sovereign Chun Yong was still alive in view of the ties between them. However, once he was gone, there would be nothing left to stop Xianxia from making a move on the spirit tribe. Furthermore, the successor that he had chosen was simply too weak. If Xianxia bore malicious intentions toward him, it would really be the end. Thus, as long as Xianxia was around, the spirit tribe would have to lie low. The fact that the fate of the entire spirit tribe could be dictated by the will of a single man left Sovereign Chun Yong feeling deeply helpless and indignant. But it was impossible to change the situation. No matter how he felt about the issue, he knew that he had no choice but to accept the current situation. Rest assured, I don't intend to make a move on the otherworldly demonic tribe as long as your tribesmen keep themselves in line, Xianxia said. To be honest, Xianxia had already achieved his goal of resolving the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe once and for all. Due to his importation, little tribulation had become a frightening adversity for the otherworldly demonic tribe. It could be foreseen that the number of Saint Nine Dan experts in their ranks would become fewer and fewer, and before long, they would no longer pose a threat to mankind. Not to mention, the newly appointed sovereign Qinyong was his own student. With this, he would be able to dictate the politics of the otherworldly demonic tribe and swiftly quell any factions who wished to bring harm to mankind. Since the otherworldly demonic tribe was no longer a threat, there was no need to go to the extremes. Instead, their existence would prevent mankind from becoming too complacent and falling into depravity, thus ensuring the continued prosperity of mankind. Thank you, young master. Knowing that Zhang Xian would hold true to his promise, Sovereign Qinyong heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly turned to his successor and said, "Hurry up and thank the young master for his benevolence." Lu Yang quickly kneeled down. "Thank you, Zhang Shi. Enough. There's no need to employ such means on me. I won't renege on the promises that I've made. Now, tell me, how can I contact Ruoxin?" Zhang Xian asked. Since the matter regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe had finally been resolved, it was time for him to deal with his private affairs. If you wish to contact the spirit god, you have to set up an altar on Thousand Leaf Mountain, Sovereign Qinyong explained. Thousand Leaf Mountain? Zhang Xian frowned. He had heard of that mountain the first time that he went to the otherworldly battlefield. It was the tallest mountain over there, piercing tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Indeed, this mountain is closest to the heavens, so it's easier to reach the deities by holding rituals there, Sovereign Qinyong explained. Yang Lu, I've already imparted the way to conduct the ritual to you. Take the young master there with me. I'll preside over the ritual. All right, Lu Yang nodded. He turned to the side to issue some instructions to a nearby sempiternal realm cultivator before picking Sovereign Qinyong up. After which, he turned to Zhang Xian and ushered him respectfully. This way, please. On. Just like that, the group began setting off under Lu Yang's lead. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire hesitated for a brief moment before choosing to follow along. Thousand Leaf Mountain consisted of sharp cliffs that rose into the sky, reminiscent of spears planted into the ground. It's rumored that Kong Shi once fought with a deity in this mountain range, and this was caused by the other party throwing a weapon down, Ancient Sage Mo Ling remarked as they flew through the mountain range. Zhang Xian also could not help but be bewildered by the bizarre geography in the area. It did not take long for the group to arrive at the highest mountain peak. There was a flat plateau of roughly 30 mu 1 large at the peak, and at the very center, there was a circular stone platform with a diameter of 3 meters. From afar, it looked like a natural altar. Is this the place where one can establish communication with the heavens? Zhang Xian frowned. Sovereign Qinyong nodded weakly. Do we require any artifacts or the sort to initiate the ritual? I'll make preparations right now, Zhang Xian said. Sovereign Chunling's altar was surrounded by innumerable precious herbs, ores, and all kinds of rare materials. On top of those, he had even needed to tribute the blood of over 100,000 cultivators before he had been able to break open the dimension barrier to summon a deity from a higher dimension. It was unlikely that it would be any easier for him to establish a connection with Luo Ruoxin. There's no need for that. The materials required for the ritual have already been prepared, Sovereign Qinyong said as he turned his gaze to Lu Yang. Nodding in response to Sovereign Qinyong's gesture, Lu Yang walked up to the stone altar and waited patiently. Soon, the sempiternal realm cultivator whom he had instructed prior to setting off there arrived with a storage ring in hand. Lu Yang took the storage ring and flicked his wrist. A huge bunch of golden flags materialized in the air, and they swiftly took their position around the stone altar. Let's begin the ritual. Lu Yang turned around. The sempiternal realm cultivator nodded before taking his leave. This time, the group waited roughly 2 hours before Zhang Xian suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He hurriedly raised his head, only to see numerous pillars of lights rising from all around. The pillars of light seemed to be drawn to the altar as they swiftly surged over. They're coming from the 8 Genesis temples. Tens of thousands of individuals are praying to the heavens simultaneously, their power of faith converging together to form a formidable force. Ancient Sage Mo Ling remarked in wonder. Genesis Temple? Those are the temples that the otherworldly demons used to pay respects to their ancestors. Whenever a ritual is conducted, there must be a priest to preside over the ritual to gather the faith of the tens of thousands of otherworldly demons together and complete the ritual, ancient sage Mo Ling explained. Only Sovereign Chen Yong has the power to rally tens of thousands of otherworldly demons to pray at the 8 Genesis temples simultaneously. Even the other 2 sovereigns would have trouble pulling off something of this scale. Xianxia nodded in realization. Sovereign Chen Yong had once told him that they had to kill Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing and regain the support of the entire otherworldly demonic tribe before he could help him complete the ritual. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. A ritual of such scale was not something that could be completed without the support of the masses. It was likely that Lu Yang had instructed the sempiternal realm cultivator to make arrangements for this matter earlier. As the 8 rays of light converged on the formation flags, the stone altar was swiftly coated with a warm color. As if a mirror, after gathering the many rays of light, they were redirected right into the sky. "It's finally my turn," Sovereign Chen Yong mumbled with a slight smile as he staggered over to the center of the altar, where he sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Lu Yang's eyes reddened. He lowered his head as he clenched his trembling hands tightly together. "I, Wu Chun, am willing to offer my life as an offering to the heavens to ask for an audience with the spirit god." Boom! As his voice sounded, a ball of fire seemed to blossom within Sovereign Chen Yong's body. It burned furiously, swallowing Sovereign Chen Yong in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xian's face darkened. He had thought that the ritual would only require the offering of treasures and the like. He did not know that it would require Sovereign Chen Yong to sacrifice his life. Even if Sovereign Chen Yong would not survive the night, he was not willing to see the other party sacrifice himself for his sake. Zhang Xian quickly rushed forward and shrouded Sovereign Chen Yong with his Heaven's Path Xinqi, bellowing, "Stop the ritual!" There was no doubt that he wished to see Luo Ruoxin, but he did not feel that it was right for blood to be shed in order to fulfill their relationship. Refusing to take in the Heaven's Path Xinqi that Zhang Xian was attempting to infuse into him, Sovereign Chen Yong replied with a smile, "I don't have much time ahead of me anyway. It's my wish to be able to do something for you, young master." There was such a kind look on his aged face that it almost seemed as if he was standing not amid flames but a warm spring. It was not difficult for a cultivator to end their life. All it took was a single thought, and the entire process would be devoid of pain and suffering. In contrast, dying from flames was rumored to be the most painful way to die. One's flesh would melt, and one's blood would boil under the intense heat. But the sheer pain that one was inflicted with would constantly keep one from losing consciousness. Furthermore, death would not come swiftly to the victim to relieve them of their suffering. It was almost similar to death by 1,000 cuts. Feeling a crushing pressure in his heart, Zhang Xian waved his hand in agitation. "I'll find my own way to meet Ruoxin, so there's no need for this anymore." Since the other party was unwilling to agree to it, he would just have to destroy the stone altar and the formation flags to forcefully halt the ritual. He did not want others to sacrifice themselves for his sake, and he did not want to live with such a heavy weight inside of him. However, before he could ruin the stone altar and the flags, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky and cloaked Sovereign Chen Yong. Cloaked by the aura, the flames burning around Sovereign Chen Yong slowly began to extinguish, and shockingly, a hint of vitality began sprouting in his languishing soul and body. Hong Long. It was as if an enormous gate had opened up in the world. A towering silhouette appeared right above the altar, emanating an air of inviolable authority. Ruoxin. Zhang Xian quickly raised his gaze, only to stagger a little from seeing a foreign face. "Who are you?" The spirit god who had been summoned by the altar was not Luo Ruoxin but another individual. Be it the disposition that the other party commanded or the gaze that the other party looked at him with, he was certain that he had never seen the other party before. The spirit god has already returned to where she belongs. I am just her subordinate. The towering silhouette in the sky replied. Lowering her gaze upon Zhang Xian, she remarked, "You must be Zhang Xian." Hearing those words, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. Without waiting for Xianxia's response, the towering silhouette in the sky impassively said, "Prior to her departure, the spirit god requested that I offer you any help that you require. I was reluctant, but I eventually accepted her request. Nevertheless, I still want to offer you a word of advice. The spirit god is an esteemed individual far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals like you. You're better off dispelling whatever thoughts you have toward her, or else you will only be hurting yourself and her." Hong Long. Those words carried immense pressure with them. Even though Zhang Xian wielded strength comparable to a blood reincarnation realm cultivator, he still felt completely powerless in the other party's presence, almost as if his body was instinctively deferential to the other party. The person who had been summoned was only manifesting in this world in the form of an avatar, but she was already much stronger than the deity that Sovereign Chun Ling had summoned. "There's no need for you to involve yourself in our affairs. You just have to tell me who the spirit god is and where she is at the moment. It seems like you have quite some guts. If you are able to overcome the dimension barrier just like Kong Shi, come and find me at the spirit god palace, and I'll tell you her whereabouts. Otherwise, don't even dream of it." The towering silhouette harumphed. With a flick of her wrist, the silhouette began to fade from the world. "Hold it for a moment," Zhang Xian said. The silhouette lowered her gaze to look at Zhang Xian once more. "The spirit god instructed you to offer me any help that I require, right?" Zhang Xian asked. The silhouette frowned a little, but she eventually nodded in response. "That's right. However, I'll only make a move once, so think it over. Don't waste this precious opportunity." "I have already made up my mind," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. He pointed at Sovereign Chen Yong and said, "This person over here is Wu Chan, a subordinate serving the spirit god in this world. He has sustained severe injuries and is on the brink of death. I implore you to save him." "Young master." Hearing those words, Sovereign Chun Yong's eyes reddened a little. The extent of Sovereign Chen Yong's injuries was horrifying. Not only were his foundations completely ruined, even his soul had started to dissipate as a result of the overwhelming traumas that he had sustained. When Sovereign Chen Yong decided to go against the two sovereigns and exact vengeance, he had never intended to continue living after dealing with them. Who could have thought that his young master would actually grant such a precious opportunity to him? If he had only acknowledged Zhang Xian due to his relationship with the spirit god previously, at that very moment, he had really submitted to the other party at heart. Even though his young master was unreliable at times, and he would often disregard rules and conventions, he was a person who stood by his principles. No matter how difficult things got, that was one thing that he would never abandon. Perhaps this was where his true charm lay. It might be why his disciples and tamed beasts willingly devoted their lives to him. "Teacher?" Lu Yong clenched his fists tightly. If he had been in his teacher's position, he would never have given away the opportunity bestowed by the deity so easily to save the life of another. It seemed like there was still a huge gap between the two of them. "It's an honor to have a master like this." Ancient sage Allfire also nodded in agitation. What was most fearsome for a tamed beast was for it to have entrusted their life into the hands of someone who cared not for their well-being. But along the way, his master had been shown to be extremely thoughtful and considerate, and he had never forced him to do anything against his will after that either. He would willingly give up his life for such a master. The same thoughts surfaced in ancient sage Mo Ling's mind as well. Everyone who witnessed the scene had some thoughts of their own, and complex emotions rippled in their eyes. "Young master, there's no reason to save me. Don't waste such a precious opportunity on me." Sovereign Chun Yong struggled to shake his head. He knew how invaluable the favor of a cultivator could be. If Zhang Xian just asked for power, he might even be able to achieve an immediate breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. It was a waste to use this precious opportunity on a dying person like him. "I can decide for myself whether this is worth it or not," Zhang Xian said before turning to the silhouette in the sky. "How about it? Since the spirit god has asked you to help me, surely you won't turn down my request, right?" The silhouette lowered her gaze to look at Sovereign Chun Yong before asking with a deep frown, Are you sure this is your request? I am certain. Xianxia nodded. Very well then. The silhouette pondered for a brief moment before continuing. His life force has been severely depleted, such that it's impossible for him to survive in this energy-deficient world anymore. His only chance is for me to take him to the Azure. However, I'll suffer the backlash of the laws of this world if I attempt to breach the dimension barrier and bring someone over. I'll bring his soul over and try to mend it, but there's nothing I can do about his body. That's fine by me. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As a soul oracle, he knew that the foundation of life lay within the soul. As long as the soul remained existent, it would just take a bit of effort to construct a suitable body for one. All right then. The silhouette lowered her hand and grasped lightly. The next moment, Sovereign Chunyong's head crooked to one side as he breathed his last breath. However, his soul appeared in the grasp of the silhouette before being swiftly sealed by a unique surge of energy. Boom! After that was done, the silhouette slowly rose back into the dimension rift as she faded more and more. She was going to breach the dimension barrier and return to her world. All of a sudden, she stopped for a moment and said, I finally understand why the spirit god feels so deeply for you. However, your journey to seek her will be fraught with difficulties. I hope that you can persist regardless of the hardship you face. After saying her piece, her silhouette dissipated on the spot, vanishing without a trace together with Sovereign Chunyong's soul. I will. Looking at the slight traces of light lingering in the area, Xianxia clenched his fists. Pooh! The light finally scattered entirely, signaling the end of the ritual. Xianxia stood quietly on the spot in a melancholic mood. Even though he had failed to receive exact news regarding Luo Ruoxin, he had come to understand that the journey that he had to walk together with her was fraught with many difficulties, and the very first trial for him was to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. Only when he reached that level would he have a chance to ascend to a higher dimension and seek his loved one. Master! Guild leader! Ancient Sage Allfire and Ancient Sage Mo Ling rushed over and called out. Xianxia turned around to look at the two of them. The three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe have been eliminated, thus leaving them without a leader at the moment. Even though Yang Lu has been acknowledged as the successor of Sovereign Chunyong, in terms of experience and cultivation, he's still far lacking at the moment. Why don't we just... Ancient Sage Mo Ling suggested as killing intent flashed across his eyes. For many generations, their Soul Oracle Guild had lived among the otherworldly demons, enduring hardship and humiliation so that they would be able to eliminate them one day. At that very moment, the opportunity had been delivered to their hands. With their guild leader's capabilities, he should be able to overthrow Yang Lu and easily take his place. Hearing the words of those two, Xianxia shook his head and chuckled softly before calling out, Lu Yang! Lu Yang immediately rushed up to Xianxia and kneeled on the floor. Disciple Lu Yang pays respect to Zhang Laosher. Disciple? Zhang Laosher. The two ancient sages glanced at one another in bewilderment. They could not understand what was going on. When did Xianxia take in that newly appointed Sovereign Chunyong as his disciple? I am Zhang Laosher's direct disciple. I have been under his tutelage since a year ago. Lu Yang explained with a smile as he drove his cultivation technique back to normal. Gradually, the killing intent on him vanished, and his height also diminished as well. It did not take him long to return to his original appearance. Why you? You are a human. Ancient Sage Mo Ling widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Lu Yang nodded. There were no outsiders there, so there was no need for him to hide the truth. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire were flabbergasted by this abrupt turn of events. Sovereign Chunyong was a wary man, and he had never allowed any spies to get to his side. The lineage of soul oracles had managed to infiltrate the ranks of the other two sovereigns over the years, but none of them had ever gotten close to Sovereign Chunyong. Yet, who could have known that the successor whom Sovereign Chunyong found in his later years would actually be Xianxia's direct disciple? Did this not mean that the otherworldly demonic tribe was already effectively under their control? All right, I believe none of you should have any objections anymore. Liu Yang has just been appointed as sovereign Qinyong, so there's bound to be many voices opposing his leadership. Thus, I need the two of you to support him for the time being. Quell the voices of all opposing Liu Yang's rule within a month and unite the otherworldly demonic tribe. He should be the one and only leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Zhang Xian instructed firmly. While Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Qinxing had been killed, they still had many subordinates under them. Furthermore, the lords of the otherworldly demonic tribe wielded considerable power in their jurisdiction. Given that Liu Yang had just accepted Sovereign Qinyong's heritage and had not gained stable footing yet, he would require the support of those two blood reincarnation realm experts in order to build his prestige and reputation. With their assistance, there should be no one in the otherworldly demonic tribe who would be able to stand against Liu Yang. Soon enough, Liu Yang would become the one and only sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Rest assured, we'll surely give our full support to young Master Liu Yang in uniting the otherworldly demonic tribe. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. I need to go into seclusion for a moment. Come and look for me after you have calmed down the rebels and united the otherworldly demonic tribe as one. Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. The crowd nodded in agreement. Uniting the individual factions of the three sovereigns was no easy task, but with their feat of having slain a deity, as well as Sovereign Qinyong's dying will, they had legitimacy on their side. It should not be too difficult for Liu Yang to garner the support of the general populace. Watching as the crowd left, Zhang Xian sat quietly on the spot for quite a while before entering the myriad anthive nest. Now that he finally had some time on his hand, it would be a good opportunity for him to try refining the corpse of the deity into a soulless metal humanoid. At the same time, he would give the legs and the feet that he had just obtained from Sovereign Qinxing to Vicious for him to assimilate. Perhaps, by observing Vicious' recovery, he might be able to figure out a way to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. With his mind drifting amid the massive corpse, Zhang Xian's state of mind grew more and more stable. At the same time, his soul was becoming increasingly harmonized with his consciousness. This was already the 20th day since he had started refining the deity's corpse. When he first took the deity's corpse out, putting aside refining it, it had been hard for his soul to even approach it. However, after many days of hard work, his soul was finally able to move freely around the deity's corpse, allowing him to gain full control over it. Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators are indeed formidable. There's a fundamental difference in their fundamental constitution from that of other ancient sages. In his many days of observation, Zhang Xian had learned that the bulk of a Dimension Shatterer realm expert's prowess originated not from their superior concentration of Jinqi or powerful soul, but their formidable physical body. It was due to their physical body that they were able to travel through voids in space without sustaining any damage. As a cultivator who had practiced the Heaven's Path Golden Body, the resilience of Zhang Xian's body was comparable to that of ancient sage artifacts. However, there was still a huge gap compared to the body of the deity. During the previous battle, he had been shocked at how the Dragonbone Divine Spear was unable to breach the deity's basic Jinqi defense. However, after studying the deity's corpse, he realized that even if he had breached the deity's basic Jinqi defense, he would not have been able to pierce through the other party's physical body. In other words, there was no way that he would have been able to inflict any damage on the other party. It was fortunate that he had kept hold of a golden page, which had allowed him to turn the situation around during that crucial moment. Otherwise, things would have ended very differently. The meridians of the deity's body actually bear some resemblance to mine. Another observation that Zhang Xian had made was that the meridian network in the deity's body was much more logical than other cultivators in this world. It was actually very similar to the meridians in his body after he had altered them. Such a meridian network allowed one to drive Jinqi much swifter than usual, which in turn brought about greater fighting prowess for an individual. The final step, assimilation. Another 7 days passed. Knowing that the time was ripe, Zhang Xian began preparing himself for the final step. Hong Long. Zhang Xian moved his soul into the corpse's body and destroyed all of the remaining instinctive defensive mechanisms in it one by one. Hula. The massive corpse slowly opened its eyes. Xianxia tried to control it a little, and the next moment, he felt boundless strength pouring forth from him. Even a blood reincarnation realm consummation expert would die from a single punch from this. Xianxia could hardly curb his excitement. He had yet to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage, opting to suppress his cultivation at sempiternal realm consummation instead. For a sempiternal realm consummation expert to be able to kill a blood reincarnation realm consummation expert in a single punch, there was probably no one who would dare believe such a thing to be possible. After spending some time relishing in the immense strength provided by the corpse, Xianxia reluctantly pulled himself out from the corpse and returned to his physical body. "This will be my greatest trump card from this moment on," Xianxia murmured excitedly. With this, he had nothing to fear anymore. "Master, I have already assimilated my legs and feet. My current strength is only a step away from reaching the Dimension Shatterer realm. With the right impetus, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough right away," Vicious said. After entering the myriad anthive space, he had given the legs and feet to Vicious. Over the past month, Vicious had managed to assimilate them entirely, and his cultivation had also risen beyond the level of ordinary blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivators. "I have 10 bottles of blood from blood reincarnation realm otherworldly demons. Absorb them together with the straw garment, and you should be able to regenerate your flesh and push for a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm," Xianxia said as he passed a couple of jade bottles over. Fortunately, he had collected plenty of ancient sage blood in the previous few battles. It should be sufficient for Vicious to make a full recovery. "Thank you, Master," Vicious said in gratitude as he took the jade bottles. He had intended to assimilate the straw garment a long time ago, but he had found that he was lacking sufficient energy to fully recover his body, so he had chosen to put it off for the time being. With everything in place now, he could finally attempt a complete recovery once and for all. After passing the jade bottles to Vicious, Xianxia left the other party alone. This was not something that he could help with. The other party had to figure out how he could recover by himself. Sitting on the floor, Xianxia began to ruminate over his recent gains. Slowly, his aura began to become more and more elusive, transforming from a sharp edge to something simple and unimpressive. At that very moment, even blood reincarnation realm experts would have trouble seeing through his true strength. All in all, factoring in my physical body, Jinqi, soul, and my clone, I have undergone 4 ancient sage ordeals in total. If I wish to achieve another breakthrough, I'll have to make a significant advancement in a certain law of the world or comprehend a skill surpassing that of the Heaven's Path techniques. It was because Xianxia's physical body, Jinqi, and soul cultivation had all reached a level comparable to an ancient sage that he could brandish strength comparable to blood reincarnation realm cultivators despite being only at the sempiternal realm. However, none of that was enough for him. He had chosen not to achieve a breakthrough because he wanted to surpass the heavens in the comprehension of one of the laws. He knew that this was the only way that he could surpass Kong Shi's accomplishments and reach the very pinnacle of mankind. He would require at least that much if he wanted to reach Luo Ruoxin. But how can I create a skill that surpasses the Heaven's Path techniques? Xianxia shook his head in distress. The only way that he could surpass the Heaven's Path techniques was for him to first uncover his own path. Despite his unparalleled talent that allowed him to master any technique in an instant, it was no easy feat for him to create something significant of his own, not to mention that he was aiming to surpass the very top. He ruminated over the issue for several days, but nothing came to his mind at all. Eventually, he had no choice but to leave the myriad anthive nest and return to the peak of the thousand-leaf mountain in disappointment. Thinking back, more than a month has already passed. I wonder how Lu Yang and the others are faring at the moment. After spending more than a month in cultivation, Xianxia felt as if his body had gotten a little rusty. He was just about to go and check on how his student was doing after taking over the title of Sovereign Qinyong, when he suddenly noticed a shockwave not too far away, following which 2 figures swiftly flitted in his direction. It was none other than Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire. Over the past month, they had made significant advancements in their cultivation. However, what was most notable about them was the overpowering scent of death flowing from them. With just a glance, It was apparent that they had claimed many lives over the past month. "We pay our respects." The man and the beast kneeled down deferentially and paid their respects. "How is it?" Xianxia got straight to the point. "The young master has already successfully quelled the unrest of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Today is the day of that he'll officially succeed the position of sovereign Chunyong," ancient sage Allfire said. "The otherworldly demon lords from various places have also come to the capital to witness the young master's inauguration ceremony. Guild leader, do you want to head over to take a look too?" Ancient sage Mo Ling asked expectantly. "Inauguration ceremony? Very well." Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed like Lu Yong had truly grown up. His direct disciple was much more rational in dealing with matters than he thought. While there was no denying that Lu Yong had sovereign Qinyong's mandate and he had also received the latter's cultivation impartation, his young age and insufficient cultivation were bound to have caused some dissatisfaction among the top brass of the otherworldly demonic tribe. There was no way that they were going to easily submit to a young brat who had not proven himself. Thus, if he had rushed into conducting the inauguration ceremony, not only would he have been unable to rally others to his side, it might even have ended up as a farce, thus diminishing his authority. However, after quelling the unrest and ensuring that no one dared to challenge his authority anymore, Lu Yang's inauguration would serve as the impetus to truly unite the otherworldly demonic tribe. As the only sovereign remaining, the entire otherworldly demonic tribe would naturally converge around him. With such huge rallying power, no one would dare oppose him. As Lu Yang's teacher, there's no way I could miss the inauguration ceremony that pronounces his position as the sole leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe. "Let's go," Zhang Xian said with a smile. Lu Yong had always suffered from low self-esteem, thinking that he was inferior to his seniors and juniors. However, he had eventually broken out of his shell and achieved something significant. As his teacher, Zhang Xian was more than proud of him. Of course, it went without saying that he had to go there in person to witness his student's glory. That day, the royalty and nobles of the otherworldly demonic tribe were gathered in the capital, all for the purpose of commemorating the inauguration of the next sovereign Chunyong. The streets of the massive city were bustling, bringing an unprecedented vibrancy to the area. From time to time, there would be an unfathomable expert walking across the wide streets that left any Saint Nine Dan cultivators present trembling in fear. These were the great sages of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Experts of that caliber usually dominated large swathes of land with none daring to oppose their domination. Yet, in the capital they dared not act out of line. The newly appointed sovereign Chunyong had quelled all opposition against him and united the otherworldly demonic tribe as one. All of the major powers and top experts had submitted to him. If anyone dared cause any trouble, who could know if the person standing right next to them would be a widely feared ancient sage who had already submitted to the new sovereign Chunyong? The newly appointed sovereign Chunyong is truly a formidable figure unprecedented in the history of our spirit tribe. Back then, Sovereign Chunling and Sovereign Chunyong colluded with the humans to injure the old Sovereign Chunyong. In order to avenge his predecessor, he stood forward and confronted the two of them. Not only did he manage to unravel their scheme, he even destroyed a deity from a higher dimension with a single move, thus giving rise to his reputation of invincibility. On the streets, a storyteller waved the fan in his hand as he described the exploits of the new sovereign Chunyong with vivid gestures. "Wait a moment. There seems to be something wrong with your story, isn't there? I was present during the major battle here in the capital a month ago, and I saw with my own eyes that the new sovereign Chunyong was only a great sage back then. There's no way that he could have interfered in a battle of that caliber back then. It was an unknown ancient sage who stood in and killed the deity," a passerby challenged the storyteller. It had only been a month since that major battle, and many in the capital had witnessed the sight with their own eyes. What they had seen varied vastly from what the storyteller had illustrated. The former had been singing praises of the new sovereign Chunyong's accomplishments, but everyone who had spectated the battle knew that the person who had stood out the most during the battle was not the new sovereign Chunyong, but an ancient sage whom no one had ever seen before. Seeing that he had been challenged by one of the listeners, the storyteller asked with a smile, "Do you know who that unknown ancient sage is then?" I'm afraid that I don't really know, the passerby replied with a shake of his head. The other listeners also had slightly confused expressions on their faces. That man never said his name. In fact, he has not appeared since that day. Could it be that you know who that person is? One of the listeners asked. Upon hearing those words, the crowd's ears perked up. The entire capital was filled with curiosity as to who that mysterious expert was. There was an itch in their hearts that would not be relieved until they finally knew the background of that mysterious expert. Of course I know. Seeing that he had managed to hook everyone's appetite, the storyteller chuckled softly as he stroked his beard gleefully. He tapped on the copper pot in front of him with his finger rhythmically, as if hinting something. Tell us. A slightly plump figure wearing a veil flicked his wrist and tossed a couple of great Yong coins into the copper pot, producing a resounding ring. Seeing that there was some money, the eyes of the storyteller lit up. He quickly slipped the great Yong coins into his sleeves before leaning in to explain with a lowered voice. It's said that the mysterious ancient sage is Sovereign Chen Yong's mentor. He's an expert who had long gone into seclusion. It was under his tutelage that the new Sovereign Chen Yong was able to achieve the spectacular feat of uniting the entire spirit tribe despite his young age. Not only so, it's said that the mysterious ancient sage even tamed ancient sage Allfire and made ancient sage Emoling submit to him. That is also why the two of them are so devoted to protecting the new Sovereign Chen Yong. Sovereign Chen Yong's teacher? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? The new Sovereign Chen Yong has received the heritage of the old Sovereign Chen Yong. So shouldn't his mentor be the old Sovereign Chen Yong? Some of the listeners expressed their doubts toward the words of the storyteller. Of course not. The old Sovereign Chen Yong is indeed formidable. There's no denying that. However, he isn't qualified to become Sovereign Chen Yong's teacher yet. In fact, I even heard that the old Sovereign Chen Yong even has to bow respectfully and address that person as young master. The storyteller refuted. Even the old Sovereign Chen Yong calls him young master? Aren't you getting a little too overboard with your bragging? Or do you mean to say that the mysterious ancient sage is actually a deity too? The plump figure wearing a veil scoffed. Of course he's a deity. If he isn't a deity, how could he have killed the other deity that has come from a higher dimension so easily? The storyteller replied matter-of-factly. For the past tens of thousands of years, other than our spirit tribe's vicious and mankind's Kong Shi, have you heard of anyone who wielded such power? Everyone was rendered speechless. Deity. Just the name itself was a symbol of invincibility. In the entire history of the master-teacher continent, there were only 2 individuals who had managed to kill a deity. Yet, an ancient sage had suddenly appeared in this era and easily killed a deity. It was hard to believe that the other party was not a deity himself. It's because the new Sovereign Chen Yong is a direct disciple of a deity that he has been able to unite our great spirit tribe together. It's a mandate from the heavens. The gods are favoring our spirit tribe. With such a leader, our spirit tribe will only rise higher and higher. The storyteller became more and more zealous with each word. Indeed, it's an honor to be able to live in the same era as the new Sovereign Chen Yong. A future of prosperity and greatness awaits our spirit tribe. This is our generation, our era. The crowd trembled in agitation upon hearing those words. Humph! What bullshit you are spouting. I say that you are intentionally crafting stories to beguile the hearts of others so as to rally them under the flag of... The plump man harumphed coldly. But halfway through his words, he suddenly felt someone tugging on his clothes. With a deep frown, he turned around, only to find himself faced with a tall and slender young lady dressed in humble wear. Let's return. Taken aback, the plump man quickly stuffed the final piece of meat into his mouth before reasoning with the young lady. What? Wait a moment. I came here to gather information, not to eat. Just give me a while more. What he was faced with was the icy voice of the young lady. Senior told me to call you back. If you don't want to head back, you can remain here for all eternity. The plump man shuddered a little fearfully before hurriedly laughing it off. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? How would I possibly dare to go against Senior's orders? Let's head over right now. It would be terrible to keep Senior waiting. Thus, the two of them took their leave. Under the lead of the young lady, they maneuvered through various alleys before finally arriving at a small courtyard. The young lady pushed the door to the courtyard open and walked in. A little further from the entrance was a tightly sealed room. This room had been sealed using many unique means, such that it would be impossible for any sound or spiritual perception to enter or leave the room. There were several people sat within the room. From their appearances, they were not otherworldly demons but humans. Faced with the disapproving frown from the young lady, seated at the middle of the room, the plump man scratched his head in embarrassment and explained, "Hee, I just went out to gather some intelligence." "What intelligence have you gathered so far? Share it with us?" A young man seated by the side asked with a smile. Behind him was a spear reflecting a cold glint leaning diagonally against the wall. "Well, it seems like the newly appointed sovereign Qinyong is truly a shrewd individual. Not only did he manage to take down all of his opposition, he even dispatched storytellers all over the capital to spread the news that he has the mandate of the heavens. At this very moment, pretty much everyone in the capital believes that he's someone chosen by the heavens to lead the otherworldly demonic tribe to greatness," the plump man said after pondering for a moment. "I have heard of this matter as well. The new sovereign Qinyong is an extremely astute person. Under his lead, the otherworldly demonic tribe will surely grow more and more powerful. This will indubitably place mankind in a perilous position," the young man said with a frown. He turned to the young lady in the center and asked, "Senior, what are your current thoughts? Given that the new sovereign Qinyong is just about to be inaugurated, he definitely needs all kinds of publicity in order to win the loyalty of the entire otherworldly demonic tribe. It's within our expectations for him to be spreading news like that." The young lady tapped her finger lightly on the table. "However, just as Xianxia has said, the unification of the spirit tribe doesn't bear well for mankind. Thus, we have to make the first move. If we can assassinate him during the inauguration ceremony, we can spread chaos and discord among the otherworldly demonic tribe and return them to the pile of scattered sand that they were." Assassinate? Everyone's face immediately turned grim. Making a move on the new sovereign Qinyong during the inauguration ceremony was practically a recipe for certain death. All of the strongest experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe were gathered there, and if things went wrong, all of them could end up dead. "Do we have to do it during the inauguration ceremony?" the plump man asked in incomprehension. "Wouldn't our chances at victory be higher if we were to assault him at some other occasion?" There was no doubt that the defenses around the new sovereign Qinyong would be extremely tight during the inauguration ceremony. Was it really suitable for them to do it at that moment? There are 3 benefits to it. The person who spoke then was not the young lady seated at the center, but the other one who had brought the plump man over. Firstly, the inauguration ceremony is one of the grandest celebrations of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If our assassination succeeds, all those rumors about the mandate of the heavens would be swiftly unraveled. This will cause the otherworldly demons, who have just been rallied together, to swiftly disperse. It will also make it much harder for anyone to unite the otherworldly demonic tribe once more. The plump man nodded in agreement. If the new sovereign Qinyong was killed shortly after all of the rumors about how he had the mandate of the heavens and so on, the effects would indeed be the most pronounced. Fear and panic would swiftly spread throughout the crowd, making the otherworldly demonic tribe weaker than ever. Secondly, for the past tens of thousands of years, the otherworldly demonic tribe has been under the shared leadership of the 3 sovereigns. However, all of a sudden, it has turned into a one-man show, while the new sovereign Qinyong has crushed all of the opposition thus far, and no one dares to oppose him due to the overwhelming strength that he wields. The problem is that he still lacks legitimacy. Not everyone will accept his rule. That's also why he sent storytellers all around the capital to spread the word that he has the mandate of the heavens, the young lady explained. The reason that they are causing such a huge commotion right now is out of fear that the new sovereign Qinyong will be unable to gain the support of the populace. As such, this might be our best chance to strike. Our best chance to strike? The plump man was unable to comprehend the leap in logic. Those who are opposed to Sovereign Qianyong's rule will surely be watching the inauguration ceremony as well. If they see someone make a move against the inaugurated Sovereign Qianyong, there's a good chance that they will be incited to create more chaos. If so, it will be much easier for us to succeed than if we conduct a surprise assault, the young lady explained. The plump man fell into deep thought. In terms of understanding the minds of others, he was nowhere near those two young ladies. If they factored that into the equation as well, their chances of success during the inauguration ceremony could very well be much higher. The factions built up by Sovereign Qin Ling and Sovereign Qin Xing would not simply vanish just with the deaths of the two of them. Even if the new Sovereign Qianyong had forced the members of those two factions to submit to him with force, there was a good chance that they would still view the new Sovereign Qianyong with hostility. Thus, if someone attempted an assassination on the new Sovereign Qianyong right before them, they might just be more than willing to lend a hand. I'll share the third point, the young lady sitting at the center of the room said. I caught sight of Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire hurriedly leaving the capital earlier this morning. The two of them are the strongest experts aiding the new Sovereign Qianyong at the moment, and as long as they aren't around, our chances of success are fairly high. Those two old farts actually left prior to the inauguration ceremony? Aren't they the protectors of the new Sovereign Qianyong? How could they leave at such a crucial moment? The plump man wondered in bewilderment. I'm not too certain about the exact reason either, but the chances are that they have left the area to quell some other rebellion so as to ensure that nothing goes wrong during the inauguration, the young lady replied. Furthermore, based on my investigations, it seems like there's a segment during the inauguration ceremony that requires the new Sovereign Qianyong to pay respects to his predecessors. During the process, the new Sovereign Qianyong must humbly listen to the teachings of his predecessor, so he cannot utilize his spiritual perception or Xianxia at all. In other words, this is an ideal opportunity for us to strike. As long as we plan things out well, we do stand a decent chance at success. Hearing the analysis, the plump man nodded and replied, Since that's the case, I'll follow your plan, senior. Good. Since we have come to a consensus, let's prepare ourselves. As she spoke, the young lady seated in the center stood up. She looked at the 5 faces before her and said, I know what all of you are thinking. A while ago, our teacher was forced by the 100 schools of philosophers to end his life in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters due to his association with the spirit god. We know that it's just a concealment for him to sneak into the otherworldly demonic tribe, but his injuries are simply so severe that it's impossible for him to have recovered in such a short period. However, with the inauguration of the new Sovereign Qianyong, the unification of the otherworldly demonic tribe is lying just around the corner. We don't have time to look for our teacher anymore. Right now, what we have to do is kill the new Sovereign Qianyong in the shortest time possible to eliminate this potential threat. This is the only way we can cleanse our teacher of his dishonor to let the Master Teacher Pavilion and the entire world know that our teacher has always been with mankind, and that has never changed at all. At the same time, only as our reputation grows will our teacher be able to find us more easily. Since they did not know where their teacher was, they would just have to stand at the most brilliant place possible so that their teacher would be able to find them. We understand, the others replied in unison. The group that was gathered in the room consisted of none other than Zhang Xian's 6 direct disciples. Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, Wei Ruyan, Yuan Tao, and Lu Chong. It had been 2 months since their teacher ended his life at the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Fearing that something would happen to their teacher a month ago, just like most other cultivators, they had descended into a subterranean gallery and launched an extensive search. However, they had still been unable to gather any news regarding their teacher despite their best efforts. However, the investigation did bring the recent changes in the otherworldly demonic tribe to their attention. They had noticed the threat that was brewing in the otherworldly battlefield and realized that it could be too late if they did not make a move to curb the threat swiftly. Thus, they had chosen to gather in the capital to discuss a countermeasure. Since we have a common understanding over here, let's swiftly share our current cultivation realms, Xiaoya said. Ever since our teacher departed, Zheng Yang has been spending his time cultivating in the Hall of Spring and Autumn, and he has already reached Ancient Sage 1 Dan Bloodline Continuance Realm Consummation. In terms of fighting prowess, he should be on par with most great philosopher realm cultivators. There should be nothing wrong with my information, right? That's right, Xianxia replied. When he heard that his teacher had ended his life in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, while he knew that it was just a cover, the thought of the humiliation that his teacher had to bear had nearly driven him crazy. Thus, he had locked himself in the Hall of Spring and Autumn and cultivated frenziedly. Due to his hard work and his various fortuitous encounters in the Temple of Confucius, he actually managed to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. Following which, he spent almost a year within the Hall of Spring and Autumn reinforcing his cultivation, causing his cultivation to rise to Bloodline Continuance Realm Consummation. Even though he was still only at Ancient Sage 1 Dan, due to his superior cultivation techniques and battle techniques, his fighting prowess would not lose out to the average Ancient Sage 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm Cultivator. Xianxia, you and I will be the vanguard for the operation, Xiaoya said. She then turned her gaze to the other young lady sitting by the other side. Ruyan, you have also achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, right? While you aren't as powerful as Lu Chong yet, your mastery of poison makes you a frightening opponent. Even great philosopher realm cultivators could die to your poison if they are caught unaware. The young lady whom Xiaoya was addressing had remained extremely quiet throughout the entire conversation. She was none other than the disciple that possessed the innate poison body and poison soul constitution, Wei Ruyan. Despite her silence, everyone knew that she was likely to be the most terrifying of them all in a real battle. I'll try to tie down the others to prevent them from supporting Sovereign Qinyong. If any of them dare approach, my poison shall corrode them inside out. If I need to, I'll even massacre the entire city, Wei Ruyan remarked nonchalantly. Even when she spoke of massacring the entire city, there was not the slightest change in her facial expression. It was almost as if she was speaking of crushing an ant. Back in the Temple of Confucius, she had received her teacher's heritage and the Bodhi fruit, which had allowed her to achieve a breakthrough in her state of mind. Together with her fortuitous encounter back then, she had successfully pushed for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage a month ago. While she was slightly beneath Xianxia in terms of offensive ability, there was no doubt that her poison was an invaluable asset when it came to dealing with multiple enemies simultaneously. Anyone who dared charge into the area of attack would simply succumb to her poison. This would render the numerical advantage of the new Sovereign Qinyong's forces absolutely meaningless. All right, I'll be counting on you for that. As for Yuan Tao, we'll be relying on you for defense. When will your second Ancient Sage ordeal come? Xiaoya turned to look at the plump man with a slight frown on her forehead. Yuan Tao had already challenged the Ancient Sage ordeal once at the Temple of Confucius, but he had forcefully suppressed it. Till now, his second Ancient Sage ordeal had yet to come. In other words, despite his incredible potential, he had yet to reach Ancient Sage. I'm not too sure either. Yuan Tao scratched his head in embarrassment. His seniors and juniors had all reached Ancient Sage, leaving him trailing at the back. This was extremely heart-wrenching for him, for his cultivation to actually advance so slowly. He was really ashamed to his teacher. If I knew, I wouldn't have resorted to binge eating to console my wounded soul. Yuan Tao muttered unhappily as he took out a fistful of assorted snacks and stuffed them into his mouth, creating annoying crunching sounds. Ignoring this glutton, Xiaoya turned to Lu Chong and worriedly asked, I think that you might have improved a little too quickly over the past month. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? After Zhang Xian departed, Lu Chong had reverted to his reticent state. His personality became extremely placid, almost like he was a corpse. Yet, as if he had injected himself with steroids, his cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. Xianxia had managed to reach Ancient Sage 1 Dan Bloodline Continuance Realm Consummation through exploiting the time acceleration in the Hall of Spring and Autumn, but Lu Chong, he had actually managed to reach Blood Reincarnation Realm Primary Stage. To reach such a level within the short span of a month. This was truly unbelievable. Lu Chong shook his head and replied curtly, I'm fine. After reaching Ancient Sage, every single breakthrough requires a massive amount of energy. It's not normal for you to advance your cultivation so quickly. If you fail to reinforce your cultivation properly, a huge problem could very well occur in the future. Xianxia added with concern. If he had to pick a fault with this junior of his, it would be that he was too reticent. He seemed to bottle up so much inside of him that it felt frustrating just to look at him. If he could just share his problems, they might still be able to discuss it and offer some suggestions. However, this junior of his only stubbornly chose to keep everything to himself and put his all into cultivating. If the other party had never met their teacher, who knew what would have become of him now? Seeing the looks everyone was shooting him, Lu Chong was silent for a moment before explaining, "Teacher gave me the seal of souls." The crowd nodded in response. Prior to his departure, Xianxia had distributed all of the treasures that he had gathered in the Temple of Confucius to everyone. The Seal of Souls was the insignia of the head of the Soul Oracle Guild, and Lu Chong did not hide the fact that he had obtained this from their teacher. Harnessed within the Seal of Souls is the concentrated soul energy derived from 110,000 souls of Saint 3 Dan and above cultivators. I have spent the past month absorbing it, and that allowed my soul energy to grow swiftly, Lu Chong explained. 110,000 souls? And all of them are Saint 3 Dan and above? Everyone was stunned. They could not even begin to imagine how stupendously massive that amount of energy was. That explained how Lu Chong was able to advance his cultivation so quickly. With so much soul energy to fuel his cultivation, it would be hard for him not to improve swiftly. Prior to entering the Temple of Confucius, our teacher killed 110,000 otherworldly demon soldiers and resolved a crisis of mankind. Could these souls have come from there? Xianxia suddenly asked. As the Combat Master Hall kept a close eye on the situation in the subterranean galleries, he was well aware of his teacher's accomplishments there. 110,000 souls from Saint 3 Dan and above cultivators could not possibly have come from nowhere, and the only incident that seemed to tally was that. That seems to be the case. Teacher didn't absorb anything at all and chose to leave everything to me instead. Lu Chong nodded as he subconsciously clenched his fists. He could not understand why his teacher would choose to leave so much energy to him instead of absorbing it for himself. Nevertheless, he vowed to use this gift for meaningful purposes. Knowing that Lu Chong had gained his strength through proper means instead of forced growth, Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Junior Lu Chong, given your cultivation, it would be best if you coordinated with me and Xingyang in attacking the new sovereign Shenyong. You'll be the main attacker, and the two of us will support you." Lu Chong nodded to indicate that he understood. As for Wang Ying, Xiaoya turned to Wang Ying and said, "Even though you only achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage not too long ago, in the 20 days since arriving at the capital, you should have familiarized yourself with the surroundings. I have already enchanted all of the major buildings and city walls in the capital. They are all on standby waiting for my command. As soon as the operation starts, all of the buildings and city walls will charge over and plunge the area into pandemonium." Wang Ying replied with a chuckle. During their few days in the capital, she had devoting most of her time enchanting everything in the surroundings. Furthermore, I have also buried the tree root in the ground. With a thought, I'll be able to transform the entire capital into a desert. Unless one has reached ancient sage, they will never be able to escape from the desert. Xianxia had given Wang Ying the berserk sandwood previously, and it was a true weapon of mass destruction. That's good. Since all the preparations are ready, we shall set forth right now. Once we get to that part of the inauguration ceremony, be prepared to make a move at any moment, Xiaoya instructed grimly. Yes, the crowd replied resoundingly as they rose to their feet grimly. They could die in this battle, but failure was not permitted. They quickly disguised themselves by altering their physical structure and appearances before returning to the streets. At that moment, the otherworldly demons were already making their way toward the square in front of Sovereign Shenyang's palace. They swiftly blended into the crowd and followed them toward the square. By the time they reached the square, it was already filled with countless otherworldly demons. Excited chatter could be heard here and there, and everyone waited anxiously for the start of the inauguration. All of a sudden, There was a resounding clap, and the entire square fell silent. A dimension rift opened up right above the massive square, and an otherworldly demon dressed in a majestic, golden robe and an ornate crown came out from within. With a resounding voice, he declared, "Fellow tribesmen of the Spirit Tribe, I welcome you to my inauguration ceremony. Today marks the day that I succeed the will of the predecessors and am inaugurated as the next sovereign Chun Yong." As he spoke, the new sovereign Chun Yong slowly descended to the tall platform erected at the very center of the square. At the same time, in a tower a long distance away from the square, Xianxia watched as the towering figure slowly descended onto the tall platform. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief as all of his interactions with Lu Yong flashed through his mind. Lu Yong had always been an extremely competitive person. He would unwittingly compare himself to his seniors and juniors, but more often than not, such comparisons would just leave him feeling deeply stressed out and anxious. Unable to withstand the pressure back then, he had chosen to depart without saying a word. Who would have thought that he would chance upon his own fortuitous encounter and eventually rise to such heights? Once he gained full control over the otherworldly demonic tribe, mankind would no longer have to worry about them. With him around, we'll finally be free from the menace of the otherworldly demons, ancient sage Mo Ling said with a relieved smile. The Soul Oracle Guild had endured tens of thousands of years of humiliation and suffering, praying for the slim hope that mankind would one day be free from the threat of the otherworldly demons. However, ancient sage Mo Ling had never thought that such a day would actually come in his lifetime. Indeed, it's finally all over. Xianxia nodded. But halfway through his words, he suddenly frowned. Hula! All of a sudden, a ferocious aura rose from beneath and surged right in the direction of the newly appointed sovereign Chen Yong, following which, a spear and a sword darted forward from two different directions. At the same time, the surrounding space froze in place, hindering the movements of those in the area. An assassination! Ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage All Fire narrowed their eyes, and killing intent flared from their bodies. They had busied themselves for an entire month in order to build the momentum for Lu Yang's inauguration. Who could have known that some brainless fool would still make a move on this important occasion? Master, I'll go kill those dimwits right now. Ancient sage All Fire spat as he raised his talons ferociously. There's no need to be too anxious. Let's just watch first and decide what we should do next. Xianxia was also taken aback for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips. Watch first. The two ancient sages could not understand how Xianxia could remain so composed. Don't worry. This is a trial that Lu Yong should overcome on his own. If he's able to overcome this, he will enjoy unshakable faith among the otherworldly demons in the future. On the other hand, if he fails, it won't be too late for us to step in, Xianxia said as he stood up. With his eye of discernment, there was no way he could not recognize that swordsmanship and spearmanship. Since that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about. In the square, as the newly appointed sovereign Chen Yong saw the three figures darting in his direction, he could not help but freeze for an instant. These moves and cultivation techniques, Lu Yong narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The three surges of the energy coming his way were simply too familiar. They're from Junior Lu Chong, Junior Zheng Yang, and Senior Zhao Ye. What are they doing here? Lu Yong was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized the disparity in his current identity. He was not Lu Yong at the moment but the new sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe. On the other hand, his juniors and seniors were the elite forces of mankind. It was perfectly understandable for them to sneak into the otherworldly battlefield and attempt to claim his life. Lu Yang's first instinct was to send a telepathic message to the crowd to tell him his true identity. However, recalling that this was a crucial moment of the inauguration ceremony, it would be bad if he gave away anything that risked revealing his true identity. It might potentially ruin all of the careful preparations made by his teacher. Thus, he quickly halted himself. Soon, however, his bewilderment was replaced with curiosity. This works fine for me as well. To be honest, I am also eager to know how far the rest of you have come. Boom! Thus, Lu Yong turned around and directed a punch right at the Soul Oracle surging in his direction. The massive strength from the punch caused the earth to collapse inward. It was almost as if two worlds had collided with one another. In an instant, Lu Chong's soul was hammered right into the ground. What a powerful fist technique, Lu Chong thought with narrowed eyes. The only people he knew that possessed such a violent fist technique were his teacher and senior Lu Yong. Who would have thought that the newly appointed sovereign Qin Yong would have reached such a level as well? No wonder he was able to unite the entire otherworldly demonic tribe together. The might that he wielded was indeed fearsome. After knocking Lu Chong back with a single punch, Lu Yong simultaneously raised his fists to knock away Zhang Yang's spear and Zhao Ya's sword. Even though it was a 1-against-2, Lu Yong did not seem to be in a disadvantageous position at all. After assimilating the power that the old sovereign Qin Yong had imparted to him, his current cultivation realm had reached Ancient Sage 3 Dan Blood Reincarnation Realm Advanced Stage, not too far away from reaching consummation. While his seniors and juniors had improved swiftly over the past few months, they were still a little lacking compared to him. Peng peng! There were two hollow echoes, and both Zheng Yang and Zhao Ye were sent staggering backward. Voila! At the same time, the otherworldly demon soldiers finally came to and rushed forward to reinforce their new sovereign. Don't make a move without my command. With a cold harumph, Lu Yong halted the crowd, who were in the midst of preparing a collaborative formation. At the same time, he swiped at Zhao Ye. Under the immense force, Zhao Ye felt as if her sword would fly from her grip at any moment. A frown emerged on her forehead as she narrowed her eyes. She had not thought that the new sovereign Qin Yong would actually be so powerful as to see through the flaws in her swordsmanship in an instant and attempt to snatch her sword away. Knowing that their assassination attempt would likely fail if the other party succeeded in knocking away her sword, Zhao Ye roared, "Activate!" Boom! Driving her pure Yin body to the limits. In an instant, the area within 100 li of her suddenly became so frigid that it started snowing. It seemed as if winter was setting in. With the immense pressure that she was under, her stagnated cultivation also overcame its bottleneck and rose to a new level. Ancient Sage 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm. She had already reached sempiternal realm consummation back at the Temple of Confucius. With the Bodhi fruit and ice crystal bestowed to her by her teacher, her cultivation had surged. Even though she did not have the Hall of Spring and Autumn to use, she had still been able to keep up with Zhang Yang's growth. If not, Yuan Tao would not have been so frightened of Zhao Ye. Along with the breakthrough, Zhao Ye's sword grew even sharper and more aggressive. In an instant, it appeared that her fighting prowess had increased many-fold. Numerous surges of sword chi flew forth along the movements of her sword, as if a relentless waterfall. At the same time, Zhang Yang charged forward and drove his spear forward valiantly, forming a streak of light. He moved with a momentum that seemed as if he would impale anything that stood in his path. Zhang Xian had been calmly watching the commotion so far, but upon seeing this sight, a frown formed between his eyebrows as rage flurried in the depths of his heart. It was just a short 2 months of absence, but what had this bunch of wastrels become? Not only did they abandon all of his teachings, they had even twisted the techniques that he had imparted to them to form something incredibly hideous and disgusting. This was truly embarrassing. Heh! While Zhang Xian was still cringing over his students' movements, both Zhao Ye and Zheng Yang's attacks arrived before Lu Yong. In response, Lu Yong thrust his palms forward with crushing might. Kacha! Kacha! Zheng Yang and Zhao Ye were knocked backward once more. Senior! Boom! Unable to take it any longer, Wang Ying, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao dashed forward to come to their aid. Yuan Tao charged forward with his physical body to ram into Lu Yong. While he had not achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, he had devoured Kong Shi's avatar and undergone an Ancient Sage ordeal, which had led to his physical body being on par with Ancient Sage artifacts. As a result, the force that he exerted was amazingly powerful. At the same time, Wei Ruyan utilized her innate poison body to scatter poison all around the area, preventing others from getting close. The surrounding space seemed to warp a little as a result of the overwhelming concentration of poison. While Wang Ying was not driving her enchanted objects, Her cultivation had also reached ancient sage 1 Dan bloodline continuance realm. Through her meticulous observation, she was able to coordinate impeccably with the others to strike at every possible opening, thus becoming the most troublesome opponent for Lu Yang to deal with. Dang dang dang. The individual movements of the 6 of them came together to form a whole. Lu Yang found himself unable to stand his ground anymore, and he was forced to retreat again and again. Even though his cultivation far surpassed the others, the 6 opponents that he was facing were his teacher's direct disciples. Every single one of them had cultivated the most profound cultivation techniques and battle techniques. If Lu Yang used just the heritage of Sovereign Qinyong alone, he would really be no match for them. However, the moment that he chose to use his teacher's heritage, the others would notice that it was him, and the battle would come to an abrupt halt. Pung pung. Plagued by excessive thoughts, Lu Yang's reaction ended up slowing a little. He suffered 2 consecutive blows that knocked him several steps back. He felt a sweetness at the back of his throat as blood seeped out from the corners of his lips. He had thought that he would surely be able to triumph over the others after inheriting Sovereign Qinyong's strength and heritage. But who could have known that the others would be so powerful as well? This Sovereign Qinyong is a little weird. After numerous clashes, Xianxia and the others were starting to realize that something was amiss. There was no doubt that Sovereign Qinyong's fighting prowess was far greater than what they had imagined. However, it might just have been her imagination, but it felt like the other party was very familiar with their moves and coordination. It doesn't matter whether he's weird or not. We need to quickly take him down. Once the other ancient sages come to his aid, we'll really meet our end here, Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. No wonder the other party had been able to unite the otherworldly demonic tribe. Despite his young age, his fighting prowess was really not to be underestimated. They had thought that they were already the most outstanding geniuses among the younger generation. But who could have known that despite the young age of the new Sovereign Qinyong, he was able to fight against all 6 of them on equal ground? Could it be that he was really the disciple of a deity? Otherwise, how could he possibly be so powerful? Boom, boom, boom. As the 7 of them fought, the surrounding air billowed, and frenzied currents whipped up all around. From time to time, one could hear thunderous rumbling. The faces of all of the spectating otherworldly demons below flushed crimson with agitation. This was the first time that they had witnessed such an intense battle among powerful ancient sages. More importantly, the newly appointing Sovereign Qinyong was even fending off 6 opponents simultaneously. They had never thought that the new Sovereign Qinyong would actually be so powerful despite his young age. Just as everyone was as flabbergasted as they could get, a deep voice suddenly reverberated across the entire capital. Enough! Upon hearing this voice, the bodies of Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others stiffened, and they quickly backed away. At the same time, the newly appointed Sovereign Qinyong also froze on the spot. Hong Long, a silhouette who had his hands behind his back, slowly descended from the sky step by step. This figure looked neither tall nor imposing, and the aura that he emanated was nothing special. Yet, his appearance caused the 2 sides fighting to halt their attacks and freeze on the spot, not daring to move at all. What's wrong? The crowd in the square were all bewildered by this turn of events. Had they not been fighting one another to the death just a moment ago? Why would they suddenly stop just because a person said a word? That person must have sealed the surrounding space or used some kind of special power to suppress them, causing them to be unable to make a move. An elder amid the crowd clenched his fists tightly as he remarked contemplatively. He had heard that those who had reached St. 9 Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm would often use the sealing of space as one of their offensive means to corner their opponents. It was very likely that the figure who had just appeared had used such a method on the new Sovereign Qinyong and his assassins. Otherwise, why would both sides suddenly halt their attacks in unison, as if they had planned it in advance? If that figure is able to seal the movements of the new Sovereign Qinyong and the others all at once, just how powerful must he be? Could that person possibly be Sovereign Qinyong's deity mentor? Now that you mention it, the silhouette of that figure does seem to resemble the person from that day. During the battle back then, they flew too high, so I didn't manage to get a good look. However, It's very likely him. No wonder he's able to render everyone motionless and incapable of battling. The crowd widened their eyes in realization as awe filled their gazes. If they had been skeptical to have heard from the storytellers that Sovereign Qin Yong had a mentor whose strength matched the deities, after seeing such a sight, all of their doubts dissipated. The might wielded by that person had likely surpassed even their wildest imagination. How is it? Some of the ancient sages hidden amid the crowd communicated via telepathy. I can't see through that person's cultivation, but his very feat of halting so many experts simultaneously shows that his strength definitely exceeds the blood reincarnation realm. Is it really possible for such powerful experts to exist in our world? Don't forget Sovereign Vicious and Kong Shi. Back in their era, our cultivation would have meant nothing to them at all. You're right. The opening of Temple of Confucius and the descent of a deity. It wouldn't be too surprising for any astoundingly powerful experts to appear at this moment. To be able to execute a spatial seal while eluding all of our notice simultaneously, making it appear as if he hasn't done anything at all. I cannot fathom just how powerful he truly is. Some of the ancient sages hidden amid the crowd were in intense discussions with one another. The more they talked about the matter, the paler their faces became. Just the fact that they were unable to see through the cultivation of the silhouette in the sky was already a major cause of fear for them all. Of course, there was a chance that they could be overthinking it, but given the spectacular might displayed by that figure during the major battle a month ago, it was inevitable that they would be so fearful. To be able to kill a deity from a higher dimension just by tossing a random book at him, if that person was able to draw forth so much power just by tossing a book, they could not imagine just what would happen if he threw a sword or a spear at them instead. Teacher. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Lu Yong did not dare move. Just as he was wondering what his teacher was going to do, he saw the latter walking up to Zheng Yang, and without any warning, the latter lifted up his feet and threw a kick right toward Zheng Yang's chest. Zheng Yang's body cowered in fear at that kick, but before he could even react at all, he was sent flying into the ground. Just what the heck were you doing earlier? If you'd stopped that spear by a third of a breath, its might would have increased exponentially. Yet you just had to rush your way into it. Are you that short for time? Are you rushing to be reincarnated? And you? What the hell were you flinging your sword around for? Where's your sword chi? Where's your sword intent? Do you really expect to get to your opponent with such a half-assed move? As for you, are you a dimwit? Do you think that you are invincible just because your defense is superior to that of others? Using your own chest to block a punch, are you very proud of your valiance? What happened to your fist? Just where in the world has your head gone to? All you know is to ram your way around. Are you a buffalo incapable of thought? You bunch of wastrels. Can you even call that a battle? Even if I gathered a bunch of pigs and trained them for 3 days, they would be able to do much better than the lot of you. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more infuriated he became. It was to the point where he was pointing fingers at each of his disciples and berating them viciously. Did my teachings go in one ear and out the other ear? It was just a short few days, and look at what has become of your skills. I'd die of embarrassment if anyone found out that you're my direct disciples. As a proud master teacher, how did I manage to produce a bunch of fools like you lot? Hearing their teacher's reprimand, the faces of Xiaoya, Zhang Yang, and the others turned red in embarrassment. If there was pit in the ground, they might have dived right in. They had thought that their teacher would be proud of them after all their training over the past 2 months. But who could have known that they would still incur his wrath? However, they knew that what their teacher had said made sense. Even though their cultivation had advanced significantly, they had ended up neglecting their own skills instead, causing their moves to be all over the place. Otherwise, with each of them putting their strengths together, they should have been able to defeat the new sovereign Chen Yong with ease. After berating Zheng Yang and the others, Zhang Xian turned to Lu Yong and began criticizing him from head to toe. You're equally bad as well. Just what in the world were you trying to pull? Cowering indecisively at every move. Is that the kind of sovereign you want to become? Sovereign my ass. There's a complete lack of soul in your movements. If you'd charged right in to stand against the rest of them earlier, you would have been able to shatter her sword and knock that brat's spear flying easily, thus ending the battle in an instant. You wouldn't have ended up facing so much trouble later on. Just a month of absence, and his cultivation had gone completely haywire. He had nearly fumed himself to death. He should have been a really cultured and patient person, but seeing this group of fellows messing around, he simply lost his cool. Teacher, Lu Yang's face flushed red as he attempted to speak, but he was unable to say a thing at all. Not wanting to waste his breath, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Enough. I'll take these fellows away. Continue your inauguration, and come look for me after you are done." Hula. Xiaoya and the others were immediately thrown into the myriad anthive nest before Xianxia vanished from the spot. That was such an epic battle, but in the eyes of that person, it was actually utter nonsense, such that he lost his patience and interfered in the midst of the duel to offer his pointers. So, the reason he halted the battle was because he found the battle too unsightly and couldn't watch on? But that was such a profound battle. If he couldn't stand watching something like that, wouldn't we be utterly destroyed if we dared make a move? The crowd beneath trembled in horror, unable to say a word at all. Just by the scale of the battle between Sovereign Qin and the assassins, this was already an event that was worthy of being recorded and honored as a classic for the next tens of thousands of years. Yet, in the eyes of that deity, it was no different from a bunch of kids playing house. This fact was extremely hard for them to accept even though they had just witnessed it with their own eyes. "Leader, are we still going to make a move?" An ancient sage amid the crowd suddenly asked. "Make a move your head. I didn't even understand the battle that just happened earlier. If we make a move, won't we be smacked to death? Relay my orders. From today onward, no matter what orders Sovereign Qianyong passes, our lineage will obey them unconditionally, and no one is to voice the slightest opposition," the leader ordered through gritted teeth. It might have appeared as though the other party was just making a couple of casual remarks, but through his sharp eye of discernment, the leader could tell that those words were filled with ingenuity. Even just comprehending a small portion of the wisdom behind what had been said would leave one feeling deeply enlightened. "Are you seriously asking me if we should make a move after witnessing that person's vast wisdom in the art of fighting? You dolt. Grow a brain or two. What we should be doing right now is not moving at all. If you wish to see the crimson moon rise in the north tomorrow, you should remain deathly silent." The same scene could be seen all around the crowd. Even though the new Sovereign Qianyong had quelled his opposition with crushing might, there was no denying that his position still was not stable. There were many people who had wished to exploit this instability to earn some benefits. However, from the moment that the new Sovereign Qianyong's mentor appeared and sealed the space, keeping both sides frozen on the spot, before bellowing furiously at both sides for the inadequacies in their techniques, well, there was probably nothing in the world that could dispel their courage as effectively as that did. They could see a tragic fate awaiting them if they dared rise up against the new Sovereign Qianyong. That was truly a terrifying mentor that the other party had. "You bunch of buffoons! Have you forgotten the things that I have taught you over the past year?" Glaring down at the row of kneeling students before him, Xianxia bellowed wrathfully. Just looking at their faces sent his rage flying over the roof. If one wanted to advance further in ancient sage, one had to continuously temper one's cultivation, energy, and temperament. The continuous process of tempering would induce greater harmony within one's body, and only then would there be a sliver of hope for one to reach dimension shatter a realm and advance to a higher dimension. Yet, this bunch of fellows actually allowed their cultivation to surge on ahead without trying to suppress it in the least. And that wasn't the worst yet. How could the 6 of them nearly lose to Lu Yang despite collaborating with one another? This was utterly ridiculous. Just what in the world had they learned over the past year of tutelage? Could that even be called a collaboration at all? Even a bunch of pigs would do better than this under my tutelage. "Teacher, you have taught us that we should value the cultivation of our character above everything else," Zhang Yang muttered softly, but his words were cut short by Zhang Xian's dagger-like glare. "Don't you bring that bunch of nonsense up now. We are talking about your studies here. Your heads sure have ballooned to the skies just because you have reached ancient sage." Xianxia roared furiously. He turned to Lu Chong and instructed, "You have the highest cultivation of them all. Use your strongest attack on me." "Me?" Lu Chong was taken aback. "But teacher, you are only at sempiternal realm consummation." He was already at blood reincarnation realm, whereas his teacher was still at sempiternal realm consummation. If he were to fail to control his strength and accidentally injure his teacher, why? Are you underestimating your teacher now that you have gotten a little stronger? Xianxia snapped at Lu Chong with an impatient tone. "No, that's not what I mean." Lu Chong shook his head frantically in response. "That would be for the best. Cut the crap and make your move." Xianxia berated. "Why yes." Gritting his teeth, Lu Chong drew his soul out from his glabella and charged at Xianxia. Just the soul energy that was seeping from him in the surroundings was enough to raise a rampaging storm in the area. Xiaoya and the others stared at the scene intently as they readied themselves to step in should it appear that their teacher was in a dangerous position. There was no questioning their teacher's capabilities and talents, but the gap between sempiternal realm and blood reincarnation realm was simply too big. If their teacher were to get injured due to their carelessness, they would really be heinous sinners. Just as everyone was worrying over Xianxia, the person in question suddenly raised his arm and flicked it casually without sparing a glance over. Pada! Before Lu Chong could even react, his massive soul had already plummeted right into the ground. As if a massive boulder was weighing down on him, he found himself unable to move at all. "Is this the might of a blood reincarnation realm cultivator which you are so proud of?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Lu Chong's face reddened as he found himself unable to speak a word at all. The others also widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing that sight as well. They were well aware of the strength that Lu Chong wielded. He was the strongest amongst them, but even he was unable to withstand a casual slap from their teacher. Was their teacher really at sempiternal realm consummation? "Let's not waste time. All of you should just come at me together. Use the moves which you have intended to execute in order to curb the new sovereign Chen Yong against me." Xianxia released the pressure on Lu Chong and harumphed. "Yes." Xiaoya, Zhang Yang, and the others glanced at one another before nodding in unison. If they were still worried about their teacher's safety previously, after seeing the latter rendering Lu Chong completely powerless in a single move, all of the doubts were dispelled from their minds. Despite having come so far, it was as if nothing had changed between them and their teacher. He was still berating them and lecturing them on their cultivation. Seeing this constant in their life left them with a mysterious but warm and fuzzy feeling within them. The six of them gathered swiftly aligned their auras together, causing the surrounding air to billow like rapid tides of the ocean. Hula! Xiaoya was the first one to make a move. Sword chi ravaged the area, sweeping across the surroundings with the ferocious might of a hurricane. At the same time, the other five also made their move as well in coordination with one another, making sure to seal off all blind spots and augmenting her attack to make it much sharper and more frightening. Standing in the midst of the storm, Xianxia appeared like a lone lighthouse standing in the midst of the stormy seas, on the verge of being swallowed by the furious currents at any moment. From the viewpoint of an outsider, this wasn't a fair duel at all. With a nonchalant look on his face, Xianxia suddenly took a step forward. Boom! It was as if the enormous waves had been tamed. The currents whipping across the air suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Xiaoya, Zhang Yang, and the others retreated several steps as they felt a severe jolt in their internal jinqi, causing their faces to turn pale. "This is your very first flaw," Xianxia remarked as he walked forward slowly. "Continue." Xiaoya and the others glanced at one another before encircling Xianxia once more again. But before their collaboration could even fully form, Xianxia snapped his fingers, and they were sent staggering back again. This time, they seemed to have sustained even more severe injuries from before. "Continue." Everyone was already on the verge of reaching their limits, but hearing the boiling rage behind their teacher's voice, they could only grit their teeth and carry on. Pong pong pong. Each and every single time, they would be knocked back with ease within 2 breaths. Injuries swiftly piled up on them, leaving them feeling as if they would collapse soon. It was several dozen rounds later before Xianxia finally halted the sparring session. With a wave of his hand, he shot surges of heaven's path Jinqi from his fingertips into the bodies of his students. At the same time, he tossed a jade bottle into the sky and divided the blood essence within it amongst his students. Boom! Absorbing the blood reincarnation realm ancient sage blood allowed the students to swiftly recover their strength as their wounds quickly mended up and vanished. Under normal circumstances, their cultivation should surge forward as well, but for some reason, instead of increasing, it was starting to decline even. Within less than 10 minutes, Zhang Yang's ancient sage 2-dan great philosopher realm primary stage cultivation had fallen back to ancient sage 1-dan bloodline continuance realm consummation, and it was still continuing to plummet. Zhao Yu's cultivation also fell from bloodline continuance realm consummation down to completion. What was bewildering was that even though their cultivation had fallen, they found that their fighting prowess had advanced instead. This was especially so for Lu Chong. He had already reached blood reincarnation realm primary stage previously, but it had regressed back to great philosopher realm after his teacher's tempering. Despite so, he felt that his soul energy had grown much more compact, allowing him to exert even more devastating might in battle. Not only so, his soul was showing signs of assuming a corporeal form even. If he were to reveal himself, even a blood reincarnation realm cultivator would find it hard to believe that it was just a soul standing before him. The crux of cultivation lies neither in the speed of your cultivation or the strength you are able to exert. If you fail to build your foundation well, there's no way that you will get far. You would only be building sandcastles in the air. Seeing that his students had vaguely understood what he was trying to do, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and remarked deeply. Education was about guiding a person down a path that was most suited to him. His students were no longer fledglings who needed to be assisted every step of the way, but they were still prone to steer off the path once they were out of his tutelage. As such, he chose not to lecture them on their cultivation or force them to walk the same path as him. Instead, what he wanted to pound into them was the fact that cultivation was not something that one could rush within a short period of time. Patience was the key. This was similar to how, despite being stuck at sempiternal realm consummation for nearly a month, he didn't rush to achieve a breakthrough. Instead, he waited patiently for an impetus. My expectations for you don't just stop at just ancient sage. I want you to reach even greater heights, Zhang Xian said solemnly. If you are unable to even reach Dimension Shatterer realm, there's no need for you to continue following me anymore. Lu Chong, I have given you so much soul energy that would allow you to build up a firm foundation, but you chose to devote all of it to furthering your cultivation. As a result, your soul energy became incredibly loose. Is this what I have taught you? In your current state, if you were to attempt to overcome your bottleneck after reaching blood reincarnation realm, you will be reduced by ashes by the lightning tribulation. Everyone hung their faces in shame. They thought that they would be complimented for the swift advancements in their cultivation, but who could have thought that it would actually be their failing instead? Nevertheless, this matter showed them how much their teacher cared for them, and it left their noses feeling a little sour. At this moment, something new began to blossom in their state of mind. All right, let's stop here today. Cultivate on your own, Zhang Xian said. Beyond great sage, there was very little that he could help his students with through lecturing. What was more important was their own talent and hard work. It was because he had imparted too much to his students that they were losing the ability to create what was uniquely theirs, thus resulting in this farce. After cultivating for a while, Xiaoya suddenly asked, "Teacher, is Sovereign Chen Yong your student as well?" The others also directed their gazes over. They had heard that the new Sovereign Chen Yong had a mentor comparable to the deities, and they had thought that it was a fabricated story for the latter to consolidate his power. Never in their wildest dream did they think that the so-called mentor would actually be their teacher. You still haven't recognized him? Zhang Xian shook his head. Recognize? Everyone was taken aback. Wang Ying was the first to think of something, and her eyes widened in disbelief. With quivering lips, she asked, "Could it be that he's Junior Lu Yong?" For a while, she had been thinking that there was something weird about their battle with the new Sovereign Chen Yong. The latter clearly knew their flaws, and he had been able to exploit them in crucial moments to turn the tables. Such a thing could be attributed to coincidence if it had only happened once or twice, but the fact that it had continued throughout the battle was really something worth contemplating over. She had been wondering if they had crossed paths with the new sovereign Qin Yong somewhere somehow, but if the other party was their missing junior, the situation would make sense. Just that, was Lu Yang not a human? How did he turn into sovereign Chen Yong of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Not to mention, his disguise was actually one that they had been unable to see through. Xiaoya and the others were also stunned by this revelation, and they could hardly believe what they were hearing. They immediately turned to look at Xianxia, wanting to hear the words right from the mouth of their teacher. That's right. Xianxia nodded. He's indeed Lu Yang. It's due to some fortuitous encounters that he stumbled upon that he ended up in his current position. However, you must make sure to never reveal this matter, or else he will face great trouble and danger. Even though Lu Yang's inauguration ceremony would legitimize his position as the only sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, his power was built upon the pretext that he was an otherworldly demon. If others learned that he was actually a human, there was no doubt that he would be overthrown in a heartbeat. The situation that had just settled down would be thrown into chaos, and all of their effort would be unraveled. He's actually Lu Yang. Hearing the confirmation right from their teacher's mouth, Xiaoya and the others had some mixed feelings on the inside. They had thought that their teacher was still recuperating, and they had wanted to do something to cleanse their teacher's name. Yet, who could have known that their teacher had already resolved the entire crisis before their arrival? With Lu Yang standing at the top of the otherworldly demonic tribe, the latter would no longer be a threat to the humans anymore. Xianxia had his students enter his myriad anthive nest and instructed them to cultivate in there before heading back to the capital. The inauguration ceremony was still ongoing when Xianxia returned to the square. If there had still been some dissatisfaction regarding the new sovereign Qin Yong usurping the shared jurisdiction of the three sovereigns, after what had happened earlier, there was no one who dared voice their opposition anymore. This is our one and only sovereign, a figure whom none can replace. It seems like an era of prosperity is soon going to descend upon our spirit tribe. Anticipation could be seen in everyone's eyes. Sitting down on the regal throne, Lu Yang felt his heart beating wildly. Thinking back, if he had not met his teacher, he would have been an ordinary student in Tianxian Kingdom's Hongtian Academy. Perhaps he would not even have reached Fighter 3 Dan yet. Somehow, he found himself sitting at the very center of an entire race, becoming the person who governed over the greatest threat to humanity. Had it been a year earlier, he would never have dared to even dream of something like that. If there is no opposition, as his heart palpated in agitation, Lu Yang rose to his feet and gazed upon the crowd beneath regally. Today, I shall proclaim myself the sovereign of the spirit tribe. Wait a moment, you are telling me that there is a new sovereign to the otherworldly demonic tribe, and on the day of his inauguration, he announced a ceasefire to the conflict and ordered a peaceful coexistence for the next 1,000 years. He even requested to establish trade relations with the Master-Teacher Pavilion by creating new markets within the subterranean galleries. If an official trading market is created in the subterranean galleries, there's no doubt that many master teachers will dive right in. Aren't they afraid that we will make use of this opportunity to assault them and eradicate them once and for all? That isn't the most shocking news yet. According to what I heard, the new sovereign promotes the virtues of teaching, preaching the importance of respect and formalities. He encourages otherworldly demons to listen to the lectures of the master teachers, and he pushes for interracial matrimony. It feels like he's really after a peaceful coexistence. The surviving ancient sages of the Master-Teacher Pavilion did not go back to hibernation right after returning from the Temple of Confucius. Instead, browsing through the reports that they had received, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. When they heard that a new sovereign Qin Yong had risen to power and united the entire otherworldly demonic tribe, they had prepared themselves for a tough battle. However, contrary to their expectations, the new sovereign Qin Yong had actually proposed so many favorable terms for mankind. If those plans were put into action, the scales were likely to tip in mankind's favor. There was a brief moment of silence as the ancient sages racked their minds in an attempt to figure out what was going on. But at that moment, an elder suddenly spoke up. I think that this might have something to do with my senior, Xianxia. The senior you speak of refers to celestial master teacher Xianxia, right? One of the ancient sages asked. Previously, Xianxia had informed the ancient sages that his senior was a celestial master teacher, just like Kongshi, an existence who had been recognized by the heavens. Indeed, that's him. According to the intelligence I have received so far, he has been in the otherworldly battlefield for 2 months now, Xianxia said. You can't seriously think that he has resolved the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe by convincing them to make peace with us within just 2 short months, right? Another ancient sage scoffed. This was a feat that they and their ancestors had worked toward for tens of thousands of years but failed to achieve. For a fellow who had not even reached ancient sage to do it within 2 months. Do you think that this is playing house? Sage Qian is right. Xianxia, aren't you taking this matter too lightly? Several voices chirped in agreement. Whether I am taking this matter too lightly or not, we'll know with a swift analysis. Xianxia did not lose his cool upon hearing that his viewpoint was being challenged. Instead, he calmly looked at the other ancient sages before remarking, I believe that all of you are aware of the name of the newly inaugurated sovereign Qianyong, right? The sovereign's name? The ancient sages lowered their gazes to look at the information that they had received, and one of them replied with a nod, Yonglu. That's right, his name is Yonglu. As you might know, my senior has 8 direct disciples. One of his direct disciples, who went missing a while ago, goes by the name of Lu Yang. Lu Yang. The crowd glanced at one another. Yang Lu. Are you suspecting that the new sovereign Qianyong, Yang Lu, is Lu Yang? Indeed. Not only are their names similar, the fact that the new sovereign Qianyong is rumored to have an exceptionally powerful mentor is also a point that we should be thinking about. Xianxia revealed his conjecture. There were 6 assassins who appeared during the inauguration ceremony, and the descriptions that I have received match Xiaoya, Zhangyang, and the others. According to an eyewitness report, they were exceptionally receptive to the words of the new sovereign Qianyong's mentor, obeying his orders without any opposition. I can't think of anyone who holds so much sway over the 6 of them other than my senior. The crowd immediately fell silent. With so much evidence laid out clearly before them, they would really be diminishing their own intelligence if they continued denying the matter. For Xianxia to lead his student and single-handedly conquer the entire otherworldly demonic tribe, unbelievable. Unaware that his true identity had already been guessed by Xianxia and the others, Xianxia was currently soaring through the air with his direct disciples following behind him. It had already been a month since Lu Yang had been inaugurated as sovereign Qianyong of the otherworldly demonic tribe. A new year had just arrived, so the entire capital was filled with joyful bustle. Over the past month, Xianxia had been offering pointers to his direct disciples, and for a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days in the Tianxian kingdom. There were no grudges, no responsibilities, and no obligations. There were only the simple interactions between a teacher and his students. Each and every day was passed swimming in an ocean of knowledge, indulging in the simple joys of grasping a new move or learning a new cultivation technique. After going through Xianxia's systematic training program, the Jinqi of Xiaoya and the others had been reinforced, becoming much denser than before. This had resulted in a significant surge in their fighting prowess. At the same time, Yuan Tao had successfully cleared his second ancient sage ordeal. As for Lu Yang, after he achieved a breakthrough to blood reincarnation realm consummation, he had successfully placed the otherworldly demonic tribe under his complete control, thus crushing even the last voices of opposition against him. On the other hand, Xianxia's cultivation was still capped at sempiternal realm consummation. However, his aura felt much more composed than before, and his state of mind was more stable. It seemed like he could push for a breakthrough at any moment as long as he willed it. 2 months of reinforcement had given him a deeper insight into the powers wielded by ancient sages, and his fighting prowess had improved considerably. With the dragonbone divine spear in hand, it was no exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled beneath the Dimension Shatterer realm. Even if he encountered that deity from before, he would not be so powerless as to be defeated in a single move. As swift as Xianxia's improvements were, there was one person who was growing faster than him, vicious. With his body becoming complete and the straw garment inducing the growth of his flesh and blood, he had successfully achieved a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatter realm, which meant that he was already able to shatter the dimension barrier of the world. While I am able to shatter the dimension barrier to open up a pathway to a higher dimension, my body isn't sufficiently resilient to leave this world yet. At the very least, my cultivation has to reach Dimension Shatter realm consummation first. Vicious explained. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded in realization. At that moment, Lu Yang suddenly flew over from afar and clasped his fist. Teacher, I have already looked through all of the books of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and I found that the deities that have appeared in the past can't truly be considered gods or deities. Rather, they are just beings from the azure. During that period of time, Xianxia had not only devoted his time entirely to guiding his students' cultivation. He had also instructed Lu Yang to make use of his authority as sovereign Qin Yong to gather information regarding the legends of the deities, in hopes that he might gather some clues regarding Luo Ruoxin. The azure. Indeed, the azure is a dimension entirely different from the master-teacher continent, and the deity that descended previously came from there as well. As its environment is filled with ample aeon of ancient sage, its environment for cultivation is superior to even the best blessed lands in our world. Lu Yang explained. The otherworldly demonic tribe possessed the ability to communicate with the deities, so even though most of the legends going around were just hearsay, there were still some slivers of truth amid them. Knowing what his teacher was intending to do, Lu Yang hesitated for a brief moment before explaining. However, it seems like the passageway leading to the azure has been completely sealed. Any deities who wish to descend to our world must pay a heavy price through a ritual, and it's nigh impossible for us to ascend up to the azure. The passageway leading to the azure has been completely sealed? Xianxia asked anxiously. In truth, he had already guessed as much. It had been a long time since any deities had descended to their world, and ever since Kong Shi, there had been no cultivators who had successfully ascended to the azure. You also got me to investigate the matter concerning Kong Shi, Lu Yang said. Based on what I have found, he disappeared shortly after he captured the Immortal's envoy. Based on the clues I have gathered so far, it's likely that he has gone to the azure. Shortly after Kong Shi's departure, the 100 schools of philosophers also left the master-teacher continent to stand guard at a certain location. I tried investigating deeper into the matter, but the clues come to a complete halt here. However, I feel that the 100 schools of philosophers know more details about Kong Shi's disappearance. Xianxia nodded slowly. In this world, there was definitely no one who knew more about Kong Shi than the 100 schools of philosophers. Their lineage had stemmed from Kong Shi, so they were bound to have records regarding the latter. Xianxia turned to ancient sage Mo Ling and asked, "Do you know where the 100 schools of philosophers are located?" He was the one who had contacted the 100 schools of philosophers in order to assault sovereign Qin Yong. As such, even if the master-teacher pavilion headquarters had no idea where the 100 schools of philosophers were, there was no way that he would not know. Ancient sage Mo Ling pondered for a moment before replying, "They should be in the Kungsu domain." The Kungsu domain? Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. He had heard of plenty of secret domains and the like, but he had never heard of the Kungsu domain. There are many ancient domains on the master-teacher continent. I believe that you should have heard of a couple of them yourself. While the influence of the master-teacher pavilion doesn't extend to these ancient domains, they harness the most primordial energy, which nourishes those suffering from deficient bloodlines. Ancient sage Mo Ling explained. Xianxia nodded in response. The Tianxian kingdom was an ancient domain, too. It was in hopes of recovering the emperor's bloodline that the Yuan Tao had been sent to the Tianxian kingdom to fend for himself. The same went for Xianxia. To be honest, I'm not too sure where the entrance of the Kungsu domain is. The 100 schools of philosophers have guarded that secret extremely tightly. However, what I am certain of is that it has close ties to these ancient domains. I would say that there's a good chance that the entrance to the Kungsu domain is located in one of these ancient domains. Ancient sage Mo Ling said. He did have channels that allowed him to reach out to the 100 schools of philosophers, but he had never been to the Kungsu domain itself. There was no way that the 100 schools of philosophers would risk exposing their whereabouts to him after all. It's located in one of the ancient domains? Xianxia frowned. He pondered for a brief moment before coming to a decision. I intend to return to the Tianxian kingdom for a moment. Do any of you wish to come along with me? To be honest, he felt that there were still some mysteries concerning the Tianxian kingdom that he had not unraveled yet. Given how huge the master-teacher continent was, he had transcended into the Tianxian kingdom. Furthermore, he had even found 2 students possessing rare, unique constitutions there. Of course, it might just have been a coincidence, but he had a feeling that there was more to it. As such, he intended to start his search from there. I have been away for more than a year now. I think it's about time for me to return and visit my father, Xiaoya said with a smile. She had departed from her homeland together with her teacher, and over the past year, she had risen to become one of the top powerhouses of the master-teacher continent, as well as a powerful ancient sage expert. It was about time for her to return and pay a visit to her family. I wish to come along as well. Wang Ying nodded fervently. The others also echoed their agreement. They wanted to return to their roots to take a look at the place where they had grown up. Lu Yang, you are still needed here for the time being, so you can't come along with us. As for the rest, make preparations. We'll be setting off soon, Xianxia instructed with a smile. Even though they had successfully unified the otherworldly demonic tribe, there were still many reforms that had to be supervised and implemented. If the highest leader, Sovereign Qinyong, vanished at that crucial moment, there was a good chance that things could go haywire. As indignant as he was, Lu Yang sighed deeply before nodding reluctantly. I understand. Xianxia turned to the colossal beast beside Lu Yang and said, Ancient Sage All-Fire, I'll be counting on you to assist Lu Yang by his side. Leave it to me. Ancient Sage All-Fire replied heartily. All right, let's go then. After settling the matters there, Xianxia took out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and slid a dimension rift in front of him. He took the lead and entered the dimension rift, and the others swiftly followed behind him. As the end of the dimension rift was the spatial seal of the subterranean gallery. The group stepped across the seal, returning to the master-teacher continent. At this point, Xianxia took out the Dragonbone Divine Spear once more to open another dimension rift. Roughly 10 minutes later, they were already in the sky above the Tianxian kingdom. The capital of the Tianxian kingdom felt exceptionally serene. The crowds walking through the streets would never have been able to imagine that the strongest lifeforms in this world were floating right above them. Descending from the sky, Xianxia and the others walked into Tianxian Royal City before entering Hongtian Academy. It had been little more than a year since their departure, but the entire place seemed to have expanded quite a bit. In the past, it could only house 40,000 students at most, but with its current scale, even housing 400,000 students would not pose too much of a problem. Hurry up! Lu Sun Laosher is conducting a lecture today. At this rate, we won't be able to make it in time. I thought that he has just achieved a breakthrough to 2-star master teacher, and still needs to reinforce his cultivation? No matter what he's thinking, it's a rare opportunity for us to listen in on the class of a 2-star master teacher. There's no doubt that his lecture will be extremely beneficial to our cultivation. Back in the day, I listened in on Zhang Shi's class, and even though it was only a short half an hour, it left a lasting effect on me. Wait a moment. You've attended one of Zhang Shi's classes before? Of course. Little Li, you have only joined the academy this year, so you might not have heard of him before. Zhang Shi was the most popular teacher in our Hongtian Academy a year back, and his reputation exceeded even Lu Sun Laosher's back then. While Xianxia, Xiaoya, and the others were walking around the compounds of the academy, a group of students suddenly rushed past them. They had disguised themselves a little prior to entering the city, so it was no wonder that no one was able to recognize them. Plus, they had left Hongtian Academy a year ago, so no one would be expecting them to be there. Hearing a familiar name, Xianxia remarked with a smile, "Oh? Lu Sun is already a 2-star master teacher? That's quite fast." Lu Sun had been the most respected teacher in Hongtian Academy back when he first transcended over to this world. Even Wang Ying and Xiaoya had wanted to join his classes, just that they had ended up being intercepted by him. That being said, Lu Sun had only been an ordinary star teacher back then, a huge distance away from becoming a one-star master teacher. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was already a two-star master teacher. Sometimes it was truly surprising how quickly things changed. "Teacher, shall we head over to take a look?" Xiaoya asked with a smile. Xianxia nodded in response. Given that this was the first familiar name that they had heard since returning, it went without saying that they should pay him a visit. While the two of them had been in conflict back then, that had been resolved in the end. To the current him, those were just interesting memories that he would look back upon from time to time. Following the flow of crowd, it did not take long before Zhang Xian and the others arrived in an auditorium. In there, they saw a young man standing on top of a tall stage with a dignified disposition. He was none other than Lu Sun. Over the past year, he had cultivated an aura unique to him. He was dressed in a master teacher robe with two shining stars pinned on his chest, indicating that he was a two-star master teacher. Had it been in the past, there was no way that one would have been able to find a two-star master teacher in the Tianxian kingdom. "You lot!" Just as they were intending to go a bit closer to the stage, a young lady suddenly appeared before them, blocking their way. With an appearance that hinted that she was in her early teens, this young lady was dressed in a greenish robe. There was a hint of valiance between her eyebrows, bearing some resemblance to the past Xiaoya. Perplexed by the appearance of the young lady, the group of them glanced at one another before Wang Ying stepped forward to speak with a smile. "We heard that Lu Sun Laosher is holding a lecture, so we came over to take a look. If you wish to listen to Lu Laosher's class, you'll have to either flash your student token or pay 2 gold coins. This isn't an entrance fee but a rightful compensation that a master teacher deserves for his service," the young lady said as she stretched out her hand to demand payment. Gold coins. Zhang Xian and the others were stunned. As noble as master teachers were, they needed a means for survival as well. As such, it was customary for them to demand payment for their lectures. Given that Zhang Xian and the others had already left Hongtian Academy, there was no way that they would still have their student tokens with them. It was not that they were unwilling to pay the fee, but it was just a little difficult for them to do so. Even the least valuable item in Zhang Xian's storage ring was a pinnacle spirit stone. Anything beneath that was not even worthy of his notice, let alone the gold coins used in unranked kingdoms. "We don't have any student tokens nor gold coins with us. However, I do have a pill here. Will you be able to make an exception for us with this?" After searching his storage ring for a very long time, he finally took out the lowest grade pill in his storage ring and handed it over. "A pill?" The young lady widened her eyes in astonishment. Even the resources that her teacher would usually bestow upon her were simple medicinal balls. Pills were considered a top-notch cultivation resource. They had their unique names, and each of them was incredibly valuable. The group before her were unable to take out any gold coins, but they had pills in their possession. The young lady took the pill from Zhang Xian's hand and examined it closely. Slowly, a frown formed on her forehead. To her eyes, the pill looked perfectly plain and ordinary. It formed a stark contrast to the pill's harnessing billowing energy that she usually saw around. It seemed to her that the pill in her hands was just a handful of medicinal herbs clumped together. "Who do you think you're fooling? Can this be considered a pill? Do you take me for some countryside bumpkin?" The young lady harumphed wrathfully. She might have been young, but she had seen pills before. A while back, an apothecary had specially delivered a pill in order to get on her teacher's good side. She had happened to be around when the apothecary presented his pill. As soon as the lid to the jade container was opened, a surge of spiritual energy had immediately rushed out, leaving one feeling incredibly revitalized. On the other hand, the pill before her was not properly kept in a jade container. Not only so, there was not the slightest spiritual energy that could be felt from it. "Are you honestly calling this a pill? You must be joking. If you think that you can use this poor imitation of a pill to cheat me of 14 gold coins, you are sorely mistaken." Seeing the furious look on the young lady's face, Wang Ying realized that the young lady was unable to discern the true value of the pill, so she quickly explained, "This really is a pill. Furthermore, it's one that can aid your cultivation, so its value definitely far surpasses gold coins. I only want gold coins. I don't need this pill." The young lady harumphed indignantly as she tossed the pill back to Xianxia. Xianxia had no idea whether he should laugh or cry at this situation. With his current fortune, even a pill that he randomly picked out of his storage ring could be sold for an astronomical price in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. He was offering it to a young lady instead of the 14 gold coin entrance fee, but the other party actually thought that he was a swindler. Hearing that her teacher was being called a swindler, Wang Ying took out another medicinal herb and passed it over. "Since you don't want the pill, what about this herb? It's also quite valuable, so I believe it should suffice to compensate the fee." It was a 500-year-old cold star grass. Of course, as the head of the Spirit Awakener Guild, there was no way that she would have gold coins on her. "You want to pay for the entrance fee with this weed? Don't think that I'm a naive little girl just because I'm young. I'll have you know that my teacher is 2-star Master Teacher Lu Sun. No matter what you say or bring out today, unless you can fork out the 14 gold coins entrance fee, I'll have to ask you to leave." It was one thing for the other party to try to fool her with fake pills, but to think that the other party would try to fool her with some wild grass that she could not recognize too. Feeling insulted, the young lady's face turned livid. Wang Ying was rendered speechless. She had no idea how she could deal with this situation. With her current identity, everything that could be found in her storage ring was an extraordinary and exclusive item. For her to take out something that was worth 14 gold coins and recognizable to this young lady, this was really a bit difficult. "You aren't going to pay the fee? From the looks of it, it seems like you are really here just to cause trouble." Seeing the conflicted looks on the faces of the group, the young lady was convinced that they were all scammers. Unable to hold back her rage anymore, she turned around and exclaimed, "Senior, these people here are refusing to pay for Lu Lauscher's lesson. Please send them out for me." Voila! The next moment, a young man wielding a spear walked out from a nearby room. Upon seeing the young man's silhouette, Zhang Yang's body stiffened as his eyes reddened a little. "Mo Xiao, is that you?" The young man who had just appeared was none other than the close brother whom Zhang Yang had grown up with, Mo Xiao. Back then, the two of them had joined Hongtian Academy with gusto, swearing to one another that they would join Wang Chao Lauscher's class and become his student. Mo Xiao had eventually succeeded, but due to his poor performance during the assessment, Zhang Yang had lost his place to Sun Shan and ended up becoming Zhang Xian's student. Back then, none of them could have imagined that things would turn out like that. The one who had cleared the assessment was still stuck in the Tianxian kingdom, and his name only echoed within the walls of Hongtian Academy. On the other hand, the one who had failed the assessment had risen above the ranks and become the head of the Combat Master Hall. In terms of strength, there were probably no more than a handful of people who could put up a fight against him. Sometimes, the plans that fate had in store were truly baffling. "You are..." Hearing his name being called in a very familiar manner, Mo Xiao could not help but frown. As an ancient sage, if Zhang Yang did not want someone weaker than him to recognize him, there was no way the other party would be able to discern his original appearance. As a result, not even the brother whom he had grown up with was able to recognize him. "I am Zhang Yang," Zhang Yang said as he dispelled his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Zhang Yang. Hearing that familiar name and seeing that familiar face, Mo Xiao's eyes suddenly reddened. The two of them had been together ever since they were very young, and they had practiced their spearmanship together. It had only been a year since they had parted from one another, but Mo Xiao had always thought that they would never meet again in their lifetime. He had not thought that they would meet one another again so soon. After his agitation died down, Mo Xiao asked, "Didn't you leave with Zhang Shi? Why would you?" Based on what he had heard, Zhang Xian had successfully cleared the Master Teacher examination, thus becoming the pride of the Tianxian kingdom. As for what happened afterward, due to the Tianxian kingdom being too isolated from the rest of the world, Mo Xiao did not know too much. I happened to be free, so I came back to meet up with you and the others. Xianxia replied with a smile. He could tell that the other party was curious about what he had been through over the past year. But to be honest, he had no idea how he should begin explaining it. After all, there was no one in the Tianxian kingdom who knew anything about the Combat Master Hall or ancient sages. Would the other party understand the significance of these terms if he tried to explain it to him? This is great. Given how long you have been with Xianxia, you should have already reached Fighter 8 Dan Zongxia realm by now, right? It has been very long since we last sparred with one another. I'll have you know that I've learned a formidable spear art in the last year, and my cultivation has also reached Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm pinnacle. Let me see how much you have improved over the past year. With a flick of his wrist, Mo Xiao retrieved his spear from his back and pointed it toward Xianxia with fighting will flaring from him. He had been unable to find a suitable sparring partner ever since Xianxia left, and his hand had been itching for a good opponent. Upon seeing Xianxia right before his eyes, how could he possibly allow the other party to get away without a fight? Zongxia realm? Tongxian realm pinnacle? Spear art. Xianxia was not too sure how he should react to this situation. He looked at Mo Xiao for a moment before shaking his head. Why don't we sit down and catch up with one another instead? It had just been a year, but those realms felt so far away from him that he could hardly remember them anymore. Why? Are you afraid that I'll accidentally injure you? There's no need to worry about that. I'm able to control my strength rather well. I'll hold myself back if I see that you are at your limits. There won't be any problems, so there's no need to worry. Mo Xiao laughed heartily. This? Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. For an ancient sage like him to actually spar with a Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm cultivator. Wasn't this pretty much bullying? Noticing Xianxia's hesitation, Mo Xiao frowned. Are you looking down on me right now? Or are you afraid that you will be humiliated upon suffering a defeat? That's not it. Since Mo Xiao had already put it in such a way, there was no way that Xianxia could continue turning him down. Thus, he shook his head helplessly before taking out the weakest spear that he had in his possession. Where should we have the battle? Oh, you even have a storage ring. Not bad. It seems like Xianxia treats you quite well. Seeing the spear materialize in Xianxia's arm, Mo Xiao's eyes glowed in envy. He pointed to the side and said, My teacher is going to hold a class here, so let's go over to a dueling ring. He doesn't have a storage ring either. Seeing the massive gap standing between the two of them, Xianxia shook his head bitterly. Feeling a bad premonition, he sighed deeply before replying, Let's go then. They began making their way over to the dueling ring not too far away. Let's head over to take a look too. Since the lecture over here had yet to begin, Zhang Xian and the others decided to follow along. At the same time, seeing that those swindlers were actually acquainted with her senior, the young lady hesitated for a brief moment before deciding to tag along. Both Xianxia and Mo Xiao leaped onto the nearest dueling ring, and they immediately caught the attention of the crowd. Seeing that so many people had gathered around, Xianxia quickly concealed his appearance and aura so that the other spectators would not discern his true identity. Mo Xiao is the famed spearmanship genius in the academy. With his cultivation, even the teachers and elders aren't a match for him. Where in the world did that fellow pop out from to dare compete with him? I have no idea. I'm just here to watch the other party get pummeled. Haha. Same here. Over the past year, Mo Xiao had made rapid progress under Lu Xun's tutelage. Be it in terms of his cultivation or his comprehension of spearmanship, he was already approaching a level comparable to Zongxia. There would not be too many people in the entire Hongtian Academy who were a match for him, let alone a youngster who had just appeared from nowhere. On the other hand, Lu Xun had also noticed the commotion, and it did not take him long to figure out what was going on from the discussion among the crowd. Sighing deeply, he looked at the crowd, who were looking at the duel excitedly, and said, Since they are going to have a duel, I shall use their duel as the topic of my lecture today. I'll talk about the feasibility of certain spearmanship maneuvers in real-time battle. Whoa, that will really be an interesting lecture. Wah, I love hearing Lu Lauscher talking about practical battle concepts. There is no lecture that will enhance one's fighting prowess more than this. I really haven't come in vain today. Hearing that Lu Xun was going to lecture about the usage of spearmanship in battle, a huge commotion rippled through the crowd, and the excitement in the room was palpable. Everyone swiftly turned their gazes to the dueling ring. Haha, come. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, including his teachers, Mo Xiao felt more pumped than ever. With a powerful push, his spear whooshed toward Xianxia. Ooh! The speed of his spear was so fast that one could literally hear a sonic boom in the air. The attack that Mo Xiao has just made isn't too bad. His movements are decisive, and it follows through smoothly without any unnecessary hesitation, reminiscent of the flowing current of a river. The crux in spearmanship lies in the fluidity of one's movements. Once one has made a decision, one's movements must be lightning fast in order to create a powerful momentum to overwhelm one's enemy. Ordinary Zongshis would find it hard to stand against the attack that Mo Xiao just launched. Lu Xun explained calmly as he nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, as one of the participants of the duel, Xianxia was extremely conflicted. The movement of the spear before him was simply too slow, no different from the movements of a snail. Furthermore, its might was so weak that if he deflected it carelessly, he might end up hurting his friend. This really put him in a spot. Deflecting it was not an option, but not deflecting it was not a good idea either. What a dilemma! Just as I said, the momentum created by Mo Xiao has overwhelmed his enemy, leaving his enemy in utter panic. Seeing that Xianxia was not moving in the least, Lu Xun nodded. The spearmanship that I have imparted to Mo Xiao is centered around the idea of momentum. Its true might lies in controlling the flow of battle through imposing momentum. In order to train Mo Xiao, I took him to a waterfall and had him withstand the force of the currents for 3 whole months before he reached his current level. There's no doubt that his opponent is going to lose. Before he could finish his words, his lips suddenly began quivering uncontrollably. Mo Xiao's spear struck Xianxia's eye squarely, and then completely dissipated. The spear that was. Xianxia felt so embarrassed that he could wither on the spot. It was in a moment of tough internal conflict that the other party's spear suddenly struck his eye, but that was not the worst. He had accidentally released a small sliver of a fraction of a hint of his jinqi due to the aggression, and the other party's spear had simply dissipated. Mortal-tier weapons were simply too flimsy. If it had been a great sage artifact instead, it would have at least taken a flutter of his eyelid to do the same. He really should have controlled his strength better in the duel. But then again, he did not even exert any strength at all. Dang 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 dang. With the spear dissipating, Mo Xiao leaped back in sheer horror. He had aimed for Xianxia's eye, thinking that the latter would surely attempt to dodge. But who could have known that the latter would remain completely still, as if a statue? He had really panicked for a moment, but to his astonishment, instead of a tragedy unfolding before his eyes, his spear had become the victim of the battle instead. It was in that moment that he realized that Xianxia was far more powerful than he had thought. Thus, he hurriedly retreated several steps before abruptly twisting his body around to send a kick right over. The transmission leading up to the kick was extremely smooth, and it was apparent just by looking at it that Mo Xiao had refined this move over and over again in order to achieve perfection. With chilling intent, his leg whipped right toward Xianxia's neck. Kacha! As if kicking a metal pillar, Mo Xiao's shin splintered from the center. Arg! With a cry of agony, Mo Xiao collapsed to the ground. His eyes reflected his disbelief as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you have surpassed Zongshi realm to reach Jizuan realm?" Xianxia's face twitched. He had not even made a move, but the other party's spear and leg were already ruined. How were they supposed to have a proper duel like that? I never thought that you would have reached such a level. Facing Xianxia's silence, Mo Xiao thought that he had guessed correctly, and envy rippled in the depths of his eyes. When he first heard that his good friend had come under Xiangshi's tutelage, he had felt sympathy for the latter for a very long time. Not too long later, a conflict had happened between Xiangshi and Lu Xun Laoshi, and his teacher, Wang Chao Laoshi, had made him come under Lu Xun Laoshi's tutelage instead. He had battled with Xianxia then, and it was there that he had realized that the latter's spearmanship had already far exceeded his. Ever since then, he had worked himself tirelessly, hoping to challenge Xianxia once more to a duel and best him. This was also why he had challenged Xianxia to a duel so passionately as soon as they reunited with one another. He had thought that his hard work over the year would allow him to defeat the latter with ease. But who could have known that the other party had already reached Zhizuan realm, thus pulling his distance away from him? His attack could not even hurt the other party. Xianxia intended to explain the matter, but eventually he simply shook his head. In Mo Zhao's eyes, Zhizuan realm probably meant the very peak of the world. It was only normal for him to think that way. At this moment, a voice echoed across the room. It was from Xianxia. He's already someone from a different world from you. Hearing those words, Xianxia lowered his gaze melancholically. He had been excited a moment ago to see his good friend, but by that point, his joy had already vanished. It was just a year of absence, but the gap between them had grown so huge that a rift of unthinkable size stood between the two of them. It swiftly dawned on him that the old days were already gone, and there was no way that the relationship between him and Mo Xiao would be the same anymore. Due to the difference in positions and strength, they no longer had a shared language with one another. No matter how hard they tried to ignore it, the rift would only become more and more visible to them until it was shoved right into their faces. Such was the current situation between them. Mo Xiao was still wondering whether he had achieved a breakthrough from Zhongshi to Zhizuan realm, whereas the truth was that he had already reached a level that Mo Xiao could not even fathom. Along with your growth, you will inevitably part with many friends, Xianxia continued. The worlds that Xianxia and Mo Xiao lived in had already diverged from one another, and it was unlikely that they would ever intersect again. It was not that any of them wanted to sever their friendship, but the sheer difference in their strength changed the nature of their relationship. Rivalry had always been a key aspect of their relationship, and there was no way that Mo Xiao could accept an unbridgeable distance between the two of them. Such a relationship would only crush his confidence and esteem. Hearing his teacher's words, Xianxia shook out of his state and replied with a smile, "Yes, you're right. I have reached Zhizuan realm." He pulled his good friend from the ground before walking over to Xianxia. "Teacher, may I have the pill that you took out earlier? Mo Xiao is injured, so I would like to give it to him." Here, with a flick of his finger, the pill that Xianxia had given the young lady earlier flew into Xiangyang's hand. "Eat this," Xiangyang said as he passed the pill over to Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao nodded. He was just about to swallow the pill when the young lady from before suddenly walked over with an anxious look on her face. "Senior, I took a look at the pill earlier, and there isn't the slightest hint of spiritual energy in it. It's very likely a fake pill. You mustn't eat it." She had taken a look at it, and the pill appeared extremely suspicious to her. What if Mo Xiao ate it and his cultivation went berserk? "Don't worry, I believe in Xiangyang. He wouldn't harm me," Mo Xiao replied with a smile before swallowing the pill heartily. While the vast difference in their strength did leave him feeling a little disheartened, the trust and feelings that he had for Xiangyang had not changed at all. He knew for certain that Xiangyang would not harm him, and he trusted him so. Little Meng is right. Mo Xiao, how can you swallow a pill from another person so recklessly? Lu Xun also did not expect his student to swallow the pill given by another person so readily. With a frown on his forehead, he rushed forward and placed his palm on Mo Xiao's body, saying, "I'll check on your physical condition to see if there's anything wrong with that pill." Boom! Barely after his jinqi surged into Mo Xiao's acupoints, a gush of heat suddenly rushed out from the latter's body, knocking him back. Pong! Lu Xun was sent flying before knocking heavily onto the stage, leaving a massive pit in it. "What terrifying strength!" Lu Xun remarked with narrowed eyes as he struggled to his feet. He anxiously looked at his student, only to see tremendous energy pulsating around the latter's acupoints. It looked almost as if the young man would burst into flames. An incredible surge of spiritual energy gathered around the young man, forming a massive spiral above him. Kacha! In less than 3 breaths, he had already overcome his bottleneck, and his Tongxian realm pinnacle cultivation advanced into Xianxia realm. However, it did not stop there. Xianxia realm primary stage, Xianxia realm intermediate stage, Xianxia realm advanced stage, Xianxia realm pinnacle, Zhizhuan realm primary stage, Zhizhuan realm intermediate stage. Even upon reaching Zhizhuan realm pinnacle, the momentum of his breakthroughs did not halt at all. He continued achieving a breakthrough right to transcendent mortal. Eventually, his cultivation stabilized at transcendent mortal 2-Dan origin energy realm. Every movement of his was suffused with incredible power, making it feel as if he had just ascended to immortality. This? Lu Xun's eyes widened as his body trembled uncontrollably. Looking almost as if he had seen a ghost, he uttered in disbelief, "That pill? Is it a grade 6 pill? Only a pill of grade 6 and above could possibly contain such pure medicinal energy that it would allow a person to achieve a breakthrough of several realms at once without coming to harm." Grade 6. The young lady from before suddenly felt her vision going dark. She suddenly recalled how she had rejected the pill earlier when they offered to pay her with it instead of gold coins. And she had even accused the other party of trying to swindle her. Had she accepted and swallowed it right away, the person to have made a breakthrough would have been her instead. Of course not. Hearing Lu Xun's words, Xianxia shook his head. How could my teacher possibly have grade 6 pills? It isn't a grade 6 pill? If that isn't the case, how could it allow Mo Xiao to achieve a breakthrough without suffering any side effects? His cultivation still feels incredibly compact. There isn't any feeling of looseness or instability, Lu Xun argued with widened eyes. All medicine contained some degree of poison. The higher grade a pill was, the greater medicinal energy it would harness, thus boosting a person's cultivation by a greater degree. However, this came at a price. One's cultivation would be unstable after the breakthroughs, and it was highly likely that it would harm one's body in one way or another. Was it really possible for a pill lower than grade 6 to achieve such mystical effects? Grade 6 pills don't have the ability to simultaneously heal a person's injuries and boost their cultivation significantly. The pill my teacher took out is a grade 8 pill, which is why Mo Xiao was able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, Xianxia explained with a smile. Grade 8. The commotion in the auditorium abruptly hushed as everyone found themselves stupefied by what they had just heard. It went without saying that a grade 8 pill could only be forged by an 8-star apothecary or above. Every single one of those pills was unbelievably invaluable. Even the king of the Tianxian kingdom would willingly abandon his position if he could acquire a grade 8 pill in return. To actually give such a valuable pill to Mo Xiao without any hesitation. Feeling the energy coursing through his body and his right leg healing up without a hitch, Mo Xiao felt as if he was dreaming. He hurriedly shook his head and exclaimed, "Xianxia, this is simply too expensive. I can't accept this gift from you." He had thought that it would just be an ordinary recovery pill. How in the world was he to know that it would actually be a legendary grade 8 pill? Had he known that it was worth so much, he would never have swallowed it. There's no need to stand on ceremony, it's just a pill. Given our relationship, it's nothing at all. Xianxia patted his good friend's shoulder as he spoke with a smile. Even though their worlds had diverged from one another, their feelings still remained. The nature of their relationship might change, but he would always remember Mo Xiao to be the person who had practiced spearmanship along with him in his younger days. Realizing that the young man standing before him was actually a fearsome figure, Lu Xun hurriedly walked over with a hint of deference in his eyes. Mo Xiao, your friend is a person who could afford to take out a grade 8 pill and gift it to another so easily. Without a doubt, the other party was not someone whom a 2-star master teacher like him could compare to. Teacher, he is perplexed to hear that his teacher was unable to recognize his good friend. Mo Xiao frowned in doubt. He was just about to introduce Xianxia when he heard a voice in his ears. I think it will be best if you don't introduce me. Back then, things didn't end too happily between me and Lu Xun Laosher. Mo Xiao immediately trailed to a halt. Indeed, due to Lu Xun humiliating Xianxia back then, his good friend, together with Xiaoye and the others, had challenged Lu Xun to a duel and pummeled him in public, causing their relationship to be rather tense. He's a friend whom I met by coincidence. I just didn't think that he would have such a valuable pill in his possession. Mo Xiao replied. I see. Lu Sun could detect that Mo Xiao was not being completely honest, but he chose not to probe any further. He took a glance at Xianxia and the others before nodding contemplatively. While the pill has raised your cultivation, you still have to reinforce it carefully before you are able to utilize it properly. Since that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. Let's meet again in the future. Having caused such a huge commotion, Zhang Yang felt that it would be awkward if he remained there. Thus, he bade his farewell to Mo Xiao before leaving with Xianxia and the others. At this point, there was no one amid the crowd who did not know that they were extraordinary, especially the young lady who had demanded the entrance fee from them earlier. She quickly rushed up to them, hoping to grasp the opportunity that she had missed earlier once more. However, barely after she took a few steps, her vision suddenly blurred. Before she knew it, their silhouettes had vanished, as if they had never appeared in the first place. It was as if everything had been a dream. Even when she tried to recall the event earlier, she found that she was unable to recall their faces, let alone their unique traits. Wah! The young lady collapsed to the ground and began bawling. How could she have allowed such an opportunity to slip right through her fingers? At that moment, all she wanted to do was bawl her eyes out. On the other hand, Lu Sun sent a telepathic message to Mo Xiao, remarking, "They are Xianxia and his direct disciples." It was hard to tell whether he was asking a question or simply making a statement. "Teacher?" Mo Xiao's face reddened upon hearing those words. It was clear to see that his good brother had been unwilling to reveal his identity publicly, but at the same time, he did not wish to lie to his teacher. "I don't intend to put you in a tough position. The reason I was able to tell is because I can't think of anyone else who would come here and give you a grade 8 pill," Lu Sun said with a bitter smile. "Treasure your friend well. It's the greatest fortune of your life to know him." Having cleared the 2-star master-teacher examination, he was privy to some of the secrets of the world. Through his connections, he had learned that his rival from a year ago, after leaving Tianxian Kingdom, had lived a brilliant life that shone like the stars in the sky. From time to time, he would hear of the other party performing some sort of spectacular feat that would leave the eyeballs of others popping out. Many said that he was a genius as well, but compared to the other party, well, there was probably no merit in making this comparison at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a tadpole in a marsh standing in the face of a divine dragon of the 9 heavens. Seeing that his teacher knew the truth, Mo Xiao knew that there was no point hiding it at all. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Teacher, you knew? If so, may I know if Zhengyang is at Jizuan realm? Or even higher than that?" His first thought upon witnessing the other party's strength was that the other party had achieved a breakthrough to Jizuan realm. However, after he swallowed the pill and his cultivation rose to transcendent mortal Tuden origin energy realm, he found that he was still unable to accurately perceive Zhengyang's strength. It was only then that he realized that his good friend had already reached a level that even his teacher could only look up to. His current realm is not something that we are qualified to know. You only need to know that if your brother had fought seriously earlier, there's a good chance that the entire Tianxian kingdom might have disappeared completely from the map. Lu Sun replied helplessly. The entire Tianxian kingdom disappearing from the map? Mo Xiao's lower jaw fell slack in astonishment. After leaving the auditorium, Xianxia and his students headed to the classroom where they had studied in the past. There were no changes to the classroom. It looked as small and narrow as it had done before. After looking around the classroom for a while, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You should go and reunite with your kin." Nodding, Wang Ying, Xiaoya, and the others took their leave. Wang Ying came from one of the 4 great clans of Tianxian Royal City, so her elder brother and father resided in the city. Xiaoya's father was one of the highest officials of the Tianxian Kingdom and was currently serving as the Lord of Baiyu City. Naturally, she had to meet her father since she had finally returned. As for Wei Ruyan and Lu Chong, as they had already lost all of their kin, they did not have anyone particular whom they really wanted to meet. Shortly after Xiaoya and the others left, Xiangyang hesitated for a brief moment before asking, Junior Ruyan, may I trouble you to come along with me? What is it? Wei Ruyan replied with a frown. Perhaps it was due to the influence of her background or the innate poison body, but she had a cold demeanor. Other than Zhang Xian, she would rarely bother with others, even if the other party was her senior or junior. While she was relatively closer to Xiangyang, the truth was that they rarely spoke to one another. I need your help with something. It's about one of the regrets that I have been harboring thus far. Xiangyang spoke hesitantly. Oh? Very well then. What is it? Wei Ruyan replied. Her teacher had always told her that she should look after her juniors and seniors. Since Xiangyang needed her help with something, as long as it was not too much trouble, she did not mind helping him. I would like to bring you to meet someone. You want me to meet someone? Wei Ruyan asked in bewilderment. It was not as if Xiangyang did not know that she did not take too well to anyone except for their teacher. So why did he still make such a request of her? Seeing Wei Ruyan's expression, Xiangyang hurriedly explained in embarrassment. You don't have to say anything later on. You just have to stand on the spot, and it'll suffice. Just who in the world is it? If the other party is strong, you can report it to our teacher and get his help, Wei Ruyan said. No, that isn't it. Not only is she not strong, she's extremely weak. At this point, Xiangyang gritted his teeth tightly, as if making up his mind, before explaining. To tell you the truth, before I came under our teacher's tutelage, there was a girl whom I loved. I gave her my heart, only to be faced with cold mockery and rejection. Since I have returned here, I wanted to meet her once more. It's not that I still have feelings for her, but I want to put a full stop to this regret of mine. In other words, you want me to act as your girlfriend? Wei Ruyan scoffed. Her senior was already the head of the Combat Master Hall, an ancient sage expert. Who could have thought that he would be such an amateur when it came to affairs relating to the heart? So, because he had been rejected by the other party in the past, he wanted to find an even more beautiful person to act as his girlfriend so as to make the other party regret rejecting him. What a childish act it was. Had she been in his shoes, there was no way that she would have resorted to something as meaningless as that. If the other party dared reject her, she would have just poisoned the other party to death. It would be an utter waste of breath to thrash things out and speak so much nonsense. Xiangyang scratched his head in embarrassment at having his intentions pointed out so directly by Wei Ruyan. Fine. I'll agree to your request. Seeing the look on Xiangyang's face, Wei Ruyan sighed deeply before relenting. With a glint in her eyes, she asked, So, what do you need me to do? Shall I poison her? If you want, I can guarantee her a slow and painful death, and you can be assured that there will be no evidence pointing to you. If you are worried about her family getting vengeance on you, I can help you get rid of them as well. It's all right. I think I can handle it by myself, Xiangyang replied with a shudder. He was getting the feeling that he might have erred in his judgment when he requested his junior's help. There's no need to stand on ceremony. If you don't want her dead, I can concoct some pills that will eat into her mind and turn her into a puppet. She will become your toy to play with, and you won't need to worry about her turning against you at all. Wei Ruyan continued throwing out ideas with a nonchalant look on her face. Cough. Xiangyang quickly interrupted Wei Ruyan's train of thought. Junior, I just remembered that I still have other stuff to attend to. You seem to be rather busy as well, so I guess I won't trouble you for such trivialities. Farewell. And so he immediately turned tail and fled. As expected of the master of Poison Hall, Wei Ruyan was truly not someone to be trifled with. However, before Xiangyang could get far, he heard the sound of wind behind him. Turning around, he saw a frail figure following behind him, and he was nearly scared out of his wits. Junior Ruyan, Xiangyang said with a hint of bitterness in his voice. I get it, you don't need to waste your breath explaining. I was only making some casual remarks. It's not as if I am fond of meaningless slaughter. Even if I want to make a move, I'll only make a move on those who are an ancient sage and above. Ordinary humans don't really pique my interest anymore. Wei Ruyan harumphed. While she was the master of the Poison Hall, She was not the kind of person who would take away a life for trivial reasons. Her words might not reflect it, but having lost her loved ones before, she was well aware of the value of life. Besides, if she dared make light of life, her teacher would probably be the first one to whip her to death. But Xianxia protested weakly. He knew that his junior had just been pulling his leg, but he really did not dare order a person as skilled with poison as Wei Ruyan around. If she lost her cool and released her poison, he would really be at a loss. No buts. Lead the way forward. If you dare say another meaningless word, I'll poison you mute. Wei Ruyan flung her hands coolly. Xianxia nearly burst into tears. What the heck was that? If he had known that would happen earlier, there was no way that he would have turned to her for help. Things really seemed to be getting out of his control. It was as if he had gotten on board a pirate's ship and could not alight anymore. The two of them swiftly flitted out of Hongtian Academy, and not too long later, they stopped right before a majestic manor. This manor was truly humongous in size, spanning the width of an entire street. Looking down at the manor from the sky, Xianxia was confused. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Wei Ruyan walked up to his side. I used to live in this area, and I'm sure that it's a civilian area. Why would there be such a huge manor here? Xianxia remarked in astonishment. His family was not too well-to-do. Otherwise, if he had gone through systematic training, he would not have had difficulties clearing Wang Chao Lauscher's assessment. Before he left, the place had still been an ordinary civilian housing area. When did such a massive manor appear there? Isn't that question a really simple one to answer? You just have to grab a person off the streets and ask him. Wei Ruyan descended to the ground and walked up to a tea stand. Looking at the owner of the tea stand, she asked, "Friend, may I ask if this manor has recently been constructed?" The owner of the tea stand initially could not be bothered to answer the question, but when he saw the looks of the young lady, a smile blossomed on his face as he quickly answered, "Young lady, it must be your first time in Tianxian Royal City. You're right, this manor was recently constructed. The construction began a year ago, and it was completed in less than a month. It said that all of the top craftsmen in the area worked tirelessly within this period of time in order to complete this project on time. Take a look at the layout of the courtyard. Rumor has it that the owner of the manor hired landscapers, making it a building even grander than the royal palace itself. Even landscapers were brought in?" Wei Ruyan and Xianxia exchanged gazes. Most civilians in Tianxian Royal City might have been unaware of the significance of landscapers, but the two of them were fully aware. Even large clans like the Zhang clan would have to tap into some connections in order to contact a landscaper. If the owner of the manor had the resources to build this manor and connections to hire a landscaper, why would they still choose to live in Tianxian Royal City? "Do you know whose manor this is?" Xianxia asked out of curiosity. "It's the Su clan's manor," the owner of the tea stand replied. "Su clan?" Xianxia was perplexed. Since when has there been a Su clan in Tianxian Royal City? The four great clans of the Tianxian Royal City had always been the Wang, Lu, Bai, and Du. There had never been any notable Su clans in the vicinity before. "You have never heard of the Su clan? Do you know of its clan head, Su Maoqing?" The owner of the tea stand asked with a frown. Su Maoqing. Xianxia's body jolted as he looked as if he had heard something unbelievable. Is his daughter Su Feifei?" "That's right." The owner of the tea stand nodded in response. If not for his daughter finding a good son-in-law, there's no way that he, Su Maoqing, would have been able to live in such a luxurious manner. If it was 2 years ago, he wouldn't have been able to afford the tea from my stand. Even the clothes that he wore were shabby and ugly. However, after finding himself that son-in-law, the one thing that he doesn't lack now is money. I heard that he spent a total of 10 gold coins just for his dinner yesterday. Wait a moment. Son-in-law? Xianxia cut into the owner's words. Unknowingly, his hands had already clenched into fists. Huh? It looks like you really don't know much. Do you? However, you are right to ask me about the matter. I have been working here for more than 10 years now, and there's nothing in this area that escapes my notice. The owner of the tea stand was becoming more and more passionate in his words, such that it was starting to feel as if he would never stop. His daughter, Su Feifei, somehow got to know a noble of some empire. The noble is rich and powerful, and he built this massive manor just for the two of them. Otherwise, given the capabilities of that father and daughter, do you think that they would ever have been able to afford something of this scale? I see, Xianxia replied as he nodded in a daze. So, this Su Feifei is the young lady whom you fancied in the past? It seems like she doesn't a good eye for people. Wei Ruyan chuckled softly as she sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Be it the noble of whichever empire or what, even emperors would pale in comparison to the current Xianxia. To think that Su Feifei had actually forsaken the pearl before her eyes to settle with a mere noble. It sure would be interesting to break open her mind and find out what she was thinking once she found out what she had missed out on. Xianxia was momentarily unable to find the words to speak. Back then, he had been rejected by Su Feifei right before the assessment, resulting in his forceful spearmanship being riddled with hesitance. As a result, he had failed to come under Wang Chao's tutelage. Look! They are coming out. Jia! The massive gates of the manor creaked open, and a young lady holding onto the arm of a middle-aged man walked out from within. The young lady was decent-looking, but in terms of appearance, she would hardly be a match for even Xin Bairu, let alone Wei Ruyan, Xiaoya, and the others. The middle-aged man beside her had a plump body and slightly distorted facial features. His size was even more exaggerated than Yuan Tao's. Despite so, the young lady's chin remained proudly tilted upward, as if she was holding onto the hand of a charming prince. Seeing this sight, Wei Ruyan scoffed. The person you liked actually married such an ugly old man? It was likely that Su Feifei had married the other party for his money. But how in the world could Su Feifei bear sleeping beside someone like that every night if it was not true love? Breathing out deeply, Xianxia turned around and said, "Let's go." This was the first person whom he had liked, and his crush on her had lasted more than 5 years. All he wanted was to pay her one last visit so as to put down his feelings for her once and for all. Since he had met her, and it seemed like she was living blissfully, that was already enough for him. Go? The show hasn't even started yet, so how can we go at such an exciting moment? Wei Ruyan chuckled softly as her lips crept into a smile. No matter what, Xianxia was her senior. He had offered his heart to Su Feifei back then, only to be cruelly rejected. If Su Feifei had lived her life properly since then, she would have had nothing to say. However, she had actually found an oversized old man to live with. Of course, it was Su Feifei's right to choose how she wanted to live, but Wei Ruyan simply could not help but feel pissed at this turn of events. And given that she was pissed, how could she possibly allow them to continue living happily? Not expecting Wei Ruyan to refuse to leave, Xianxia suddenly had a bad premonition. Junior, don't mess around. They are just ordinary people. Don't worry, I don't plan on going too far. Ignoring Xiangxia's protests, Wei Ruyan took a seat at the tea stand and smiled sweetly at the owner. Boss, a pot of tea here. After the pot of tea arrived, she sipped leisurely on the tea as if she was just idling her afternoon around in the area. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to forcefully extricate Wei Ruyan from the area, Xianxia clutched his forehead before sitting right in front of her with a helpless look on his face. Su Feifei looked at the middle-aged man beside her and asked, "Xiangji-1, are we really heading to the royal palace? I instructed that Xin Jue fellow to bring me some death soldiers, but he hasn't gotten it done yet. He probably doesn't want his emperor's seat anymore." The middle-aged man addressed as Xiangji harumphed coldly as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. To dare disobey Xiangji, that Xin Jue sure is brazen. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might think that he's really something. Su Feifei covered her mouth with her hand as she scoffed coyly, fully revealing her disdain for the emperor of the Tianxian kingdom. In the eyes of others, Xin Jue was the respected emperor of the Tianxian kingdom, but to her, he meant nothing at all. That's right. He's just the emperor of a measly unranked kingdom, but he sure thinks highly of himself. If not for my benevolence, he would have already died many times over. Xiangdi sneered coldly. In the midst of his words, his face suddenly twitched, and strength suddenly drained from his legs. Put on. He fell over and kneeled onto the ground. Taken aback, Su Feifei exclaimed in horror, Xianxia. She knew full well how powerful the middle-aged man beside her was. In terms of strength, even Xinjue was no match for him at all. He was an existence that far surpassed Jizuan realm. Yet, for him to fall down just like that, something had to be up. Who assaulted me? Not expecting to be humiliated in public, Xianxia glared at the surroundings ferociously as he spat with clenched jaws. You have been afflicted with my divine ghost heart beguiling poison. A calm voice sounded in the air. If you wish to live, you need someone to willingly transfuse their fresh blood to you. Otherwise, within an incense's time too, you will die from excessive blood loss from your 7 apertures 3, and not even the deities will be able to save you. Tracing the voice, Xianxia hurriedly lifted her head, only to see a young lady seated gracefully before a tea stand with a cup of piping hot tea in her hands. Who are you? We have no grudge against one another, so why do you want to kill me? Judging from how the young lady was able to poison him from afar and render him powerless, as well as the fact that he found himself unable to gauge the depths of the young lady's strength at all, Xianxia realized that he was not a match for the young lady. Thus, he did not dare move recklessly. How could there be so many grudges in the world to deal with? I simply found the sight of you irksome. Wei Ruyan leisurely tucked her hair behind her ears as she placed the teacup back onto the table. With absolute nonchalance, she remarked, You don't have much time left. I don't think you have the luxury to be dawdling around here if you want to live. Xianxia swiftly drove the Jinqi in his body in hopes of neutralizing the poison in his body, but he found that he was unable to flush it out. It was likely just as the young lady had said. He needed someone to transfuse their blood into him in order to be cured. With a livid expression, he turned to Su Feifei beside him and shouted, Feifei, come over here. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking of, Su Feifei's face paled in horror as she retreated fearfully. Even true love would falter in the face of life and death, let alone a relationship built on mutual benefits. Watching as Su Feifei backed away, Xianxia narrowed his eyes threateningly. Are you thinking of disobeying my orders? Su Feifei trembled in fear. You are just a countryside bumpkin. Can't be that you actually think of yourself as a noble person? You should have known the price behind the luxury you were given. Hurry up and transfuse your blood to me. If I recover from this poison, I'll dote on you like before. Otherwise, I'll have your life right here, right now. Xianxia roared as killing intent flared from his eyes. What Su Feifei and Su Maoqing? They were all just convenient tools at his disposal. Don't. Knowing that she would likely lose her life if the transfusion took place, Su Feifei backed away fearfully. However, barely after taking a few steps back, she suddenly felt a powerful energy sweeping over her. In that instant, she realized that if she continued backing away, there was no doubt that Xianxia would have her life. The light in her eyes immediately vanished, replaced with sorrowful darkness. There was a person who had loved her wholeheartedly a year ago. He had confessed to her, but she had scorned him for his shabby background and rejected him. Who knew that the young man would actually find himself a good teacher and rise to the top? Even Xinjue had to honor him as an esteemed guest. She had thought that she had lost the only opportunity in her life to break out of poverty. But who could have expected that she would meet Xianxia a year ago? Xianxia treated her extremely well, even building her this massive manor. She had thought that he was truly in love with her, but at that moment, she realized that she was nothing more than a toy to the other party. Paying no heed to the arguments between those two, Wei Ruyan turned to look at Zheng Yang with a smile on her face. How is it? There was no better trial than life and death to test a person's feelings. And clearly, these two people were only making use of one another. How she wishes to live her life is her own choice. I don't have the right to interfere in her affairs, Zheng Yang replied, but he felt as if his heart was being sliced into innumerable pieces. He had liked this young lady from a very young age, and for the longest of time, His greatest wish had been to get together with her. He had never thought that they would end up like that. I'll give you an opportunity to play the hero. Don't you want to make her regret her decision? There's no better opportunity than this. Wei Ruyan incited Zhengyang. There's no need for that. I have already removed her from my heart. Zhengyang shook her head. He realized that it was meaningless even if he made her regret her decision. They were already two people from two different worlds. It was already impossible for them to get together. Besides, upon knowing Su Feifei's nature, even if they did get together, he knew that there would be a lingering doubt in his mind that the other party was only interested in his fortune and power, not he himself. He would hate to put himself in a position where he would constantly be doubting his partner. Since that was the case, why even bother? It doesn't matter whether you have removed your feelings for her or not. If you don't do anything now, she will really lose her life. Wei Ruyan remarked calmly as she continued sipping on her tea. Zhengyang hurriedly raised his head, only to see that Xianxi's eyes had gone completely red. Xiangji raised his arm and pulled Su Feifei toward him with his jinqi. Using his finger as a sword, he lightly slit the young lady's pale wrist, causing warm blood to flow out. Transfusing blood and transferring a bloodline were two different matters. Transfusing blood only needed one to use the blood of another to replace their own poison blood. The process was not too complicated, and even a normal 2-star physician would be able to carry out such an operation. Even though Xiangji had been poisoned, his cultivation had not been suppressed. As long as he carried it out carefully, he would be able to do it himself. Seeing that Su Feifei would really lose her life at this rate, Zhengyang immediately got up and bellowed, "Hold it right there!" In response, Xiangji turned his head around and glared at Zhengyang coldly. At the same time, Su Feifei heard that familiar voice, and her body trembled. She quickly turned her gaze to the figure walking toward her, and tears began streaming from her eyes. "Zhengyang, why you are back?" There was no way she would not recognize that voice. It belonged to the young man who had bucked up the courage to confess to her, only to be rejected. Watching as he walked over a step at a time, his figure looked incomparably large under the rays of the sun. Even though Zhengyang did not want to make a move, he knew his junior's temperament too well. She was not so heartless as to allow Xiangji to really kill Su Feifei, but she would only step in at the very last moment. Even though he no longer felt the passion that he once had for the young lady before him, he could not stand to watch her suffering right before his eyes. Zhang Yang's arrival was like a final ray of hope for Su Feifei. Clutching tightly onto that ray of hope, she desperately cried, "Zhang Yang, save me. Don't worry." With a wave of his hand, the energy that Xiangji had wrapped around Su Feifei immediately dissipated. "Who are you?" Xiangji asked with narrowed eyes. He only had an incense's time left. If he did not quickly find someone to transfuse blood to him, he might just lose his life. This fellow seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have some ties with Su Feifei. This made him extremely wary. "It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask what your relationship with her is. If you don't like her, why did you get together with her, even building such a huge manor for her?" Zhang Yang asked calmly, as if a judge dictating the life and death of a criminal. After all that he had been through, he was not the young man whom he had been. If not for the fact that Su Feifei was the final fragment of regret in the depths of his heart, the innocent dream of his youth, he would not have come over in the first place. Xiangji pondered for a moment before replying, "I do have feelings for her. Otherwise, given my identity, why would I lower myself to live in such a trivial, unranked kingdom?" He noticed that the young man had been sitting together with the young lady who had poisoned him, and he realized that he was unable to see through the young man's cultivation as well. Furthermore, the fact that the young man was able to make his jinqi dissipate was enough to show that the young man was no ordinary figure. All in all, this made him instinctively realize that he could not afford to offend the young man before him. "You have feelings for her?" Zhang Yang scoffed. "If you have feelings for her, how could you ask her to sacrifice herself for your sake? If the two of them truly had feelings for one another, that would probably have been the end of it. After all, He had already let go of his feelings for Su Feifei, so there was no reason for him to interfere in her affairs anymore. However, the middle-aged man had actually disregarded Su Feifei's life just to ensure his own survival. In fact, there was not the slightest compassion or regret that could be seen in his eyes. This made Xianxia enraged. For a noble from an empire to come over to an unranked kingdom to build such a massive manor, if it was not due to love, he had to be up to something. I really do love. Xianxia hurriedly tried to explain himself. There's no need to lie to me. You aren't strong enough to do that. Xianxia interjected coldly as he snapped his fingers. Arg! With a scream of agony, Xianxia collapsed to the ground in pain as sweat drenched his entire body. It was just an instant, but it made him realize the unbridgeable gap between him and the young man before him. It would take a mere thought for the other party to kill him. Who in the world are you? Just what kind of grudge is there between the two of us? If you want her, I can give her to you. Xianxia screamed as he pointed frantically at Su Feifei. Xianxia was a person who could sacrifice his loved ones when his life was at stake, let alone a woman whom he had absolutely no feelings for. Give her to me? Xiangyang's face turned even colder. Is she nothing more than a commodity in your eyes? Or do you view her as a chip that you can give to others as and when you please so as to guarantee your own survival? Xiangji's teeth clattered in fear. In a moment of rage, Xiangyang failed to control his own aura, leaving Xiangji feeling as if he was facing a ferocious beast. With a thought, the latter would be able to crush him into dust, leaving no trace of him at all. Prior to getting together with Su Feifei, he had made sure to investigate the latter's background. As someone born and raised in Tianxian Royal City, there should have been no way that she would be acquainted with such a powerful person. While Xiangji was scared out of his wits, Su Feifei found her mind blanking out in confusion. A year ago, Xiangyang had been a nobody whom even someone like her could toss to the ground and stomp on. Yet, a year later, it seemed like their positions had completely reversed. Even Xiangji, a figure whom Xin Jue dared not offend, was nearly scared out of his wits before him. Just how powerful was the current Xiangyang? Seeing that Xiangji was on the verge of being crushed to death under Xiangyang's pressure, Wei Ruyan walked over while stretching her back lazily as she remarked with a smile. Our teacher will get mad if you go too far. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Hearing those words, Xiangyang retracted his aura before gazing down on Xiangji once more. With eyes narrowed into slits, he said, I only want to hear the absolute truth, so don't you dare play games with me. The person who has just poisoned you is my junior. If I notice any falsehood from you, I will have no choice but to get my junior to conduct a soul search on you. Junior? Xiangji's body trembled as he quickly turned his gaze to Wei Ruyan. Meeting with the smile on her face, his body froze on the spot. If even the junior was so powerful, would it not be even more so for the senior? Speak. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Xiangyang eyed Xiangji coldly as a blue glint flashed from the tip of his spear. In truth, even without relying on soul search, he had several hundred methods that he could use to force the other party to speak. He would truly be a failure as the head of the Combat Master Hall if he did not possess some interrogation methods. Seeing the blue glint on the spear, Xiangji felt as if someone had grabbed his jinshi and rattled it all around, leaving him with a terrible aching feeling throughout. If even looking at the blue glint could leave him with such a feeling, he could not imagine the suffering that he would be put under if such a thing penetrated his body. Knowing that there was no escape from this, Xiangji gritted his teeth before starting his story. I am Xiang Yun, a treasure hunter. I have been scouring unranked kingdoms over the years, searching for all kinds of treasures, and my efforts eventually led me here. A treasure hunter? Xiangyang and Wei Ruyan exchanged glances before nodding. They had heard of such an occupation before, and the most famous treasure hunters in the world were none other than the Sage Yun clan. Treasure hunters possessed exceptional means that allowed them to pinpoint the location of hidden artifacts, making them one of the most lucrative occupations on the master-teacher continent. I detected incredible pulsations of energy coming from the place where Su Feifei lived, so I figured that it was an exceptionally powerful artifact, Xianxia explained. My first thought was to buy the house, but I quickly dispelled the notion as I knew it would appear rather suspicious if an outsider like me abruptly bought a house in an unranked kingdom. Furthermore, treasure hunting is a long-term process, so there's a risk that an anomaly in my actions will draw the attention of others and place me in trouble. Thus, I used Su Feifei as a cover for me to conduct my work. With the relationship between the two of us serving as cover, I was able to successfully purchase all of the houses in the area without any trouble. After that, in order to ensure that I am able to conduct my operations in privacy, I chose to construct a massive manor right here. As the saying went, danger comes to those who flaunt their wealth. It was true that Xiang's strength was unrivaled in the Tianxian kingdom, but news of the emergence of a superior treasure would indubitably draw in more experts from all around the continent. By then, even with the full force of his clan, it was unlikely that they would be able to claim the treasure for themselves. Thus, he had used marriage as an excuse to buy all of the houses in the area and built a manor before setting up all kinds of protective formations in the area. This way, no one would suspect a thing. You said that you like me, but everything is just a lie so that you can obtain the treasure hidden beneath my home? Those words made Su Feifei's face pale as she fell feebly to the ground. Back then, she had been drawn in by the other party's flowery words and immense wealth. She had thought that she had captured this man with her charms. However, it turned out that what the other party desired had never been her but the treasure hidden beneath her house. Knowing that it would be best for him to distance himself as far from Su Feifei as possible, Xiang harumphed coldly. Given your gold-digger personality and your subpar looks, do you really think that you are able to move my heart? If not for the fact that there's a treasure beneath your house, there's no way I would have put up with you till now. Enough, Xianxia said with a fling of his sleeve. Pong! Struck in the chest, Xiang was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. His face reddened, and a mouthful of crimson blood spurted from his lips. You only have to answer what I want to know, Xianxia said coldly. Everything other than that is just a waste of my time. Why yes. Suppressing his injuries, Xiang heaved a sigh of relief upon knowing that he had managed to make it clear that he did not have any relationship with Su Feifei at all. I don't really know about treasure and the like, but over the past year of work, I have gotten near my goal. However, it's just that the barrier around the treasure is too strong, such that I'm unable to breach it due to my lacking cultivation. Xianxia pondered with a deep frown for a moment before replying, Take me there! For someone of the Sage Yun clan to go through so much effort just to acquire some treasure, it was likely that the treasure was truly nothing ordinary. Since that was the case, he really should head over to take a look. All right, Xiang nodded. Given that his life was in the other party's hands, there was no way he could turn the other party down. Thus, Xianxia released his pressure on Xiang, and under the latter's lead, they entered the manor. As for Su Feifei, she stood hesitantly on the spot for a moment before choosing to follow them. As soon as Xianxia and Wei Ruyan entered the manor, the first thing they noticed were innumerable isolation formations set up all around. It was really no exaggeration to say that the manor was an enclosed fortress by itself, such that nothing inside could get out. Proceeding ahead, it did not take long for them to stop before a majestic hall. Pushing the door open, they saw a massive pit lying right ahead of them. There was a huge pile of white bones all around, forming a sight of desolation. You killed so many people just to acquire the treasure? Xianxia narrowed his eyes as killing intent seeped out of his body. The responsibility of the Combat Master Hall lay not only in fending off the otherworldly demonic tribe, but to maintain the peace and prosperity of mankind as well. To kill so many humans just to acquire a treasure was already an infringement of the Combat Master Hall's moral code. And no, I didn't kill them. They were workers whom I spent a fortune to hire. They are in charge of the excavation job, but not too long ago when they dug up a stone tablet, an aura was released, and all of them died on the spot. For fear that it would draw suspicion, I reduced their corpses to white bones and left them here. Xiang explained in a fluster. I have already compensated the families of the workers handsomely. Even though I desire the treasure a lot, I dare not kill the innocent for the sake of it. Stone tablet. Knowing that these workers were already dead, and that it would be difficult to continue investigating this matter, Xianxia decided to put that matter aside for the time being and inquire about the other suspicion that he had. It's located at the bottom of the pit. I dispatched 10 death soldiers to inspect it, but all of them died as soon as they reached the vicinity of the stone tablet. So, I'm not too sure about what's going on either, Xianxia explained with a bitter look on his face. He had thought that he had stumbled upon a huge treasure, but who could have known that the death toll would just keep rising higher and higher? He had already sunk in too much to allow himself to back off with nothing in hand. As there was no one else who was willing to approach the stone tablet, Xianxia had no choice but to turn to Xianxia in hopes of acquiring some death soldiers from him. It was just that he had never expected to stumble upon those two experts shortly after leaving his manor. Let's head down and take a look. Hearing that a stone tablet had actually taken away so many lives, Xianxia was growing more and more intrigued. I am a little too weak for this, so I'll leave the two of you to be. Xianxia's face paled. It went without saying that he did not dare enter the pit himself. He was afraid that he would die just like many others that had gone before him. Cut the crap and get moving, Wei Ruyan harumphed. With a wave of her hand, Xianxia was thrown into the pit before he could release a scream of agony, following which Xianxia and Wei Ruyan leaped in. The pit was roughly several hundred meters deep. There were many night illumination pearls placed all around, making the interior shine as though it was morning. As soon as they reached the bottom of the pit, Xianxia and Wei Ruyan immediately began looking around, only to have frowns creep onto their faces shortly after. This aura feels a little weird, Xianxia said after a moment of careful examination. It's the aura of an ancient sage, Wei Ruyan said. She turned to Xianxia beside her and asked, "Where's the stone tablet supposed to be?" "It's supposed to be down there." Gulping from fright, Xianxia pointed in front of him. Knowing that there was something sinister about this place, Xianxia took a deep breath and whipped out his spear. Hula! He flicked his wrist lightly, and a large pile of sand was raked up, revealing a massive stone tablet. There were mysterious, unreadable inscriptions on the stone tablet, and it emanated an air of killing intent. Just looking at the stone tablet was enough to leave one with a splitting headache. The aura of an ancient sage that the two of them had felt earlier originated from that very stone tablet. This is the stone tablet that I talked about. Masters, I am a little too weak for this, so I'll take my leave now. With quivering lips, Xianxia immediately turned around and darted away fearfully. However, barely after taking 2 steps, his body suddenly froze on the spot. No matter how much he struggled, he found himself unable to go a single step further. With us around, there's no way you will lose your life. If we die, there won't be anyone to treat your poison, and you'll die, Wei Ruyan remarked calmly. Xianxia was really on the verge of bursting into tears. The other party was right. He was afflicted with severe poison, so if these two died, he would be the next to follow no matter where he fled. I'll head over to take a look. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia placed his spear in front of him before approaching the stone tablet with wary, controlled steps. Before even reaching the stone tablet, he suddenly felt concentrated killing intent gushing in his direction, seemingly attempting to tear him in two. In the face of such might, any great sage cultivators would have succumbed to the immense pressure by now. However, Xianxia was an ancient sage cultivator, as well as the head of the Combat Master Hall. He had tempered his mind before, making him exceptionally resilient to the otherworldly demons Xianxia of slaughter. No matter how concentrated the killing intent was, it would not pose a threat to him. Walking up to the stone tablet, he noticed that it was emanating a warm glow, as if the tens of thousands of years that it had spent buried underground had not damaged it in the slightest. Its inscriptions looked as if they were freshly engraved. Tracing the inscriptions with his finger, Xianxia shook his head. These are characters from the ancient era. I can't read them at all. Due to the limitations of his knowledge, he could not discern the content of the inscription. If their teacher was with them, they might still have been able to do something about it. Jai. Jai. Seeing that Xianxia actually dared touch the stone tablet, Xiang's teeth clattered together in fright. All of the workers and death soldiers that he had sent in had passed away even when they were standing a long distance away from the stone tablet. Yet, this young man was able to walk up to it and even touch it directly with his hands. Just how powerful was he? Why would such a formidable figure suddenly come to a place as minor as Tianxian Kingdom? Wait a moment. He recognizes Su Feifei, he uses a spear, and his junior is a master practitioner of poison. Could they possibly be? All of a sudden, Xiang's body froze on the spot as two names surfaced in his mind. Even though he had not been in his clan over the past few years, there was probably no one in the world who did not know of the deeds of that legendary man and his many disciples. Thinking about it, they seemed to have their roots in Tianxian Kingdom. Could the young man before him possibly be the most talented individual the Combat Master Hall had ever had, Hall Master Zheng? He knew that the new Hall Master of the Combat Master Hall went by the surname of Zheng, but he had not been too sure of the other party's full name. However, now that he was raking his mind, he seemed to have the impression that the other party's full name was Xianxia. An ordinary woman like Su Feifei actually had the fancy of the incumbent head of the Combat Master Hall? Sweat droplets began filling Xiang's head as he felt a hoarseness at the back of his throat. He felt as if he would pass out at any moment. Ignoring Xiang, who was facing the most severe mental breakdown in his entire life, the frown on Xiangyang's forehead grew deeper and deeper as he walked around the stone tablet to take a closer look. Then, he turned back to look at Wei Ruyan. Wei Ruyan nodded in response, as if affirming Xiangyang's judgment. So, Xiangyang took a deep breath before taking several steps back, following which his spear shot forth with formidable might. Hula! Spatial ripples appeared in the air as the spear struck the direct center of the stone tablet. Kacha! The sound of the formation being torn apart echoed as the entire stone tablet trembled. A huge crack appeared in the ground, forming a passageway that led further downward. The smell of decay was absent in the passageway. However, there was the scent of something ancient and sinister, almost like a pathway leading to the netherworld. Let's head in to take a look. The brave Xiangyang was the first one to step into the passageway, and Wei Ruyan followed behind him. The passageway was dark and slightly damp. The inscriptions on the wall had sealed the passageway tightly, such that those whose cultivation hadn't reached ancient sage would never be able to sense its existence. This seems to be a pathway constructed back during Kong Shi's era, Wei Ruyan said as she inspected her surroundings carefully. In truth, the passageway looked as good as new, but the construction method and the inscriptions carried clear indications of the ancient era, thus hinting at its age. Heading down the passageway, they traveled for several dozen li over the course of an hour before finally arriving before a stone chamber. Xiangyang placed his spear before his chest in preparation to meet with any unexpected circumstances. At the same time, Wei Ruyan flicked her wrist and embedded several night illumination pearls to the walls all around, bringing illumination to the area. The stone chamber was roughly 40 meters in diameter, and at the center was a coffin made out of bluestone. It emanated an extremely historic aura. There's only a coffin in here? Wei Ruyan frowned in astonishment. Which fool would construct an underground passageway that extended several dozen li and seal it with a stone tablet that only ancient sages could breach just to store a single coffin? It was ridiculously extravagant, was it not? Perplexed, Xiangyang slowly approached the coffin. Lifting his spear, he was just about to use it to pry open the coffin when a sharp aura suddenly emanated from the coffin, following which he suddenly felt a jolt in his hands. Wang! Xiangyang's spear fell right to the ground, as if paying respects to the coffin. What happened? Noticing that something was amiss, Wei Ruyan swiftly gathered her poison aura as she rushed forward, ready to reinforce Xiangyang at any moment. My spear has been intercepted by another's spear intent. It seems like the person in the coffin comprehended a higher level of spear intent than me, Xiangyang replied in astonishment. Even though his spear was not an ancient sage artifact, through prolonged contact with him, it would not pale too much in comparison to one. Despite that, it was still forced to bow in submission to the coffin. It was apparent that whatever was in the coffin commanded a higher level of spear intent than him, rendering his spear utterly powerless before it. Wait a moment. Are you telling me that the thing in the coffin possesses spearmanship more advanced than you? Wei Ruyan could hardly believe what she was hearing. Her senior had learned his spearmanship directly from their teacher, and he had already reached the level of spear quintessence. It was no joke to say that he was the second most formidable spear user in their era. Despite that, he was actually saying that the thing inside the coffin was more formidable than him. How could that be? No matter what, we have to open it to take a look. Junior, I need you to coordinate together with me in order to forcefully pry open the coffin, Xianxia said. Wei Ruyan nodded in agreement. So, the two of them took their positions on the two ends of the coffin. With an understanding glance, Xianxia and Wei Ruyan raised their hands simultaneously and grabbed forth. They were both ancient sage experts who had received Zhang Xian's personal guidance over the course of a month, causing their fighting prowess to rise to an exceptional level. Even blood reincarnation realm experts would be pushed to a corner against their combined might, let alone a mere coffin. Jia! A hideous screeching sound echoed in the air as a crack appeared on the coffin. An overwhelming aura surged into the sky, threatening to collapse the entire underground cavern on them. Xianxia quickly sealed the aura with a wave of his hand, and only after ensuring that it was not leaking at all did he finally proceed forward slowly. The aura of ancient sages was destructive in nature. Even if a sliver of it leaked out, it could cause a huge calamity. Of course, cultivators of their caliber could deal with it easily, but the same could not be said for the civilians of Tianxian Royal City. Their carelessness could easily spell countless deaths. Walking up to the coffin, they peeked inward, only to see a corpse lying still within. Even though years had passed, the corpse had retained its flesh and blood. From its external appearance, it looked as if it was just a person sleeping. It's the corpse of an ancient sage. The eyebrows of the two of them shot up. Only the corpse of an ancient sage could possibly retain such frightening might even after death. Only the corpse of an ancient sage was non-decayable, allowing it to retain its external appearance even after tens of thousands of years. This is. Taking a closer look at the corpse, Xianxia suddenly thought of something that caused his face to pale, and his body stiffened up in shock. What's wrong? Wei Ruyan asked in intrigue. Even though they did not interact with one another frequently, she did have a good grasp of Xiangyang's personality. This senior of hers had a daring and reckless personality, so it was perplexing to see him getting shaken by a mere corpse. He is ancient sage Ranqiu, Xianxia exclaimed as he clenched his fists tightly. Ancient sage Ranqiu? You mean the disciple of Kong Shi who boasted the greatest fighting prowess, the founder of the Combat Master Hall? Wei Ruyan was taken aback. That's right. Xianxia took in a deep breath to calm down the chaos in his mind. Ancient sage Ranqiu had been one of the 10 apostles under Kong Shi's tutelage, and he had been the strongest ancient sage aside from Kong Shi himself. Just the fact that he was the founder of the Combat Master Hall was testimony to his tremendous strength. On 2 different occasions, when he inherited the position of the progeny of Combat and Hall Master, he had knelt before ancient sage Ranqiu's sculpture, which looked identical to the corpse before him. This was also why he had identified the other party with a single glance. To think that one of the greatest disciples of Kong Shi, the second strongest ancient sage in the world, would actually have his corpse buried there. This was something that could not be found in any records. It was no wonder his spear had bowed down as soon as it met with the coffin. Ancient sage Ranqiu was a spearmaster, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear was something that he had forged on his own. The fact that the other party had forged such a powerful artifact showed how deep his understanding of spearmanship was. It was little wonder that the other party's comprehension of spearmanship had even exceeded his own. After recovering from his shock, Xianxia turned around and instructed, Junior, I'll need you to quickly return and inform our teacher of this matter. Meanwhile, I'll stand guard here. The scale of the issue went beyond their initial expectations. Given the severity of the matter, it was best for them to bring their teacher in to help make a judgment. Understanding the logic behind Zheng Yang's decision, Wei Ruyan immediately turned around and flitted back to the surface. After Wei Ruyan's departure, Zheng Yang walked slowly around the coffin, wanting to take a closer look at the elder who had founded the Combat Master Hall. But all of a sudden, a series of mechanical clacking noises echoed in the air, and yet another passageway surfaced beneath the coffin. Zheng Yang hesitated for a moment upon seeing this sight before deciding to venture in. Bam! As soon as he stepped into the passageway, the ray of light above him vanished. The passageway had instantaneously closed on him. Faced with such a situation, Zheng Yang frowned in bewilderment, but he did not panic. He took out a night illumination pearl before carefully heading deeper into the passageway. A few steps later, he found another massive hall appearing before him. Its layout was very similar to the hall before, and there was also a coffin positioned at the very center of the room. Zheng Yang pondered for a moment before walking toward the coffin. He raised his hand and pried open the lid, thus revealing a figure before him. When he got a closer look at the corpse, it was as if a mini explosion had occurred in his mind. He hurriedly retreated several steps, till his back was pressed against the wall. Yet, even so, the disbelief in his mind did not vanish at all. It was a very long while before a husky voice finally came out of his throat. "Ke Kong Shi." The corpse lying in the coffin was none other than the world's teacher, Kong Shi. Had he not ascended to a higher dimension? Why was his corpse there? Zheng Yang's mind blanked out in that instant. No thoughts came to his mind at all, and he did not dare think any deeper into the matter. This was so huge that if he spoke a wrong word, it could lead to a major catastrophe. Kong Shi was the pillar of support within the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Even though he had vanished from the world, many still held his teachings dear to them and viewed him as their ultimate aspiration. No one could have ever thought that the great Kong Shi would actually be dead there, just like the sculptures erected in his form outside. He had a gentle smile on his lips, reminiscent of a kind teacher. It was as if he had been killed in the midst of his lecture. But given the strength that Kong Shi wielded, who could possibly have the ability to kill him? And who was the one who had buried him there, such that even the Master-Teacher Pavilion and the 100 School of Philosophers were completely oblivious to it? Zheng Yang's heart beat wildly as he felt his throat turning dry. There were so many words at the back of his mind, but he was unable to voice a single one of them. Eventually, he chose to simply sit on the floor and wait for himself to calm down. It had been a feeling of shock when he saw ancient sage Ranxio's corpse, and after finding the second corpse, there was nothing but horror in his mind. It was perfectly normal for anyone in the world to die, but for such a thing to happen to the revered Kong Shi as well, the faith of countless would shatter in an instant. Zheng Yang was so flustered that he did not know what he should do at all. It's fine. Everything will be resolved once teacher is here." Zheng Yang struggled to his feet as he shook whatever thoughts he had out of his mind. Having followed his teacher for so long, he knew that there was no difficulty in the world that could bring his teacher down. It was fine that he could not find a solution out of the current quandary he was seeing. All he had to do was wait. With such a thought, he left the hall, intending to return to where he had come from. However, his feet suddenly froze in place. A surge of power washed over him, and his consciousness blurred. Put on. Silence. Sitting in the room that he had previously lectured in, Zhang Xian felt his state of mind flowing freely, extending into the distance along with his thoughts. He had only been an ordinary librarian in his previous life. It was beyond his imagination that the day would come when he would transcend over to another world. It had been a period of confusion and panic when he first transcended over. He had no idea what he should do, and the only desire that drove him forward was the wish to live on. It had taken some time for everything to settle down and for him to assimilate into the world. All of the memories of his life surged into his head, be it his previous life, the period after his transcension, the moment that he first stepped into the library of Heaven's Path. Slowly, something seemed to sprout within Zhang Xian. It was a strength that seemed to exceed even the heavens themselves. It was going to break free of the ground and blossom into something beautiful. In his moment of enlightenment, Flurried footsteps sounded in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see Wei Ruyan standing before him. Hearing Wei Ruyan's words, Xianxia abruptly rose to his feet. "Did you say that you found ancient sage Ran Qiu's corpse?" Ancient sage Ran Qiu was the strongest out of Kong Shi's many disciples, and he had been a figure whom innumerable combat masters looked up to. Why would his corpse be found there? Not to mention that it was even hidden in an underground hall several dozen li deep. "Bring me over to take a look." Unable to bear his curiosity, he hurriedly followed Wei Ruyan into Yun Xiang's manor and into the underground passageway. It was not long before he arrived in a hall with a coffin right at the center. Upon taking a closer look, a tight frown formed between Xianxia's eyebrows. Judging from outer appearance and the aura, he does seem to be ancient sage Ran Qiu. Back when he was at the White Creek Mountain, he had the opportunity to meet ancient sage Ran Qiu's fragmented soul. The corpse that was right before him shared the same appearance, and even the auras that they emanated were very similar. The corpse likely belonged to ancient sage Ran Qiu. "You should come over and take a look as well," Xianxia said with a flick of his wrist. The dragonbone divine spear flew forth from Xianxia's waist and transformed into a majestic black dragon in the air. Looking down at the coffin beneath it, it descended to the ground and kneeled down. "Master!" The body of the massive dragon trembled intensely as slight whimpers escaped from its mouth. It was an artifact forged by ancient sage Ran Qiu. All along, it had thought that ancient sage Ran Qiu would ascend to a higher dimension together with Kong Shi after sealing it in the ancient domain at White Creek Mountain. But who could have known that he would die just like that? "It seems like it's real then," Xianxia remarked. He looked around the hall, and a slight frown appeared on his forehead. He turned to Wei Ruyan and asked, "Where is Zhang? I'm not too sure. He should have been here." Wei Ruyan was taken aback. Given that Zhang had asked her to get their teacher, it stood to reason that he would be waiting for her there. Why was he nowhere to be seen? Xianxia scanned the area carefully, but there was no trace of Zhang to be found. Eventually, he placed his palm lightly on ancient sage Ran Qiu's corpse. If he wanted to make sense of this place, the best way was to do it through the Library of Heaven's Path. Flaws! The Library of Heaven's Path jolted, but no book was formed. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. It was hard to tell whether it was because ancient sage Ran Qiu was only a corpse at the moment or that the place had the ability to obstruct the view of the heavens. It should be the latter, Xianxia thought as he continued surveying his surroundings. He had used the Library of Heaven's Path on corpses before, and the only limitation was that he was unable to gather much information on the individual's life prior to their death. However, as for the other details such as the tier of their corpse and so on, it would still have been compiled and reflected in a book. This was rather similar to what usually happened when he checked artifacts. However, the fact that nothing had happened meant that the entire place was likely concealed from the heavens. This also explained why no seers had been able to uncover the fact that the strongest disciple of Kong Shi was actually dead there. This is an ancient land that hasn't been ravaged by the wars between mankind and the otherworldly demons. It offers the hope of recovering a diminished bloodline. Could this be somewhat linked to the reason why ancient sage Ran Qiu's corpse is buried here? Xianxia began trying to put clues together to reason the happenings there. Aside from the fact that most ancient domains were thin in spiritual energy, making them environments unsuitable for cultivation, there were actually many mystical things about them. For one, he had transcended over to an ancient domain, as well as the fact that ancient sage Ran Qiu's corpse had been found here. Could there be any link between those two matters? Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight to do a thorough scan once more. "There's a passageway down here," Xianxia remarked as he stomped his feet lightly. "Jia!" The coffin began to move to the side, revealing the passageway hidden beneath it. He exchanged glances with Wei Ruyan for a moment heading down the passageway. Naturally, Wei Ruyan quickly followed along as well. The layout of the second hall was an exact replica of the first. Even the locations of the coffins were identical. It really felt as if they were trying to navigate their way through an ancient labyrinth. Other than the coffin, the entire room was empty. There was not a single person to be seen. "Teacher, it seems like Senior Xingyang was here," Wei Ruyan suddenly said. Zhang Xian turned to look at Wei Ruyan. "There's a slight indentation on the wall over there. Judging from the shape, it seems to have been left behind by him," Wei Ruyan said as she pointed toward the wall. Turning to look, he found that there was indeed a deep indentation in the wall. The size was a match with Zhang Yang's physique. Chances were that it had been created when Zhang Yang's back was pressed against the wall. "You're right. He might have seen the corpse in the coffin and backed away out of fear," Zhang Xian reasoned out as a spark of curiosity emerged in his eyes. Just what could be in the coffin that would frighten Zhang Yang even more than ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse? "Let's open it and take a look," Zhang Xian instructed as he walked up to the coffin. Jia. The lid of the coffin was pried open, revealing a figure right before them. He had a calm and peaceful look on his face, as if he had just been put to rest not too long ago. Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian felt his blood running cold. The corpse that was inside the coffin was none other than Zhang Yang. Lying in the coffin, there was a hint of a smile on Zhang Yang's lips. His body was still warm, and it looked as if he would open his eyes at any moment. "Senior." Concentrated poison aura seeped out from Wei Ruyan's body as strong emotions began building up within her. Despite her cold exterior, she did care a lot for the others. While she had put Zhang Yang down earlier, just seeing his corpse made it feel as if her heart was going to explode. If she knew who the culprit was, there was no doubt that she would have dashed right in to tear that person into shreds. "Control your emotions," Zhang Xian bellowed. "Why, yes." Hearing her teacher's words, Wei Ruyan swiftly snapped out of her condition. Nevertheless, she could not stop trembling as she looked at the corpse in the coffin. "This isn't Zhang Yang," Zhang Xian said. He had also received the shock of his life when he first saw the face of the corpse. However, as he took a closer look, he had swiftly realized that something was amiss. The body was simply too lifelike. There would inevitably be some changes to a person's body after their death, no matter how powerful they might have been in life. Furthermore, he was well aware of Zhang Yang's character. He would never be one to accept death so peacefully. Even at the cost of his life, he would surely rip off a bone from the culprit before breathing his last breath. More importantly, he had left a surge of his Heaven's Path Xinqi in Zhang Yang's body, so there was no way that anyone would be able to kill Zhang Yang without drawing his notice. If it isn't Senior Zhang Yang, then... Wei Ruyan was taken aback by what Zhang Xian was saying. No matter how she looked at or touched the corpse, it was very clear that it belonged to Zhang Yang. She could not imagine anything in the world that could possibly create such a lifelike replica of him. It's most likely an illusion that blurs the distinction between truth and falsehood. Something that can even deceive the heavens, Zhang Xian murmured as he walked back and forth in the hall. If the one to appear had not been Zhang Yang, he might not have considered the possibility that it was an illusion. This was because the sight before him was too real, and the Library of Heaven's Path just happened to be crippled. An illusion? Wei Ruyan looked around her before eventually pinching her own cheeks. "Ouch! Dragon Bone Divine Spear," Zhang Xian called out. "Hula!" The Dragon Bone Divine Spear flew over from the passageway. With his spear in hand, Zhang Xian felt boundless strength surging into his body. He raised the tip of his spear and directed it right toward the stone coffin. Boom! The coffin was pierced through, and the entire chamber dissipated like bubbles. The next instant, they saw Zhang Yang lying diagonally by the wall, unmoving. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had passed out. What was right before them was not a coffin but a massive barrier that resembled a mirror. It seemed like the two of them had walked into the world within the mirror, thus blurring their perception of reality. "It's actually an illusion," the Dragonbone Divine Spear exclaimed excitedly. "If that's the case, could the old master's corpse be fake as well? So, the old master actually isn't dead yet." It had been a huge blow to it seeing the old master's corpse appearing right before its eyes. Since this was all an illusion, could that corpse possibly be an illusion as well? "I'm sorry," But ancient sage Ranqiu's body was likely real. Xianxia shook his head. It's the sheer power of his corpse that has been sustaining everything here. If his body had been fake, this place wouldn't have been concealed from the heavens. As much as he hated to shatter the dragonbone divine spear's hopes, the truth was the truth. The moment that the illusion dissipated, he had come to realize the truth as well. An illusion that he had been unable to discern and was able to deceive even the heavens was bound to require a vast amount of energy in order to sustain it. And the very center of this formation was ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse. Only the second strongest ancient sage in the world could possibly have the ability to beguile him, such that he failed to notice that he was in an illusion for a moment. So, the old master is really dead? The dragonbone divine spear fell to the floor weakly. If the corpse was real, it meant that ancient sage Ranqiu was truly dead. It's still too early to say whether ancient sage Ranqiu is truly dead or not. Just because the corpse is real doesn't mean that he has already passed away. Take the old sovereign Qinyong, for example. His body has already been buried, and his cultivation has already been passed on to Lu Yang. However, his soul has been taken away by a deity from the azure, and there's a good chance that he could be revived in the future. Xianxia said, "Those who have become as strong as ancient sage Ranqiu are unlikely to die that easily. Even Vicious could revive despite being divided into so many pieces, let alone ancient sage Ranqiu. Even if the corpse was real, as long as his soul remained, he could not be said to be dead in the truest sense." Hearing that explanation, the dragonbone divine spear's glazed eyes cleared up a little as it heaved a sigh of relief. You're right. First, we have to wake Zhengyang up, Xianxia said. Something must have happened for him to be unconscious. With a tap of his finger, he sent a surge of heaven's path Jinqi into his student's body. A few moments later, Zhengyang slowly opened his eyes. Zhengyang had always been an extremely strong-willed individual, and for even someone like him to be knocked out cold, it was likely that he had received some kind of astonishing shock that resulted in an intense fluctuation in his state of mind. "Teacher," Zhengyang's face reddened as he quickly got to his feet. "You were the one who entered this room first. What happened in here for you to pass out like this?" Wei Ruyan asked. "I?" Rubbing his head to alleviate the splitting headache in his mind, Zhengyang took a deep breath before he began his explanation. "I found the passageway leading here, and there was a hall similar to the one above. There was a coffin as well, and when I opened it to take a look, I saw Kong Shi's body." "Kong Shi's body?" Zhang Xian frowned. They had seen Zheng Yang's corpse, whereas Zheng Yang had seen Kong Shi's body. Was there some kind of link between the two? Regardless of what is happening here, it's likely to have something to do with this barrier. I'm certain that this place has something to do with Kong Shi. Unable to make a precise deduction with the limited evidence they had over here, Zhang Xian decided to put the matter aside for the moment and worked on things that were more certain. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the massive mirror-like barrier in front of him. The answers that he sought were likely to be beyond there. The only problem left was to figure out a way to get to the other side. "Let me give it a try." Zhang Xian raised the dragonbone divine spear in his hand and pierced straight ahead. Hula! The spear tore through space, ripping a hole right through the world. In a flash, it struck the barrier squarely. Boom! A massive energy swept across the area. Zhang Xian's body stiffened a little before being forcefully knocked back. His back crashed heavily into the wall behind, causing his face to turn pale and his breathing to become a little ragged. In a brief moment, he had already sustained significant injuries. It didn't work? Zhang Xian was astonished. His might, paired with the dragonbone divine spear, even granted him the strength to put up a fight against the deity that he had met previously. Considering that he had put his full strength behind the pierce, it was unthinkable that he had failed to inflict the slightest damage on the barrier. On the contrary, he had suffered a backlash so severe that he had almost spurted blood. It was insane. Just what in the world was the barrier made of to be so terrifying? "Master, let me give it a try," Vicious voice sounded in his mind. "Go ahead." Zhang Xian nodded as he released Vicious from the Book of Heaven's Path. Vicious had already completed his body, and he had assimilated the straw garment. His current strength could be said to be on par with Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage cultivators. If he made a move, he might just be able to destroy the barrier. A massive pair of hands reached out from the book, causing the entire underground hall to tremble non-stop, as if there was an earthquake. The massive hands slammed powerfully upon the barrier. Boom! A powerful shockwave gushed out into the surroundings, forcing Xianxia and the others to back away uncontrollably. By the time the storm calmed down, they turned their sights to the barrier once more, only to see it still intact. There was not the slightest damage to be seen. On the other hand, Vicious' fingers had started bleeding. "Master, let me give it another try." With his attack failing to breach the barrier, Vicious lowered his head in embarrassment. "There's no need for that. If you make another move, it's likely that the entire underground hall will collapse on us," Xianxia said. The underground hall was already at its limits after the multiple impacts. If they continued, there was no doubt that it would collapse on them. Of course, given their strength, they would not sustain the slightest damage. What was worrisome was the countless citizens of the Tianxian royal city living above. The might of the ancient sages was simply too great. If the strength of a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator ran amok in the slightest, the city could very well be reduced to a living hell. "What should we do then? We can't do it the forceful way. There's bound to be another way to bypass this barrier," Xianxia said with a smile. The fact that even a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator like you is unable to breach it meant that the barrier was set up by Kong Shi. Going down this line of thought, I think I should be able to figure something out. The reason Xianxia had Vicious made a move was to test the limits of the barrier. The fact that it could withstand Vicious' attack meant that it likely had something to do with Kong Shi. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia walked up to the barrier and infused his Celestial Master Teacher aura within. Given that they were both Celestial Master Teachers, perhaps this might be the key to resolving the bottleneck before him. Wang! As the aura flowed in, the barrier suddenly began wavering. Countless insights regarding education and mentorship flowed into his head, leaving him with a deeper impression of the master-teacher occupation. It was as if all of the ideals that Kong Shi embraced had been imparted to him. Using the world as an example, one can write their minds to align with nature and encompass everything in the world. A voice echoed in Zhang Xian's head. Could have been a lingering thought from Kong Shi, but at the same time it seemed like it was his own interpretation as well. A celestial master teacher was a master teacher recognized by the heavens. Using the heavens as an example, celestial master teachers were able to swiftly rise through the ranks. However, if they wished to surpass the heavens, the difficulties they would face were manifold. Lu Yang, Zhang Yang, and the others, for example, had learned under him as his direct disciples, allowing their cultivation to rise far beyond the speed of ordinary cultivators. However, if they wished to surpass him, well, this was something that they would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. It was not that they were weak, but most of their cultivation techniques that they had practiced came from him, and it had formed the foundation of their cultivation. If they wanted to surpass him, they would have either to have to gain a deeper understanding of his cultivation techniques or overthrow everything that they had learned before. Kong Shi had more than 3,000 disciples in the world, but not a single one of them was able to surpass him. From there, it was apparent how difficult it was to surpass one's lineage. I think I understand. I am a celestial master teacher, a master teacher acknowledged by the heavens. In other words, my existence is viewed to be beneath the heavens. As such, it's nigh impossible for me to comprehend any rules that surpass the heavens. Since that's the case, why should I remain as a celestial master teacher? It was as if enlightenment had suddenly struck Xianxia as his eyes widened in realization. Since you deny me of my breakthrough, I shall be a celestial master teacher no more. Instead, I'll become the world's teacher. If he wished to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, he would be able to do it easily through his spear quintessence, saber quintessence, or even fist quintessence and the like. However, once he did so, everything would be settled. It would be nigh impossible for him to find a path unique to him anymore. As such, He had been searching for something that he could say that was his and his alone. This was also why he had been suppressing his cultivation all along, refusing to achieve a breakthrough over the past 2 months. And at that very moment he seemed to have found a direction. The fact that he could receive the acknowledgement of the heavens and become a celestial master teacher meant that the world was sentient. Since that was the case, why did he necessarily have to be the one being acknowledged? Why could he not become its teacher instead? If one took the world as an example and learned from it, one would never be able to surpass the limits of the world. On the other hand, as the world's teacher, his position would be above the world right from the start. Naturally, the path leading to ancient sage would be much smoother than ever. However, becoming the world's teacher is easier said than done. I have to understand the world and grasp its strengths and flaws. Only then will I become worthy of that position. More importantly, I will have to forsake my title as a celestial master teacher. His mind churned at an incredible speed in order to map out a feasible plan. Once he had confirmed his direction, he closed his eyes and decisively released all of his celestial master teacher aura at once. All gains were bound to accompany some loss. If one wanted to fill a sack with gold ingots, one would have to toss away the silver ingots in it first. While the celestial master teacher might be a position that almost all desired, it had become nothing more than a restriction on him. Thus, there was no pity in casting it away. His success had always been built on his diligence, tenacity, upright character, and unyielding spirit. As for the role of celestial master teacher, that was a mere transient title. As his state of mind settled down, he began expelling the energy that he had absorbed from his 5 acknowledgments of celestial master teacher. An aura so concentrated gushed out and rose right into the azure sky as if a pillar of light. Reaching the tip of the world, it exploded and transformed into innumerable currents of energy that dissipated into the surroundings. As the celestial master teacher aura dissipated, Xianxia's will slowly floated into the sky. The will of the heavens crushed down on his will, commencing a battle of willpower. The Baijiang Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. The path of teacherhood is centered around 3 aspects: the impartation of knowledge, the proper conduct of one's character, and the enlightenment of one's heart. The reason Kong Shi's teachings were able to reach everyone in the world is due to the lack of discrimination in his impartation. His heart was vast enough to encompass the world. As a master teacher, you should constantly bear your responsibility in mind. The lineages of mankind must be properly passed down from generation to generation in order to ensure our survival through the ages. A bunch of newly qualified master teachers were standing before the teacher acknowledgement hall, and an elder was lecturing them with a solemn look on his face. Yes, the master teachers nodded in response. From the moment that they became master teachers, they came to know of their responsibilities, and they chose to accept the burden. For tens of thousands of years, the Master Teacher Pavilion had both been respected and humiliated by the population. Nevertheless, the reason it was able to withstand the trial of time and remain at the top of the world was because of the unchanging spirit passed down across the generations. Wonderful! Kneel down and pay respects to the ancestors. The elder was just about to step aside to allow the newly qualified master teachers to pay respects to the ancestral tablets when the ground suddenly started trembling. The ancestral tablets placed neatly on the altar began to shake non-stop. Voila! All of the ancestral tablets fell down simultaneously, and they were all facing the same direction. What's going on? The elder widened his eyes in shock. He quickly turned toward where the ancestral tablets had fallen, and he caught sight of a silhouette formed out of clouds and rainbows. Dressed in a long robe, that figure seemed to tower over the entire world, making it impossible to see his body fully. The figure was faced against them, but the aura that he emanated made others dare not look at him directly. Instead, it seemed to compel one to bow down before him. "That's a celestial master teacher," the elder exclaimed as his body stiffened in shock. In all of history, the only person who was known to have been a celestial master teacher was Kong Shi himself. Many master teachers had sought to emulate his path afterward, but no matter how hard they tried, they had been unable to accomplish that feat yet. At that very moment, there was another celestial master teacher among them, Pudong. Unable to hold back his agitation any longer, the elder kneeled to the ground and bowed. The elder glared at the newly appointed master teachers, who were still blanked out from the abrupt turn of events, and bellowed, "A new celestial master teacher has descended among us. An era of prosperity lies right ahead. Hurry up and bow down." "Why, yes." The crowd quickly got to their knees and bowed deeply. The information regarding a celestial master teacher was only passed down within the master teacher pavilion. But at this very moment, countless people were witnessing this sight together. The faraway figure had his legs firmly planted on the ground, and his body was shouldering the weight of the heavens. This was a sign of utmost intimacy with the world, but the figure pushed the two away with a look of disdain on his face. He was actually scorning the heavens. "Wait a minute." One of the master teachers bowing the ground noticed that something was amiss. "Aren't celestial master teachers individuals who have earned the recognition of the heavens? Why does it seem like that person is looking down on the heavens?" Logically speaking, when a celestial master teacher received the acknowledgement of the heavens, they should accept it with the utmost pride and glory. Yet, the towering person was trying his best to shake it off as if something disgusting had latched onto him. Looking down on the heavens? Stunned by that remark, the elder raised his head, only to see the towering figure shaking his body wildly. He was desperately trying to prevent any of the aura that had come from the heavens from getting stuck to him. The elder gulped before muttering with reddened eyes. "He is actually rejecting the acknowledgement of the heavens. Does he not want to be a celestial master teacher anymore?" The history of Kong Shi's acknowledgements as a celestial master teacher had been fully detailed in the records and passed down through the ages. Even though many years had passed since then, the significance of a celestial master teacher had never vanished from the minds of the population. But somehow, events did not seem to be going in the direction that they were expected to go in. At the same time, when the other master teachers around the elder heard his words, tears began brimming in their eyes. "Bro, if you don't want to be a celestial master teacher, you can pass the position down to us. We would be laughing even in our dreams if such an opportunity were to ever chance upon us. Really, is it all right for you to reject the heavens so directly? Aren't you pretty much making an enemy of the world?" Scram! While they were feeling deeply stifled by the happenings, the figure in the sky suddenly bellowed before kicking at the heavens, which had latched onto his leg. "Hong Long!" A rift appeared in the sky. "He's indeed abandoning his position as a celestial master teacher." If there had still been any doubts previously, they had completely vanished without a trace. It was obvious that the towering figure no longer wanted to be a celestial master teacher, but the relentless heavens simply refused to back down and continued trying to suffuse the towering figure with their aura. "Who in the world is that fellow?" Unable to take it any longer, the elder leaned in to take a closer look. He wanted to know the identity of the man who was so heartlessly shattering their image of a celestial master teacher. For tens of thousands of years, there had been no master teacher who did not desire the acknowledgement of the heavens. Such a feat meant the resounding of their name through the ages and the continued inheritance of their lineage through thousands of generations. Yet, that fellow was trying to shake off the heavens as if they were pests on his hands, going to the extent of even stomping on the ladder. "Will you die if you don't provoke us like that?" Hula! It was at this moment that the towering figure in the sky turned around, revealing his appearance. He was a dashing young man in his early 20s with sharp eyebrows. "Isn't that Xianxia? But I thought that he was dead." The elder was taken aback. The master teacher pavilion had once issued an arrest warrant on the young man across the entire master teacher continent, such that there was no master teacher who did not know this name. Afterward, things had gotten worse, and eventually, the young man had ended his life at the master teacher pavilion headquarters. A person who should have died 3 months ago. How could he possibly bounce back to life and even be a celestial master teacher at that? What in the world had happened in between? It was as if the story had jumped from the prologue to the epilogue all of a sudden. The master teachers in the area were flabbergasted by this unexpected happening. The The same scene was occurring in other master-teacher pavilions across the world. Countless master-teachers looked at the towering figure in the air with reddened eyes. Some were even crying miserably, exclaiming that they had lived in vain. It was way too much. For someone to reject even being a celestial master-teacher. Could anyone be more arrogant than that? In the master-teacher pavilion headquarters, a group of ancient sages and 9-star master-teachers were gathered together in a stately room. So that's what happened, Xianxia said. The otherworldly demonic tribe has almost been unified, so we can be certain that it no longer poses a threat to us. This means that it's time for our master-teacher pavilion to shift its strategic goals and manpower deployment. We should devote more resources into imparting the wisdom of the predecessors and nurturing young talents. Xianxia, if I understand your words correctly, you are saying that not only did Xianxia not betray mankind, he's even a celestial master-teacher as well. The reason he ended his life at the master-teacher pavilion headquarters was to use the incident as a cover to sneak into the otherworldly demonic tribe and resolve the threat once and for all. A 9-star master-teacher asked with a deep frown on his forehead, seemingly unwilling to believe this tall tale. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. However, some of what I have shared so far is still conjecture on my part, so we'll need some further verification. Nevertheless, I'm 90% certain of the matter. As long as we can't fully verify the matter, there is a chance that your conjecture might fall through. With all due respect, Xianxia, I find it hard to believe your story. If Xianxia is truly a celestial master-teacher, he should have reported it to the master-teacher pavilion. Why would he hide his identity? I don't deny that he has a way with imparting knowledge to others, but going to the extent of saying that he's a celestial master-teacher seems a little too far-fetched to me. Indeed, all of us here are familiar with Xianxia's compassionate temperament and benevolent heart. I have browsed through Xianxia's records, and I don't think that he has the character needed to be acknowledged by the heavens. Some master-teachers posed their doubts. It was not that they were intentionally making things hard for Xianxia, but it had been tens of thousands of years since a celestial master-teacher last appeared. Furthermore, the person who was said to be a celestial master-teacher was someone who had a relationship with the spirit god. It was inevitable that there would be some doubtful naysayers. I'm afraid that you are mistaking my intention. I'm not opening this matter up for discussion. I am informing you of it. I'll permit you to discuss it among yourselves behind closed doors, but for the time being, we are going to proceed with this meeting under this premise. Xianxia replied sharply. The reason he had chosen to roam the world was because he did not like that the master-teacher pavilion had already strayed from its original intentions. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to correct things, but it was truly frustrating how he was facing obstacles every step of the way. He knew that there was no way to fully convince those master-teachers, so he chose to take a more forceful approach. I'm willing to go on with the meeting under such a premise if that's what you wish, but I refuse to believe that he's a celestial master-teacher. If even he's able to become a celestial master-teacher, there's no reason the rest of us can't. One of the 9-star master-teachers replied indignantly, but in the midst of his words, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Alarmed, the crowd quickly left the room to look outward, and they soon saw a familiar figure towering in the sky. A unique aura originating from the world was surging toward him, attempting to enter through his apertures and fill his body. Who else could that familiar figure possibly be other than Xianxia, who had ended his life at the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters 3 months prior? That is, the aura bestowed by the predecessors during the acknowledgement ceremony? No, that's not the aura from our predecessors. It's the aura bestowed from the world on a celestial master-teacher. As 9-star master-teachers, they swiftly comprehended what was going on with just a glance. However, just because they were able to comprehend it did not mean that their minds were capable of processing it in a moment's time. That was a historic moment where an entire group of 9-star master-teachers and ancient sages stood with slackened jaws and widened eyes. Just a moment earlier, some had claimed that there was no way that Xianxia could be a celestial master-teacher. It was as if the other party was carefully timing his actions in order to bring about the greatest face slap to them. Wait a moment. He doesn't seem to be accepting the acknowledgement at all. On the contrary, It seems like he's trying to free himself from that identity. It did not take long for someone to notice the anomaly. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Xianxia seems to be trying to expel the celestial aura within his body. A celestial master teacher casting away the aura bestowed from the heavens? Is he out of his mind? The sheer preposterousness of what they were seeing had exceeded the limits of what they could rationally process. All they could do was shake their heads endlessly and murmur words of disapproval as they watched Xianxia flinging out the aura from his body with a look of disgust on his face, as if he was purging his body of some repulsive poison. Even the heavens seemed to be a little taken aback by the situation. Such a thing had simply never happened before. Do you still think that he isn't a celestial master teacher? Xianxia asked as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. His senior was truly an extraordinary individual. Everything he did was able to leave one utterly shocked. Becoming a celestial master teacher was something that everyone desired, but he was so frantically trying to free himself from it such that it almost looked as if he was a heartless man trying to dump his girlfriend. The world was really going mad. He is a celestial master teacher. We were blind. Those 9-star master teachers who had doubted Xianxia's words earlier felt a fiery pain on their cheeks. If there was a pit in the ground, they would have dived right in without a moment's hesitation. It was truly embarrassing how they had to swallow their words a moment after making such confident declarations. Sighing deeply at Xianxia's actions, Xianxia turned to the 9-star master teacher who had argued with him a moment ago. You said earlier that there's no reason why the rest of you can't be celestial master teachers if Xianxia is one, right? Since he's going to shake away his identity right now, why don't you give it a try? Given all the miracles that his senior had produced, this bunch of people still dared to doubt his credentials as a celestial master teacher. If you think so highly of yourself, why don't you give it a try? The 9-star master teacher really burst into tears on the spot. While Xianxia was relinquishing his title as a celestial master teacher by releasing the aura that he had absorbed in his 5 previous acknowledgments, a huge uproar erupted across the master teacher continent. Previously, when Xianxia obtained the acknowledgement from the heavens, the phenomena that occurred had mostly been limited to the regional master teacher pavilions. In view of the severity of the issue, the master teacher pavilions had chosen to suppress the matter, so there were not many people who were aware of it. However, at that moment, nearly every single living being on the master teacher continent was witnessing the release and dissipation of the heavens aura back to the world with their own eyes. They would really have to be fools if they still did not get what was happening. It was not easy for another celestial master teacher to appear on the continent once more, but who would have thought that the other party would quit just like that? As expected of teacher, the reverence reflected in Zhang Juxiao's eyes was more than what any words could possibly bring out. Upon discovering his teacher's identity, he had not hesitated to become the latter's student. Yet, it turned out that his teacher did not even care about that identity at all, throwing it away without the slightest hesitation. As expected of someone who had already seen past the material world, things such as glory and honor were not even worth a gold coin to him. While the whole world was going into a frenzy due to the happenings, Xianxia was still sitting in front of the barrier, forcefully expelling the energy in his body. Unless he emptied out the aura that he had received from the previous celestial master teacher acknowledgments from his body, there was no way that he would be able to become the world's teacher. Jai. Even as the heavens exerted a pressure so great that it seemed as if his soul would be crushed to bits, Xianxia maintained a nonchalant look on his face. It was impossible to tell what was going through his mind. In truth, he harbored some doubts about relinquishing his celestial master teacher title as well. He knew of the significance of the title after all. However, when he came into contact with the barrier and inherited Xia's philosophy, he had become certain that this was the path that Xi had walked on as well. Otherwise, no matter how powerful or talented he might be, he would never be able to go any further than being an ancient sage in this world. It would be impossible for him to break the dimension barrier and ascend to a higher dimension. The recognition from the heavens of this world was both a blessing and a curse. It served to shackle one down to this world. If he wanted to free himself from his shackles, he would first have to relinquish his identity. Kacha. As the aura dissipated, the pressure coming from the heavens seemed to intensify, as if symbolizing the rage of the heavens at the blasphemous act. Ominous clouds swiftly rolled in together with devastating lightning and flames. "Here it comes," Xianxia murmured as he rose to his feet. However, he remained within the underground hall, not leaving at all. He knew that if he left, the strength of the lightning tribulation would surely ravage the entire Tianxian kingdom, destroying every last soul within the perimeter of the tribulation. As long as he remained in the underground hall, the lightning tribulation would have to have no choice but to concentrate its prowess within the area. It was fortunate that the manor extended far and wide, so it was unlikely that any bystanders would be caught in the conflict. Voila! The cataclysmic lightning swiftly gathered in the sky and formed a massive saber with destructive flames and lightning crackling around it. Even the fabric of space seemed to be as feeble as a piece of paper in the face of the powerful saber, and it seemed as if everything would be eradicated in its face. This was the most fearsome trial of the ancient sage ordeal, the ordeal of lightning armament. Who would have thought that he would face it once more there? So, the lightning saber surged right down toward the underground hall, appearing right above Zhang Xian's head in the blink of an eye. Tzila! The formations around the manor and the underground hall were decisively sliced in two as if they were mere tattered pieces of cloth. Heh! I've been waiting for you. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian's fist shot right up to strike down the lightning saber. The previous time he faced the ordeal of lightning armament, he had been far too weak to be able to withstand its might. However, he was no longer as helpless as he used to be. Even without using the Dragonbone Divine Spear, the might that he exerted would allow him to take down any blood reincarnation realm expert. Boom! As the fist and the lightning saber clashed, Zhang Xian found himself knocked several steps back. This momentary clash had left his fist marred with slightly charred flesh and boiling blood. It seemed like despite the massive increase in his cultivation, his strength was still not up to par with the ordeal of lightning armament. The last time he underwent it, he had needed to summon little tribulation and further augment it by summoning hundreds of cultivation ordeals all at once before it was a match for the ordeal of lightning armament. However, in the Tianxian royal city, there was no way he would be able to do what he had done previously. Nevertheless, that did not mean that he was going to go down without a fight. Zhang Xian flitted over to the side of the barrier before turning to face the massive saber once more. Driving his Jinshi to the maximum, he punched in the direction of the massive saber, which threatened to scorch every inch of his body with the blazing heat it was emanating. Once again, the collision ended with Zhang Xian's defeat as his body was knocked back from the saber, causing a series of energy ripples to traverse across the barrier. On the other hand, the massive saber continued to descend with formidable might, striking right down upon the barrier. Wang! There was a light buzz as the massive saber inflicted its black flames onto the barrier, causing a small hole to corrode on it. However, the black flames only lasted for a brief moment before they were extinguished by the tremendous energy rippling through the barrier. It's working! Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Part of the reason for him choosing to cultivate and summon the lightning tribulation there was because he wanted to use the power of the lightning tribulation to deal with the barrier. Considering how the barrier was able to withstand both his and vicious strength, it was unfeasible to attempt to break it with their strength. Furthermore, even though the barrier had been left behind by Kong Shi, it did not seem like it would open up solely on the merit that he was a celestial master teacher. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to tap into external forces to breach the barrier. Opening his fist into a palm, he struck at the massive saber once more. Kacha! Kacha! The massive saber retaliated with ferocious slashes time and time again, but most of the energy coming from its attacks was halted by the barrier right behind him. Under the relentless attacks of the saber, cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. However, due to the multiple clashes with the saber, Zhang Xian's body also sustained significant damage. Just like when he had faced the ordeal of lightning armament before, he was already on the verge of collapse. Canvas of 4 seasons. With a thought, Zhang Xian swapped into the appearance of Sovereign Chun Ling with the disguise amulet before taking out the canvas of 4 seasons to release the energy that he had sealed within it. He had stolen this energy from the deity whom Sovereign Qin Ling had summoned, and it was exceptionally effective in healing injuries. It took a few moments before Xianxia fully recovered from his injuries. After he was all healed up, he turned his sights to the massive saber and continued his attacks once more. Boom! 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 The massive saber continued striking down on the barrier, causing the cracks that had appeared to grow larger and larger, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart at any moment. By this point, the ordeal of lightning armament had already expended a large portion of its energy, making it much weaker than before. It seems like it's indeed possible to grind it down. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The risk had paid off. Even though he was not the world's teacher yet, it seemed like he would be able to free himself from his position as a celestial master teacher, allowing his cultivation to rise once more. At the same time, he would probably be able to shatter whatever was left of the barrier. He had no idea what lay on the other side, but considering the secrecy surrounding it, he had a feeling that the 100 schools of philosophers might have something to do with it. Even if the 100 schools of philosophers was not involved, it was bound to have something to do with Kong Shi. As long as he traced Kong Shi's footsteps, he would eventually be able to ascend to a higher dimension. Kacha! Kacha! As the ordeal of lightning armament struck down another 2 more times, the cracks grew larger and larger, to the extent that they were already large enough for a person to pass through. At the same time, the ominous clouds in the sky were starting to dissipate. Another few breaths passed, and it seemed like the ordeal of lightning armament had finally reached its limits. The multitude of attacks that it had launched had completely sapped its energy. With a light tap of Zhang Xian's finger, it dissipated into countless strands of energy. Let's enter. Finally overcoming the lightning tribulation, Zhang Xian beckoned the others before diving right into the hole in the barrier. Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan nodded. They swiftly sent a message to Xiaoya before following their teacher to the other side of the barrier. What appeared before Zhang Xian was a vast world. The blue sky, dabbled with traces of white clouds, extended far and wide. Greenery flourished from the earth, creating a peaceful scene that went well with the melodious chirping of birds. The spiritual energy in the air was so concentrated that it was on par with the most blessed land back at the master-teacher continent. Not too far away from where Zhang Xian was standing, there was a farmland filled with wheat. Where are we? Wei Ruyan asked with a confused frown as she slowly walked out from the darkness. She drove her Jinchi carefully for fear that there would be danger lurking in the area. It's probably some sort of ancient domain, Zhang Yang replied. Zhang Xian carefully assessed his surroundings as he slowly proceeded over to the farmland. He bent down before one of the wheat plants and plucked it out in order to conduct a closer examination. A moment later, he chuckled softly and asked, "Have you noticed?" "Noticed?" The 2 youths replied in bewilderment to Zhang Xian's abrupt question. Zhang Yang walked closer to take a closer look at the wheat stalk in Zhang Xian's hand before remarking, "The wheat over here seems to be much bulkier than what we can find in the master-teacher continent. It seems to retain more spiritual energy from the surroundings too." "You're right. The wheat here seems to be infused with much more spiritual energy." Wei Ruyan nodded with a slightly confused look still on her face. She could not understand why her teacher was more interested in a stalk of wheat than figuring out where they were and what they should do. As ancient sages, they could continue living without any problems even if they went without food. As such, agriculture produce and the like no longer caught their attention. This is green sprout wheat. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy it contains, an ordinary human will be able to enhance their constitution if they consume it for a long period. Take your innate poison body for example. If you had consumed the green sprout wheat from a young age, you wouldn't have had to go through so much pain. Instead, you would have easily awakened your unique constitutions. It was the potency of Wei Ruyan's innate poison body, to the extent that she was unable to awaken or control it, that caused a huge strain on her body, resulting in her constant feeble condition back when she was younger. If not for her father, Wei Changfeng, going to great lengths to find all sorts of treasures to sustain her life, there was no way she would have survived long enough to meet Zhang Xian. If she had eaten this green sprout wheat from a young age, her constitution would have been strengthened significantly. allowing her to better cope with her unique constitutions. Perhaps she would have been spared from much suffering, and Wei Chongfeng would not have lost his life over a single stalk of a medicinal herb. If this green sprout wheat is that formidable, wouldn't it be a blessing to mankind if we could bring it back to the master-teacher continent and cultivate it? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up in excitement. As the head of the Combat Master Hall, he had to constantly push himself to think of issues from a higher perspective. There were also medicinal herbs on the master-teacher continent that could enhance one's constitution, but those medicinal herbs could not be cultivated on a large scale due to the stringent conditions required for their survival. On the other hand, the fact that the green sprout wheat was growing in large fields meant that it was possible to cultivate it on a large scale. If they could enhance the constitution of mankind as a whole, there was no doubt that it would be a huge blessing to mankind. The reason mankind had been unable to claim the absolute advantage in the battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe despite the efforts of countless master teachers was because the starting point of the otherworldly demons were simply too far ahead of their human counterparts. Even the otherworldly demons with the weakest bloodlines were bestowed with the strength of a transcendent mortal from birth. This difference in the starting points created a gap that was nigh impossible to bridge with effort alone. In fact, it could already be said to be a miraculous feat that mankind had been able to survive for so many years in the face of the otherworldly demonic tribe's aggression. Knowing what Zhang Yang was thinking of, Zhang Xian replied with a shake of his head. It's impossible to cultivate the green sprout wheat on the master-teacher continent. The existence of this plant was not detailed in the records of the master-teacher pavilion. Instead, he found it amid the knowledge from the mountain of books in the Temple of Confucius. This was a plant that Kong Shi had conceptualized in accordance to his vision, and it should have been non-existent in their world. Zhang Xian had to verify time and time again before he could be certain that the plant that he was holding was indeed the green sprout wheat. Why not? Zhang Yang asked in incomprehension. It was true that the spiritual energy there was considerably more concentrated than that on the master-teacher continent, but given their capabilities, it should be possible for them to create large enclosed spaces that emulated that environment. Why would it be impossible for them to cultivate it on the master-teacher continent? In the many years of battle with the otherworldly demonic tribe, the atmosphere of the master-teacher continent has already become suffused with their killing intent, albeit in nearly undetectable amounts to us. Unfortunately, the green sprout wheat is exceptionally vulnerable to killing intent, such that even the slightest contact with killing intent can lead to its death. As Zhang Xian explained, he tapped his finger lightly and infused the field before him with a surge of Jinqi harnessing a slight hint of killing intent. Hula! As if a droplet of ink falling in the midst of clear water, the green sprout wheat within an area of 10 mu from his fingers turned yellow and fell limp in an instant. It was almost as if someone had set the crops in the entire area ablaze. This? Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan were surprised. Even Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback by how sensitive the green sprout wheat was. While he had known that green sprout wheats were exceptionally vulnerable to killing intent, he did not think that they would be so weak to it. He had controlled the killing intent in that surge of Jinqi to an extremely minute amount, but it had still ended up afflicting such devastation upon the field. As such, there was no way that those plants could possibly survive on the master-teacher continent. There are quite a few otherworldly demons hidden on the master-teacher continent, causing there to be a slight concentration of killing intent in the air. While it's negligible and perhaps even imperceptible to most humans, it's more than enough to spell a catastrophe to the green sprout wheat, Zhang Xian remarked. Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan nodded in agreement. The lands of the Tianxian kingdom aren't plagued with killing intent, right? So, shouldn't it be possible for us to cultivate the green sprout wheat there? Wei Ruyan asked. She had noticed as soon as she entered the Tianxian kingdom that there was a natural barrier in the ancient domain that seemed to prevent the killing intent lingering in the atmosphere from corroding its lands. In other words, this ancient domain was devoid of killing intent. You're right to say that there isn't any killing intent in the Tianxian kingdom, but it's a pity that its spiritual energy is simply insufficient. Furthermore, haven't you noticed that there isn't the unique aura that allows one to advance as a master teacher there? Zhang Xian replied. This? Wei Ruyan pondered for a moment before nodding slowly in response. She had not paid particular attention to the matter, since it did not affect her as a poison master. However, that did seem to be the case. There was no killing intent in the Tianxian kingdom, but the conditions required for master teachers to advance to higher ranks were also absent. As such, one who wanted to be a master teacher had no choice but to depart from the Tianxian kingdom and head elsewhere. Even Lu Xun, whom they had met earlier, had become a 2-star master teacher because he had migrated to other kingdoms. Ancient domains are barren places, devoid of any auras and poor in spiritual energy. While killing intent is completely absent in this area, its climate is still unsuitable for the growth of the greensprout wheat. Even if the greensprout wheat is able to survive in the Tianxian kingdom, it won't be able to germinate and grow, Xianxia replied with a sigh. It was after he forsook his celestial master teacher title that he gained a clearer view of the Tianxian kingdom. With just a glance, he was able to see right into the crux. He was still unable to figure the reason behind the anomalies present in ancient domains, but he was certain that the greensprout wheat would be unable to thrive there. Otherwise, Kongsher would have turned the ancient domains into the core of the master-teacher continent. Even though the greensprout wheat won't grow in ancient domains, it seems to be flourishing well here. Just what kind of place have we entered? Zhang wondered in curiosity. For something that wouldn't survive anywhere else to actually thrive in this land. Could there be something special here? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably the Kungsu domain where the 100 schools of philosophers reside. This area is unlike any of the other folded spaces we have entered. Instead, it has already developed to become a brand new world. The 100 schools of philosophers? Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan widened their eyes in astonishment. Whoa! Just as they were about to ask further about the matter, the sound of a horn suddenly echoed from afar, following which, a large group of people suddenly rushed over with wrathful looks on their faces. This group of people were dressed in ordinary-looking shirts with short sleeves. Their hands were equipped with hoes, machetes, spades, and all kinds of farming tools, and they seemed to be ready to wage a war. Their cultivation realms? Zhang Yang muttered with widened eyes. The group of people before them were ordinary civilians who could not have appeared more normal. Their counterparts on the master-teacher continent would not even be fighters. Yet, every single one of them was actually at Zhongshe realm. They haven't cultivated at all. There's no trace of Jinqi in their bodies. Wei Ruyan was also taken aback. From the heavy footsteps of this group of people, she could tell that there was no Jinqi in their dantians. Without a doubt, none of them were cultivators. Despite never absorbing spiritual energy and refining it into Jinqi, they were already emanating the aura of Zhongshe realm cultivators. This is likely the effects of consuming greensprout wheat for extended periods of time, resulting in some development in their constitution, Zhang Xian explained. They are no longer ordinary humans. Such a situation was probably related to the greensprout wheat. Their genes had been refined by the greensprout wheat over many generations, causing a fundamental change in their constitution. As a result of these changes, they had been born with strength superior to other humans at birth, much like the otherworldly demons. This, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up in excitement. He was already moved by the idea when he heard his teacher's words, but seeing the miraculous effects of the greensprout wheat in action, he felt as if he saw endless possibilities for the advancement of mankind. If everyone on the master-teacher continent became like this group of people, they would really be able to stand up against the otherworldly demonic tribe fearlessly even if something went wrong. While one starting point was not everything, there was no denying that it played a significant role in deciding how high one would be able to reach in the future. Without a doubt, being born with strength comparable to Zhongshe realm cultivators would be a huge boost. This was really a step closer in achieving Kongsher's ideal of creating a prosperous and powerful society for mankind. Who in the world are you? How dare you destroy our crops? The encircling crowd slowly marched up to Zhang Xian as they bellowed furiously. The one leading the group of men was an elder who appeared to be 80 years old. Despite his advanced age, he was brimming with energy. His hair and beard were still dyed a youthful black, and his movements were vigorous. Even though he had not cultivated, His cultivation had reached the highest level beneath transcendent mortal Zhizuan realm. Zhizuan realm experts were able to snub even Emperor Xinjue from the Tianxian kingdom, but those villagers were able to reach that level just by aging. This was something that no one would believe possible outside. I apologize for my careless action. I didn't mean to ruin your crops. I'm willing to compensate you for them, Xianxia said apologetically as he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and weapons. While they were already the least expensive goods in his storage ring, they were still commodities that would fetch a relatively high price anywhere else. Seeing such a sight, the crowd who had marched over here with gusto suddenly halted. They were unable to accurately identify the value of the artifacts before them, but they were still able to feel the incredible spiritual energy gushing out from them. The reason they had dashed there was because they had found that intruders had damaged several mu of their farmland. But even the ruined wheat could not begin to compare to the treasures laid out before their eyes. You are going to give those to us as compensation? The elder dared not believe what was happening. That's right, Xianxia replied with a smile. Please feel free to take them. To be honest, I have some questions that I hope you will be able to answer. The elder quickly instructed the villagers to inspect the treasures, and after confirming that they were invaluable artifacts, he could not help but feel a little giddy. He hurriedly shook his head to snap out of his state and said, "What is it? Ask anything you like." Given that the other party had spoken to them humbly and given them such generous compensation, there was no way that he could stay angry at them. It's actually the first time that the three of us have come here, so may I ask where we are? Xianxia asked. You are in our stone village, which is located within the territories of the Estate of Edification, the elder replied. Stone village? Estate of Edification? Xianxia frowned. Pardon me, but what is the Estate of Edification? The villagers were confused by the question, but a middle-aged man suddenly spoke up. It's one of the areas of jurisdiction under the lineage of ancient sage Ziqi. Ancient sage Ziqi? Xianxia nodded slowly in realization. Ancient sage Ziqi was one of the 72 sages under Kong Shi's lineage. While his reputation paled far in comparison to Ranqiu, Boshang, and the others, his name had still appeared frequently back in Kong Shi's era. Ancient sage Ziqi was known to be skilled in agriculture. Perhaps, while the idea of the greensprout wheat was conceptualized by Kong Shi, he was the one who had carefully cultured it. Since this area was under the jurisdiction of ancient sage Ziqi, it meant to say that they were within the territories of the 100 schools of philosophers. He had still been thinking of conducting a thorough investigation after arriving at the Tianxian kingdom, but who could have known that Zhang Yang and the others would stumble upon it so swiftly? May I know where I should go in order to reach ancient sage Ziqi's residence? Given that tens of thousands of years had passed then, ancient sage Ziqi himself was bound to have already passed away. Nevertheless, he should still have descendants living in the area. If he wished to trace Kong Shi's footsteps and uncover what he did and where he went after capturing a deity, he would have to first find the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers. The residence of the ancient sage is located in Fan City. It's quite far away from here though. If you are in no rush, why don't I have Xiu from our village to take you there? The elder asked. Xiu is our village belle. She is a cultivator, and she has a spirit beast under her command. If you were to ride her spirit beast, you should be able to get to Fan City faster. Village belle. Xianxia shook his head politely. It's fine. That would be imposing too much on you. It'll be fine as long as you point out the direction of Fan City to me. No, you aren't imposing on us at all. It's our pleasure to be of assistance to you. Fan City is a major city, and not just anyone can enter it. If you attempt to go in despite not being a local, it's very likely that you'll be arrested and interrogated. It'll be much safer for you to have Xiu lead you there. She's more familiar with the area, and it'll be more convenient for you to move around with her by your side. The elder replied affirmatively, not leaving any room for rebuttal at all. It was true that the group before him had destroyed their farmland, but they had willingly offered generous compensation while maintaining a polite attitude. Naturally, they would welcome them with hospitality. Seeing that the elder was adamant on the matter, Xianxia could only hesitantly nod in agreement. The stone village was not a large village. All in all, there were only around 100 households. When they heard that there were guests, they swiftly rushed out of their houses to welcome them warmly. Soon, the rumored village belle appeared as well. She was not a top-notch beauty, but her looks were decent and pleasing to the eye. In a small village like this, it was understandable that she would be considered the village belle. As the village belle walked over, Xianxia looked at her and murmured beneath his breath, "Transcendent to Dan." Just as the elder had said earlier, she was a cultivator. Through the Xianxia flowing through her body, it was not too difficult to see that her cultivation was at transcendent mortal to Dan. Xiaoru walked up to Zhang Xian and the others and spoke haughtily with raised eyebrows. "I can take to Fan City, but I would like to remind you that the residence of ancient sage Ziqi is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. You'll have to submit your name scrolls in advance if you wish to pay a visit. Know that if you make any trouble such as rudely barging into the residence and offending those living there, I'm not going to save you." As the village belle, she had her own pride and dignity. "Rest assured, we don't intend to stir any trouble," Zhang Xian replied. While their cultivation had pretty much reached the pinnacle of this world, the reason for them visiting the Kungsu domain was not to start a fight but to uncover answers. Naturally, there was no reason for them to intentionally get into conflicts with others. That would be for the best. Also, I'll just put this out here in case you misunderstand anything. It's due to the village chief's instruction that I'm leading you to Fan City. If I had a choice, I would never accept something as troublesome with this. So, don't bother thinking that you will get together with me or anything just because we are journeying together. I'll only accept the confessions of someone from the village. I have no plans of marrying into any other villages at the moment," Xiaoru said sternly. Constipated looks appeared on the faces of Zhang Xian and Xianxia. The beast that Xiaoru had tamed was an eaglebeak beast. It boasted a massive physique, such that it was not cramped even with so many people sitting on its back. Xianxia and Wei Ruyan had been thinking of flying over to the destination on their own, which would have made a much faster journey, but recalling their teacher's low-profile personality, they eventually abandoned the thought and sat down quietly on the back of the beast. Seeing the group of three controlling their breathing, Xiaoru asked with a doubtful look in her eyes, "You are cultivators too?" She had thought that the group before her were no different from the villagers, ordinary humans devoid of Jinqi. Who knew that they would be able to absorb spiritual energy? "You can say so," Xianxia replied with a smile. Xiaoru heaved a sigh of relief before continuing on with a prideful smile. "Not bad. Just to let you know, I have also cultivated before. Of everyone in the village, I am the only one who has cleared the examination and inherited the true heritage of the old village chief." "Not bad," Xianxia remarked nonchalantly. "You might not be aware of this, but the old village chief is someone who has inherited ancient sage Ziqi's lineage," Xiaoru said. "Oh," Zhang Xian shot a curious glance over. The old village chief went to Fan City in his earlier years and received the guidance of the experts there. Even though he has aged since then, he's still the strongest individual in the village. It's a pity that you didn't meet him, or else you would surely be filled with admiration for him, just like me," Xiaoru explained. They had only met the incumbent village chief so far, but the strongest person in their village was actually the old village chief. It was because she had cultivated with the old village chief that she had managed to achieve such accomplishments to date. "May I know what cultivation technique you practice? Were you taught by a master teacher?" Zhang Xian asked out of curiosity. The heritage left behind by ancient sage Ziqi could not possibly be anything ordinary. Even if Xiaoru had only come into contact with a small sliver of it, he should still be able to tell something about it. "Master teacher?" Xiaoru frowned in confusion. It seemed to be a foreign term to her. "It's an occupation that specializes in imparting knowledge and clarifying the doubts of others," Zhang Xian said. "I have never heard of it before." Xiaoru shook her head. "Aren't cultivation techniques all family heirlooms that can't be leaked to outsiders? Why would anyone ever impart it to an outsider? Other than in the great frontistery of Confucianism, there shouldn't be any place where anyone would impart cultivation techniques to outsiders." In any case, I have never heard of a master teacher before. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia finally came to a realization. There was no master-teacher pavilion in the 100 schools of philosophers. If one wanted to cultivate, one needed to inherit the heritage from their clan or earn the right to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. The great frontistery of Confucianism was not too different from the academies on the master-teacher continent. However, the requirements to enter were extremely harsh, such that only the most talented of individuals were accepted. Even the village belle before them was unlikely to stand a chance. The members from the 100 schools of philosophers whom he had met previously, Shui Yan, Nangong Feng, and the others were all experts from the great frontistery of Confucianism. Are you trying to seek new opportunities in Fan City? Let me tell you, it isn't as simple as that. I've been there a few times, but I still haven't had a chance to meet any experts yet, Xiaoru said as he looked at Xianxia and the others with a look of pity in her eyes. Cultivation techniques were the bare necessity required for one to cultivate, but cultivation techniques were exclusive. They were not readily available just because someone wanted one. The only reason that she had managed to become a cultivator was due to her innate talent and a bunch of coincidences working in her favor. When she realized that the three of them were just trying their luck, her attitude toward them swiftly became cold. As such, the rest of the journey ended up in silence. Roughly 2 hours later, a massive city came into sight. They had arrived at Fan City. The village belle had described it as an incredible city of massive proportions, but having witnessed the grandeur of the master-teacher continent, Xianxia and the others could not help but shake their heads in disappointment. In terms of size, Fan City was nothing in comparison to the Zhang clan's Draketiger City or the master-teacher pavilion headquarters. At the very most, it could only be said to be at the level of Tianxian Royal City. There was an inspection at the entrance, but the group managed to enter the city without any hiccups. They walked down the streets before finally stopping before a massive residence. Xiaoru pointed to the residence and said, "This is ancient sage Ziqi's residence. There are plenty of people who knock on the doors in hope of a fortuitous encounter. Look over there, those are the people who wish to learn their arts. However, it's a pity that they are dreaming of the impossible. No matter how long they camp out here, they won't receive anything." Looking at the outer perimeters of the residence, there was a large group of people kneeling all around. From young children to teenage youths, the kneeling group were dressed in different attires, which hinted that they had come from far and wide. However, one thing they had in common was the determined glint in their eyes. There were some of them who had kneeled for so long that their bodies were shaking nonstop. They were already approaching their limits, but they gritted their teeth and forced themselves to persevere. Seeing such a sight, a frown crept onto Zhang Xian's forehead. There were so many people who desired knowledge and would go to great lengths to it, but the massive gates of the residence still remained unforgivingly sealed. It was as if their prayers would never be answered. Kong Shi preached the right to education. Considering that the entire 100 school of philosophers are his students, why are they so unwilling to pass down their cultivation techniques? Xianxia could not understand what he was seeing. It was due to Kong Shi's magnanimity that he had eventually become the world's teacher. Since the lineage of the 100 schools of philosophers originated directly from Kong Shi, why would they maintain such tight control over their heritage, refusing to share it with others? Jia. While Xianxia was still wondering about this matter, the massive gates to the residence suddenly opened, and several tall, slender figures walked out. They were 3 youths and a middle-aged man. The youths seemed to be barely in their 20s, whereas the middle-aged man had his brows sternly furrowed. "A great sage cultivator," Zhang Yang murmured. The middle-aged man was actually a great sage cultivator, whereas the 3 youths were at St. Nine Dan. Without a doubt, all 4 of them were highly talented geniuses. The examination of the great frontistery of Confucianism is fraught with difficulties. Take my teachings to heart and do your best to clear it, the middle-aged man instructed the 3 youths in front of him. Yes, the 3 of them nodded solemnly in response. The great frontistery of Confucianism? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up upon hearing that familiar term. That's the current head of the Fan clan and his juniors. Are they going to the great frontistery of Confucianism to challenge the trial? That's incredible. Those who are permitted to step through the doorways of the great frontistery of Confucianism are the most talented of geniuses. If I could receive even just a single pointer from a person of that caliber, all my effort wouldn't have been in vain. It's a pity that their cultivation techniques aren't imparted to outsiders. Given our standing, there's no way we will ever be able to lay our hands on them. Such discussions could be heard amid the crowd. Ancient sage Ziqi was an honorary title. His real name was Fan Su. The Fan clan whom the crowd were speaking about referred to the clan of his descendants. Good. I wish you all the best, the middle-aged man said with a wave of his hand. Who? The three youths soared into the air and flitted into the distance. All it took was a few moments for them to vanish without a trace. Watching as the silhouettes of the three youths vanished, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia anxiously. Teacher, let's follow them. I think the great frontistery of Confucianism holds the key to all of the secrets we have been wondering so far, Xianxia said. Previously, the experts who had snuck into the master-teacher continent had all been from the 100 schools of philosophers. Instead of posing questions to the not-too-beautiful village belle, it would be much better to them to simply follow those three youths. Hearing their words, the village belle scoffed. Follow them? Have you eaten the wrong medicine? They are saint experts. Given the speed that they are traveling at, even if my spirit beast snapped its wings, it would still be unable to catch up with them. You won't be able to even see their silhouettes. She also desired to learn from the three youths, but they simply were not even close to being at the same level as those three youths. Putting aside seeking guidance from them, they would not be able to reach them even if they ran with all of their might. It was not as if she could not understand Xianxia and the others' agitation at seeing the three experts, but they should be realistic. They would never achieve anything great with their heads in the air. Thank you for bringing us here. We won't be riding your aerial spirit beast back. Farewell. Interrupting Xiao Ru's words, Xianxia clasped his fist with a smile before turning around. Who? He rose into the air, and as if teleporting through space, he abruptly disappeared into thin air. You! The eyes of the village belle nearly popped out of their sockets upon seeing Xianxia's vanishing act. She quickly turned to look at Zhengyang and Wei Ruyan, only to see the two of them smiling at her. Who? They vanished as well. Put on. Xiao Ru's bottom fell to the ground as she sat in a daze over what had just happened, dumbstruck. She had thought that they were weaklings, but contrary to her expectations, they turned out to be experts. Top-notch experts who far surpassed her imaginations. Paying no heed to the frenzied village belle, Xianxia and the others hastened their footsteps. It did not take them long to catch up to the three young men. While those three youths were not able to sever space to travel through dimension rifts, they seemed to have practiced some kind of unique movement art, allowing them to travel at an incredible speed. Shall we stop and question them? Zhengyang asked. There's no need for that. Even if we question them, I reckon it's unlikely that they will be able to answer my doubts. It'll do for us to just follow them for the time being. Everything should come to light at the great frontistery of Confucianism. Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. The information that Xianxia wanted to know was one of the deepest secrets of the master-teacher continent, such that there was no way the youths from the younger generation would know a thing. Furthermore, revealing their goals might not necessarily work to their advantage. As such, it would be best for them to trail the youths for the time being and decide on their next move after they reached the great frontistery of Confucianism. Trusting his teacher's judgment, Zhengyang nodded before falling silent. The group continued heading forward, and 3 days later, they finally found themselves standing before a humongous mountain. The area in front of the mountain was filled with huge crowds that numbered in the thousands. Zhengyang discreetly landed on the ground and blended into the crowd to gather some information, whereas Xianxia and Wei Ruyan took this opportunity to swiftly assess their surroundings. None of those amid the crowd of several thousand around them were older than 30. All of their cultivation levels were similar to those the three youths from before St. Nindan. In fact, there were some who had reached half-great sage. Other than Zhengyang and the others, There was probably no one else on the master-teacher continent who had reached St. Nine Dan before their 30s. Yet, for so many of them to appear there all at once, as expected of the 100 schools of philosophers, they were indeed extraordinary. They possessed the bloodlines of ancient sages. Their constitutions have been refined by the green sprout wheat over generations, and they have inherited the entirety of Kong Shi's heritage. Given so, it's difficult for the youths of the master-teacher continent to compete with them, Xianxia thought. There were plenty of geniuses on the master-teacher continent, but even among the 3 great clans, most of those who were at St. Nine Dan were already in their 200s, and they were already esteemed elders in their own clans. It was spectacular for one to wield such great strength despite only being in their 20s. Teacher, I sense a particularly sharp aura from them. Wei Ruyan sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. It's as if they've been through countless battles. It's something that I rarely sense even from the experts of the master-teacher continent. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded in response. This particular quality of those several thousand youths had caught his eye as well. Most of the experts on the master-teacher continent were master-teachers. While they boasted remarkable fighting prowess, they were more skilled in imparting knowledge and guiding the later generations. On the other hand, the cultivators who had gathered in front of the mountain emanated the feral aura of the battlefield right from their bones, reminiscent of combat masters. It was apparent that they had not just focused solely on their cultivation. They had also fought many battles, granting them a deep understanding of fighting techniques. Sometime later, Zhang Yang returned and reported back to Xianxia telepathically. Teacher, based on what I've heard, the great frontistery of Confucianism isn't here. Instead, it's hidden within a folded space. If we wish to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, we'll have to first join their ranks. Apparently, all of the people here are all the descendants of the 72 sages, and they are here to take the examination. I see. Xianxia nodded contemplatively. The examinees have to clear many trials in order to enter the peculiar folded space where the great frontistery of Confucianism is located. Otherwise, the barrier will repel them, denying them entry, Zhang Yang explained. Hearing those words, Xianxia activated the Eye of Insight to scan the surroundings, hoping to find the whereabouts of the great frontistery of Confucianism. However, he soon shook his head. He did find formations in the area around them, but there were no folded spaces or the like to be found. It seemed like he would not be able to sneak into the great frontistery of Confucianism that easily. Do I have to impersonate an examinee to participate in the examination as well? Xianxia thought in exasperation. He was someone who wielded fighting prowess invincible beneath the Dimension-Shatterer realm. Even the powerful ancient sage Yanqing would be no match for the current him. Yet, he was actually going to have to disguise himself as an ordinary examinee and compete with a bunch of St. Nine Dan and half-transcendent mortal cultivators. Just the notion of it felt extremely embarrassing. It was as if he was an adult marching into a playground to challenge the kids playing there. However, if he did not do that, it would be difficult for him to get to the great frontistery of Confucianism. He had no idea about its whereabouts or how powerful the barrier around it was, so forceful methods might not work out too well. Even with his current cultivation, he dared not make a move recklessly when it came to matters relating to Kong Shi's heritage. The barrier that he had to cross in order to enter this dimension was one good example. If the great frontistery of Confucianism had something of the same caliber as well, he could very well find himself cornered even if he had vicious aid. Xianxia pondered for a moment before turning to instruct his 2 students. The great frontistery of Confucianism is likely to be fraught with dangers, and your disguises aren't perfect. For the time being, you should find a place in the vicinity and stay there till I contact you. The disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him would alter even his bloodline, making it impossible to discern any anomalies. With that, he should be able to impersonate one of the examinees without any issue. On the other hand, while Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan were able to alter their appearances, they were not able to disguise their fundamentals. Under the inspection of another ancient sage, they would be exposed in an instant. Since that was the case, it would be wiser for them to stay put. Yes, teacher. Knowing their teacher's capabilities, The two of them nodded in response. They swiftly drafted out a plan before Xianxia and Wei Ruyan walked away with smiles on their faces. Without much trouble, they managed to lure the other two youths of the Fan clan away before Zhang Xian approached the last youth with a bright smile on his face. Fan Xiaoxiu, it's a pleasure to meet you. After following these three youths for the past 3 days, he was already well aware of their backgrounds. The youth standing before him was Fan Xiaoxiu, and he was also the one deemed most likely to clear the examination and enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. You are. Even though Fan Xiaoxiu was a descendant of ancient sage Ziqi, there was no way that he could have noticed Zhang Xian and the others' presence given the difference in their strength. As such, he was perplexed to see that Zhang Xian actually knew his name. I'm aware that you may not know me, but your father is a close friend of mine. He has entrusted me to take care of you. So I would like to have a private talk with you about the upcoming examination, Zhang Xian said. You are a close friend of my father's? A hint of doubt surfaced in Fan Xiaoxiu's eyes. His father was the incumbent head of the Fan clan, the middle-aged man who had sent them off 3 days ago. If his father had any friends here, his father would have told him about it in advance. There was no way that he would not have been unaware of it. Indeed, there are too many people here at the moment, so shall we move to the side? Zhang Xian could sense that Fan Xiaoxiu was skeptical of his identity, but he maintained a nonchalant look on his face. All right then. Fan Xiaoxiu was filled with doubt, but he eventually gave a nod of approval. Putting aside the fact that he was a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle expert, just the fact that they were surrounded by formidable experts made it highly unlikely for anyone to make a move on him directly even if that person did harbor malicious intentions toward him. Besides, he was just a humble nobody. There was nothing one could get out of him. They walked over to the back of a nearby building. Fan Xiaoxiu was just about to inquire about the reason behind this talk when he saw the other party's palm expanding right before his eyes. Struck directly in the face, he fainted in an instant. Right up to the moment that he fainted, he was astonished that someone actually dared to make a move on him at a place like that. Zhang Xian placed Fan Xiaoxiu's body into his folded space before using the disguise amulet to alter his appearance in the form of Fan Xiaoxiu. He made sure that even their clothes were identical. While it had not been too long since he had come to this dimension, he had already grasped some rules regarding the culture there. Only those who belonged to the clans of the 72 sages were allowed to cultivate. Ordinary civilians were not allowed to access any cultivation techniques at all. He would not be allowed to take the examination if he disguised himself as a normal cultivator, so he could only wrong this fellow. Then again, this could be an opportunity for the other party. At the very least, the other party was sure to clear the examination without any hiccups. It was a golden ticket that guaranteed that he would get into the great frontistery of Confucianism. Zhang Xian quickly returned to where he had taken Fan Xiaoxiu from earlier. Soon, he saw Xianxia and Wei Ruyan returning with the two youths that they had lured away. The two youths had confused looks on their faces, apparently not understanding why they had been pulled away at all. Xianxia and Wei Ruyan made up some excuse about recognizing the wrong people before taking their leave, leaving those two dumbfounded on the spot. Not too long later, several tall figures flitted over from afar, and a heavy pressure crushed down on them. The experts from the great frontistery of Confucianism had arrived. Zhang Xian looked at the tall figures floating in the sky with slightly raised eyebrows. Surprisingly, there were two familiar faces among the group. They were Nangong Yuanfeng and Tantai Jinqing, who had paid a visit to the Luo clan and Zhang clan respectively not too long ago. In order to preserve their lifespan, the ancient sages of the 100 schools of philosophers likely spent most of their time in hibernation. Thus, most affairs were passed down to the great sage cultivators to handle. It was apparent that those two had a rather high position in the great frontistery of Confucianism. The sempiternal realm consummation expert standing at the forefront of the group shot a sweeping gaze across the crowd before speaking with a booming voice. Welcome. You are the most outstanding descendants from the clans of the 72 sages in this generation, and I believe that you must have put in a lot of effort in order to come this far. However, the resources we have are limited, and I believe that I need not say anything more about the recruitment criteria of our great frontistery of Confucianism. We only open up 100 slots every year, and this year won't be an exception. This year, we have a total of 2,143 applicants, which means that only 1 out of 20 of you will be able to join us. You'll have to put your lives on the line in order to be the ones standing at the end of this intense battle. If you are afraid, I'll allow you to step out right now. The great frontistery of Confucianism is only accepting 100 people? Xianxia frowned. The 2,000 applicants who had gone there were all incredibly talented individuals who had reached St. Nine Dan in their 20s. On the master-teacher continent, geniuses of this caliber would indubitably become powerhouses in the future. Yet, the great frontistery of Confucianism was going to eliminate so many of them at once. Was this examination not a little too strict? Noticing Zhang Xian's bewilderment, one of the 2 youths beside him spoke up. Didn't the clan head say it earlier before coming here? The great frontistery of Confucianism has always been this strict. Besides, isn't it the same for our clan? His name was Fan Xiaoxing, and while his cultivation was beneath that of Fan Xiaoxiu, he was also a St. Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator. What's the same? The selections. There is an examination for us every single year, and those who fail will be denied cultivation resources and cultivation techniques, thus losing the privilege to cultivate. Have you forgotten how many battles we had to go through in order to come this far? Fan Xiaoxing shook his head with a bitter smile. How could I possibly have forgotten all of that? I just can't help but feel a little melancholic at this harshness. Zhang Xian replied with a slight smile to cover up his astonishment. To hold examinations every year and deprive those who had failed of their cultivation resources. Was it not a little cruel to enforce such rules within their own clans? Was Kong Shi's goal not to nurture every human to become powerful, independent experts? If so, why would the 100 schools of philosophers intentionally deprive their own people of the resources required for them to grow? The examination this year is slightly different from the previous years, but it will be much simpler than before. I believe that every single one of you has noticed that the mountain in front of us have been sealed. This mountain will serve as the venue of your examination. Before entering the mountain, we'll have every single one of you wear a teleportation jade token in front of your chest. As soon as you crush it, you will be immediately teleported out, thus losing your right to enter into the great frontistery of Confucianism. You are free to make allies and make a move on others. There will be no restrictions on that. As long as you are one of the 100 survivors remaining at the end, you will have cleared the examination and earned the right to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. The sempiternal realm consummation middle-aged man standing at the forefront of the group above reiterated. Will be immediately teleported out if the teleportation jade token we are holding is crushed? That's unfair. If someone skilled in concealment hides himself as soon as we enter the mountain, such that no one is able to find him, won't he be able to clear the examination without battling at all? That's the same for those who are skilled in formations. If he sets up his defenses well, no one will be able to eliminate him. What if everyone hides and we don't eliminate others? Such discussions sounded from the youths beneath. They had thought that the examinations would take on the same format as previous years, such as a round-robin tournament or some sort of trial, but who could have known it would just be a mass elimination battle? There's no need to worry. Since we have already set the rules, there's no way we'll allow that sort of problem to occur. The great frontistery of Confucianism will be dispatching an enforcement squad to eliminate those who hide or proactively avoid battles. Furthermore, the duration of the examination is only 6 hours. If you are unable to reduce your numbers to 100 people by the end of this duration, we'll deem all of you to have failed the examination. The sempiternal realm consummation middle-aged man said. 6 hours. Enforcement squad? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. There were still some who had been thinking that they would be able to exploit the rules to clear the examination with ease, but they dared not to harbor such thoughts anymore. To eliminate more than 2,000 people within 3 hours was no easy feat. In order to ensure that the number was reduced to 100 people by the end of the duration, they would have to actively seek out individuals to eliminate. Furthermore, if they dared hide, they would risk being weeded out by the enforcement squad. In other words, if they wished to be one of the 100 survivors at the end, they would have to try their best to eliminate others. The sempiternal realm consummation middle-aged man looked at the crowd after explaining all of the rules. Are there any other questions? No, the crowd replied resoundingly. The sempiternal realm consummation middle-aged man waved his hand, and an elevated platform materialized at the center of the crowd. On it were several thousand jade tokens. Verify your identities and claim your jade tokens, he instructed. One of the youths took the lead and walked up to the elevated platform. He bit his finger and squeezed out a droplet of blood on the elevated platform. Wang. There was a slight buzz as a line of words appeared above the elevated platform. Ancient sage Ziqi. Who? With the acknowledgement of his bloodline, a jade token flew over and pinned itself to his chest. Following which, the second youth walked up to the elevated platform. Their procedures sure are strict. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but pat his heart in relief. It was fortunate that he had knocked out Fan Xiaoshu in advance to disguise himself as the other party. If he had not sent Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan away, their disguises would surely have crumbled in the face of this verification method, thus putting the 100 schools of philosophers on their guard. The crowd around Zhang Xian slowly moved toward the elevated platform, and soon enough, it was finally Zhang Xian's turn to claim his jade token. He squeezed his blood on the elevated platform and successfully obtained a jade token too. Fan Xiaoxing and the other youth, Fan Xiaofeng, then went up. In less than an hour, all 2,000 examinees had claimed the jade tokens that they would have to lay down their lives to protect during the course of the examination. Good. Quickly head over to the mountain. As soon as the last participant steps into the mountain, the 6 hours will officially start ticking down. The sempiternal realm consummation middle-aged man in the air waved his hand grandly. Voila! The seal around the mountain opened up, and the crowd swiftly dashed toward the peak. Those who first headed in would be able to claim the advantageous terrain, thus significantly boosting their chances at clearing the examination. Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiaofeng were intending to rush right in as well, but they felt someone tugging their clothes from behind. It was Fan Xiaoshu. It's likely that we'll be forcefully separated after entering the mountain. Find somewhere to hide first. I'll come looking for you. Zhang Xian noticed that there were teleportation formations set up along the perimeter of the mountain, so it was likely that examinees would be randomly teleported to various places on the mountain. Otherwise, if those from the same clan huddled together, it would make an unfair battle. Hide! Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiaofeng frowned. In truth, the three of them would not form too powerful a force even if they did group together. They would just become a larger target for others to attack if they huddled together, so they might very well fare better going off on their own paths. Listen to me. I'll make sure that all of us clear the examination, Zhang Xian said confidently. Since he had knocked out the real Fan Xiaoshu and assumed the latter's identity, he should give something back to ancient sage Ziqi's descendants in compensation. Seeing how adamant Fan Xiaoshu was about this matter, Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right then. Zhang Xian also did not bother explaining how he would go looking for them after they went into hiding. Instead, with a light smile, he swiftly flitted over to the mountain. Hula! Light burst forth from the teleportation formation and shrouded his figure, causing him to vanish. When the light finally faded from view, Zhang Xian found that he was already standing behind a boulder. As soon as he regained his balance, he felt a chilling intent moving along the ground, dashing right toward the jade token in front of his chest. If the strike landed, he would be eliminated right away. This examination was indeed advantageous toward those who entered the mountain early. Those who had arrived earlier were already lying in ambush, waiting to spring upon those who walked into their trap. Not bad. You are quite fast. Zhang Xian chuckled as his fingers darted forward in retaliation. Wang. The weapon that was surging in his direction was held firmly on the spot, unable to advance any further on him. Even though Zhang Xian had limited his strength to the level of a Saint Nindan cultivator, his eye of discernment and reaction speed were more than enough to make him a match for great sage cultivators. Considering how his assailant was only an ordinary macrocosm ascendancy realm cultivator, there was no way his ambush could possibly succeed. Having blocked the assault, Zhang Xian took a good look at his assailant. It was a young man dressed in black. A hint of horror could be seen reflected in the depths of the young man's eyes upon seeing how Xianxia caught his dagger so easily. Knowing that he was outmatched, the young man decisively abandoned his dagger and turned tail. It was a wise move on the young man's part. Had it been any other competitor, his decisiveness would have ensured his survival. I have to say that you are very sharp on your feet. It's only unfortunate that you chose me as your opponent. Xianxia nodded in approval as he lifted his finger and tapped it lightly in the air. Freeze! Voila! As if the air had frozen over, the young man found himself standing completely still on the spot, unable to move at all. This is a spatial seal, the young man cried in fright. For a Saint Nindan cultivator to actually comprehend such an ability. This meant that the young man before him was ranked amid the top among the descendants of the 72 sages. How could he have been so unlucky as to meet such a powerful foe at the very start of the examination? Friend, I apologize for my brash actions. I was truly foolish to have dared make a move on you. Please be so magnanimous as to spare me. The young man begged desperately for mercy. He boasted the greatest fighting prowess among his peers in his clan. He had thought that as long as he prepared himself well, he would be able to hunt down others with ease. However, who could have known that his first target would end up being this ridiculously powerful expert? If only he had known earlier, he would have surely snuggled up tightly in his hiding position. He wouldn't have courted his own death. It's not entirely impossible for me to spare you, Xianxia remarked as he looked at the young man before him purposefully. Please speak of any conditions you have for me. Understanding the intention behind Xianxia's gaze, the young man gritted his teeth. I am willing to offer up my possessions in exchange for your mercy. However, you should also be aware that the resources that each clan passes down to us are limited, so I don't have too many good items. I don't need your possessions. You have two choices in front of you. You can either have your jade token destroyed and be eliminated, or you can tell me what I want to know, Xianxia said as he gazed deeply at the young man. Rest assured, I won't probe into the secrets of your clan and put you in a tight spot. I'll choose the second, the young man replied decisively. Only he knew how much effort he had put in to get so far. If he failed to get into the great frontistery of Confucianism, all of the resources that he had been entitled to would come to a halt, making it impossible for him to advance any further in the future. No matter what, he could not allow himself to be eliminated there. Wonderful, Xianxia remarked nonchalantly as he placed his hands behind his back. From the moment you started cultivating, how did you climb to the current stage you are at? I want you to describe every single thing in detail, be it the trials or examinations you have been through. The young man had been wondering what Xianxia would ask him, but it turned out to be something that practically everyone knew about. Even though he was bewildered by the question, he still answered it honestly. I have been through 27 exams so far, roughly 1 or 2 every single year. In every single examination, I saw many of my peers getting eliminated, thus having whatever resources they had been entitled to completely cut off. Instead, they are entrusted with the responsibilities of managing the clan's businesses instead. It did not take long for the young man to go through his entire story. As Xianxia listened to the young man, a frown slowly etched its way between his brows. Just as he had guessed, it seemed like competition was an integral part of the life of the 100 schools of philosophers. From the moment they started cultivating, they were put through trial after trial. They would be entitled to more cultivation techniques and resources if they cleared the trial, but if they failed, they would be stripped of their right to cultivate. This was no longer nurturing the young. It was practically nurturing goo. It was rumored that those who nurtured goo would toss thousands of poisonous creatures together into a jar and have them kill one another. The one to emerge victorious at the end of it all would be the strongest goo of all. This seemed to be the same method that the 100 schools of philosophers were employing as well. Those who were given the opportunity to participate in the examination of the great frontistery of Confucianism had to go through many trials and rise above all of their peers in order to come this far. It was no wonder all of them emanated such feral auras, reminiscent of the combat masters. Only those who had the most tenacious drive of all could possibly survive under such conditions. Perhaps this was also why Yen Shui and the others had no qualms about collaborating with the otherworldly demons. To them, results were the most important of all. As long as they achieved what they aimed for, the means were not important at all. It seems like the 100 schools of philosophers have created an environment that promotes the survival of the fittest, Xianxia thought as he looked at the young man once more. You said earlier that the resources you are given from your clan is limited. What does that mean? As an offspring of a major clan, do you not know that? The young man asked incredulously. However, knowing that his future was in the other party's hand, he could only answer obediently. Depending on one's level of cultivation and the examinations one has passed, the amount of resources that one is entitled to is fixed. Based on what I know, it's the same for all clans. There is no exception at all. Xianxia gasped in shock. It felt like he had suddenly gotten a glimpse into how the 100 schools of philosophers operated. At the very start, they would choose the offspring that showed some aptitude toward cultivation and groom them. At fixed intervals, those who failed to advance beyond a certain level would be eliminated, thus losing their right to access cultivation resources and cultivation techniques. Other than that, there would also be all kinds of competitions and trials that they would have to overcome. If they wished to continue cultivating, the only thing they could do was charge ahead as desperately as they could in order to ensure that they would not lag behind. It could be said that the resources in this world were controlled to a degree so precise that it could make one shudder in fear. Can't one venture into ancient domains or the like in order to obtain cultivation resources and cultivation techniques? Xianxia asked. Most cultivators on the master-teacher continent did not have too many resources either. However, through trading or venturing into ancient domains and finding treasures, they would be able to gather the resources required for them to continue cultivating for quite a while. So why could the population here not do the same? There was no way they had not thought of such a thing. How could there be any ancient domains around? After a cultivator dies, all of the resources he has been given are taken back by their respective clan. Even if you kill me right now, you won't be able to take my resources because every single item I have brought with me has been logged in my clan's logistics records. If there's anything missing, my clan will make an official visit to your clan and demand the return of the missing resources, the young man said. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Just what in the world was the 100 schools of philosophers up to? Why in the world would they go to such extreme lengths to control the circulation of resources in the Kungsu domain? Was this dimension in such a dire shortage of resources? After asking a few more questions to clarify the matter, Xianxia flicked his finger lightly at the young man. Who? The young man collapsed to the ground. You will regain your consciousness after I leave, but you won't remember meeting me and everything that has happened afterward, Xianxia whispered softly before leaving the area. Memories were stored in the soul, and given Xianxia's prowess in soul arts, it was not too difficult for him to isolate a specific memory and wipe it away. Even though the questions that he had asked were insignificant in nature, it was likely that it could bring some trouble to Fan Xiaoshu in the future. Since that was the case, he should stem any potential problems at the roots. Spiritual perception. After parting from the young man, Xianxia walked a distance away before releasing his spiritual perception. In an instant, he gained an overview of the entire mountain. In truth, there were formations in place that prevented the examinees from using their spiritual perception. However, through exploiting the flaws of the formation and his superior strength, he was able to use his spiritual perception without catching anyone's notice. Soon, he found the trails of the two youths that he was looking for. Oh? Fan Xiaoxing is quite lucky, isn't he? He was teleported in the midst of a mountain stream, so as long as he hides there, he should be able to avoid the attention of others for quite some time. Did Fan Xiaoxing take up all of the luck? The three examinees from ancient sage Ziqi's lineage were Fan Xiaoshu, Fan Xiaoxing, and Fan Xiaofeng. Fan Xiaoxing had managed to hide himself well, so no one had noticed him thus far. On the other hand, Fan Xiaofeng was in a precarious position. There were two powerful candidates chasing after him. It was fortunate that Fan Xiaofeng was extremely nimble, or else his jade token would have already been shattered. Thus, Xianxia began flitting in the direction of Fan Xiaofeng. He knew that there was an enforcement squad constantly keeping track of his movements, so he made sure to maintain his speed at St. Nindan Pinnacle. Whoa! While he was traveling, he could sense shockwaves rippling all around him. The competition among the examinees was really not to be underestimated. It was no exaggeration to say that multiple battles had been ongoing every second since the start of the examination, and the examinees were swiftly being eliminated one after another. The examination of the great frontistery of Confucianism was truly cruel. It was true that the rules permitted the examinees to form alliances, but in the face of limited slots, all alliances were transient. The moment a person lowered their guard, a dagger would be plunged into their back. From the start of the examination, Xianxia had already caught sight of such occurrences several times. 3 examinees were working in coordination with one another to corner a cultivator traveling alone. But in the midst of the battle, one of the 3 examinees working together let his guard down for a moment and ended up getting injured. At the end of the battle, his teammate suddenly turned against him and eliminated him as well. In this examination, sustaining injuries was extremely dangerous. Not only did it cause a decline in one's fighting prowess, it was also a sign of weakness for other examinees to exploit. As such, being in an alliance might not necessarily be a good thing for this examination. While Xianxia was dashing ahead, Fan Xiaofeng was trembling non-stop as cold sweat trickled down his head. Under the simultaneous assault of 3 examinees, he had already sustained significant injuries. With half of his energy expended, exhaustion was starting to seep into his body. Why struggle so hard? Just obediently accept your elimination, and all of your suffering will be over. You should have known from the start that the great frontistery of Confucianism is not a place that someone of your caliber can possibly enter. One of the youths scoffed with the confidence of a hunter cornering a prey. The other 2 youths behind him encircled Fan Xiaofeng in a fan-shaped formation. Do your best to eliminate me then. Even if I can't enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, I'll make sure to bring you down together with me. Knowing that there was no escape for him, Fan Xiaofeng gritted his teeth furiously as he glared at the trio before him. His luck was really horrible. As soon as he entered the mountain, he had been teleported right into the middle of these 3. It had really taken his all to survive for so long. Ha ha ha! You're going to bring us down together with you? That must be the greatest joke of the century. The youth leading the team of 3 harumphed disdainfully. Get him! Voila! Hearing the signal to attack, the 3 of them dashed forward and rained blows down upon Fan Xiaofeng. Their attacks covered all directions, making it impossible for the latter to escape. The youth leading the team had already reached Half-Great Sage, whereas the other 2 were at St. Nindan Pinnacle. Fan Xiaofeng would have struggled against any one of them, let alone the 3 of them simultaneously. He flew into a fluster right from the start. Pong! A powerful blow sent him crashing heavily into a boulder behind him. Completely sapped, his body slumped to the ground as if a pile of loose mud. Seeing that Fan Xiaofeng was already powerless to retaliate, the youth leading the team told the other 2 youths beside him, "Let's not waste any more time. Quickly crush his jade token, and we'll start finding our next prey." Yes! The youth on the left chuckled softly as he leaped up to Fan Xiaofeng and darted his finger toward the jade token in front of the latter's chest. If the attack landed, there was no doubt that Fan Xiaofeng would be eliminated. It seems like I'm going to have to let down the expectations of the clan. With a despaired look on his face, Fan Xiaofeng knew that there was no way he would be able to make a comeback. Thus, he closed his eyes helplessly and accepted his fate. However, as time ticked by, the jade token in front of his chest failed to shatter. Opening his eyes once more, he saw a figure sitting on a boulder not too far away. That figure was shaking his right leg casually as he looked in their direction with a trace of a smile on his face. "Are the 3 of you proud of yourselves for ganging up on a lad?" Xiaoxiu. Fan Xiaofeng's heart jolted upon hearing that voice. It was none other than the son of the clan head, Fan Xiaoxiu. The other party had arrived at this crucial moment to save him. Another person who has come to court his death? Seeing how the newly arrived young man dared to provoke them, the youth leading the team sneered coldly. He gestured at the other two youths with a tilt of his chin, and they swiftly surrounded Xianxia. You should see for yourself how proud we are of ourselves. Hula. Knowing that time was precious, such that every single second that they remained in the open would spell a greater risk for them, the three of them charged right at Xianxia. Seeing that the three of them had turned their sights to the son of the clan head, Fan Xiaofeng exclaimed in a panic, Xiaoshu, hurry up and run away. At the very least, one of us has to clear the examination. You don't have to care about me. He knew that Xiaoshu was only slightly stronger than him, so there was no chance that the latter could defeat the three standing before him. Rather than getting eliminated just like that, the latter would be better off escaping. At the very least, there would still be a ray of hope for their lineage. Pong pong pong. However, before Fan Xiaofeng could finish his words, the sound of fists and kicks plunging into flesh echoed resoundingly in the air. Watching as everything unfolded before his eyes, the words that he had sought to say suddenly caught in his throat, causing his words to come to an abrupt halt. Contrary to expectations, the trio who had still been standing smugly a moment ago were floored with horror reflected in their eyes. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaoshu was still sitting on the boulder, not seeming to have moved at all. The other party looked at him with an encouraging smile and said, You should eliminate them yourself. Me? Fan Xiaofeng was taken aback by those words. Up till this moment, he had been unable to make sense of how the Xiaoshu that he knew was able to defeat those three so easily. His mind was so caught up in that matter that he was unable to process anything else. Weren't they trying to eliminate you a moment ago? Since that's the case, it's only right for you to return the favor to them, Xianxia replied. It was already an act of bullying for him to make a move on those three. He would feel too ashamed of himself if he really eliminated them on top of that. No matter what, he still wanted to retain as much of his dignity as possible. But I am not a match for them, Fan Xiaofeng cried with a reddened face. While the three of them had sustained injuries in the earlier clash with Fan Xiaoshu, his injuries were not light either. As much as he wanted to eliminate the three of them, he knew that the current him did not have the ability to do so. Rest assured, these three lads are nothing at all. Follow my instructions, and you will be able to defeat them with ease. Xianxia replied encouragingly. Defeat them with ease? Me? Fan Xiaofeng was a little hesitant, but it seemed like the idea had struck a chord in his heart. He gritted his teeth and replied, All right, I'll give it a try. In any case, Fan Xiaoshu was already there, and based on the current situation, it seemed like he was already in a safe position. Thus, there was nothing for him to worry about even if he did lose the battle. You aren't going to make a move? The youth leading the team eyed Xianxia warily with fear in his eyes. The other party had defeated the three of them in a single move. In terms of strength, there was probably no one who could stand against him among the younger generation. Fighting against such an opponent would surely spell their defeat. However, if their opponent was just the fellow whom they had chased earlier, it should not be too difficult for them to claim victory. I won't make a move, so feel free to use whatever you have at your disposal. If you are able to defeat him, I'll let the three of you go. Otherwise, I guess the three of you will just have to end your cultivation journey here. Xianxia replied coolly. Hearing those words, Fan Xiaofeng nearly keeled over. Xiaoshu, are you out of your mind? Fan Xiaofeng had thought that Fan Xiaoshu was trying to train him, and if he reached his limits, the other party would step in and save him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Fan Xiaoshu was actually saying that he would not interfere in the fight, and he would even let the three of them off if they could defeat him. How in the world could he possibly defeat the three of them together in a real fight? It would already be a blessing if he was not beaten to death. He had thought that Fan Xiaoshu was here to save him, but it felt like the latter had just dug a humongous pit for him to leap into. With a conflicted look on his face, Fan Xiaofeng looked as if he was on the verge of tears. Seeing the "this is the end" look on Fan Xiaofeng's face, Xianxia could not help but chuckle a little. Cut your hesitation and do as I say. As long as you follow my instructions, you'll surely be able to win the battle. Otherwise, don't blame me for not helping you if you get eliminated. It would take a miracle for Fan Xiaofeng to lose as long as the other party heeded his guidance. All right then. Seeing that Fan Xiaoshu was not joking around, Fan Xiaofeng cursed the other party countless times in his heart, before taking in a deep breath and rising to his feet somberly. The worst that could happen was his elimination anyway. He would just have to make sure to recount everything that had happened here to the clan head when he returned. On the other hand, the group of three had realized the disparity between their strength and Zhang Xian's, and they knew that it would be impossible to escape from the other party. Thus, they exchanged glances before turning to glare at Fan Xiaofeng coldly. Who? The three of them made a move simultaneously, raising powerful gales in the area. 6 arms flashed across the air swiftly in the blink of an eye. Every single one of these arms carried the devastating might of lightning, sealing off every possible path that Feng Xiaoshu could possibly escape to. Is this the end? Fan Xiaofeng felt his blood turning cold. Previously, he had thought that the worst that could happen was for him to sustain severe injuries, but from the looks of it, even surviving would be a luxury. Just when he was about to resolve himself to his death, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Follow my orders. Use the third form of the paste gate movement technique together with the 5th move of enlightenment palm and the 2nd form of 7 aperture fist. Fan Xiaofeng immediately recognized that voice to be from Fan Xiaoshu. While he had no idea why the other party wanted him to execute those moves, he knew that he had no other choice but to follow the other party's instructions at this point in time. Thus, he gritted his teeth as he thought, I'll pit my life against them. To be able to survive the harsh trials of the Fan clan and advance so far step by step, the tenacity that drove him was not something that ordinary people could possibly imagine. All it took was the blink of an eye for his heart to settle down. He swiftly went through the 3 battle techniques through his mind before his body moved fluidly to execute them like flowing water. The 3rd form of the paste gate movement technique brought him into the blind spot of the coordination of the trio, and executing the enlightenment palm with his left palm and the 7 aperture fist with his right fist, he struck the chest of 2 of the youths. Pong! Pong! The jade tokens in front of their chests shattered, and with looks of disbelief on the faces of the 2 youths, they were swallowed by an outburst of light and vanished. Fan Xiaofeng was taken aback by what he had just done. He lowered his gaze to look at his hands in bewilderment, almost as if he was staring at a monster. Following Fan Xiaoshu's orders had actually allowed him to overcome the encirclement with a single move, and he had even managed to eliminate 2 of them so easily. When in the world had he become so formidable? Why you? Seeing how 2 of his comrades had vanished in an instant, the youth leading the group backed away with a fearful look on his face. Be it in terms of the sharpness of the movements, the grasp of timing, or his reaction speed, Fan Xiaofeng's earlier maneuver was so ingenious that it almost felt like an art form. If not, there was no way the other party could have eliminated 2 of them within such a short period of time. This was a remarkable feat that he knew he would never be able to pull off in his current state. Just 10 breaths ago, Fan Xiaofeng had been in their grasp, but in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned on them. Was this all because he was following that young man's instructions? The youth could not help but turn to look at the young man sitting on the boulder not too far away as shock crashed down on his mind like a roaring tsunami. Even a casual pointer from him was able to induce such a massive improvement in Fan Xiaofeng within a short period of time. Just how freaking powerful must that young man be? Eliminate him too, Xianxia instructed. Yes. If Fan Xiaofeng had still harbored some doubts before, at that very moment, there was nothing but admiration left at the bottom of his heart. He charged forward in agitation and thrust his palm down on the final remaining youth. Just like that, the 2 of them started exchanging blows with one another. This time, Xianxia did not give direct instructions to Fan Xiaofeng. Instead, what he did was decipher the other party's move in detail to the latter, granting the latter the freedom to choose what kind of moves he should use to counterattack. Initially, Fan Xiaofeng's movements were still a little flustered as his thoughts struggled to keep up with the flow of battle. However, by the 20th blow, he had already grown accustomed to the tempo, and before long, he was able to fend off the other party's attacks with minimal effort. The youth who had cornered him earlier was no longer a match for him. Pong pong pong. With a powerful thrust of his finger, Fan Xiaofeng shattered the youth's jade token. He saw an indignant look on the youth's face before the latter's silhouette was completely enveloped within a brilliant outburst of light and vanished from view. Xiaoshu! Fan Xiaofeng could hardly believe that he had actually managed to defeat a half-great sage cultivator with his own strength. He turned to look at Fan Xiaoshu with awe in his eyes. No wonder Fan Xiaoshu had told them to wait for him to come look for them. Who could have known that he would have grown so powerful over the course of a few days? Just as Fan Xiaofeng was about to express his gratitude to the young man sitting on the boulder, the other party suddenly turned to look at the mountain stream not too far away and waved his hand leisurely. Haven't you watched long enough? Don't you think it's about time for you to come out? Pa pa pa. Resounding applause echoed in the area as 7 silhouettes emerged from the shadows from the mountain stream. Upon seeing this sight, Fan Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. He had actually failed to realize that there were so many people hiding in his vicinity. Furthermore, from the looks of it, they were already allied with one another. It suddenly dawned on him why Fan Xiaoshu had not made a move all along. It was likely that the other party had noticed that there were others hiding in the area, so he was keeping a close eye on them in case they made a move. I have to say, Fan Xiaoshu, you sure have improved quite a lot from back then. You were actually able to allow this ordinary fellow to defeat 3 men simultaneously with just a couple of pointers. With your current strength, you are qualified to join our team. The white-robed young man standing at the forefront of the 7 youths said. He was also the one who had applauded earlier. He is a descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan, Xianxia. Upon taking a closer look at the white-robed young man's appearance, Fan Xiaofeng suddenly felt as if someone had gripped his heart tightly. He's the strongest person in this entire examination. There's no one on this mountain who is a match for him. Most clans would make sure to gather some intelligence about the examinees challenging the great frontistery of Confucianism's examination each year, so that their own people would have a clearer idea who their competitors were. If there was anyone among the 2,000 examinees whom everyone hoped to avoid, it was none other than the white-robed young man standing before them, Xianxia. Ancient sage Ziyuan was the first senior of Kong Shi's 72 sages, such that even ancient sage Ran Qiu, who boasted the greatest fighting prowess of them all, dared not go against his words. And the person standing before them, Xianxia, was ancient sage Ziyuan's descendant. Due to the incredible capabilities that he wielded, Xiao's fame had reached even the ears of the older generations. It was truly the worst of luck for them to encounter him here. You want me to join your team? Xianxia did not appear to be astonished in the least by this turn of events. He simply looked at Xiao with casual nonchalance in his eyes, seemingly unfazed by Xiao's appearance and his offer. Indeed, those behind me are those whom I have acknowledged, and you have also caught my eye. Join my team, and let's eliminate the other examinees together. Xiao placed his hands in the back and spoke with a light chuckle. His voice carried a domineering edge that left no room for negotiation at all. Pardon me, but the notion of me catching your eye sends shudders down my spine, and I am not interested in joining your team, Xianxia declined curtly. He did not expect the other party to be so narcissistic, so he could not be bothered to put up a front to gently reject the other party. Seeing the airs that Xianxia was putting on, one of the youths standing behind Xiao could stand it no longer and furiously bellowed, "It's your honor that Brother Yan invited you to join our group, you arrogant prat. Don't think that you are something huge just because you aren't utterly useless. As long as we wish to, we can eliminate you right now and strip you of your opportunity to continue cultivating." Qin Shao was a descendant of ancient sage Zi Pai, and he had already reached St. Nine Dan Pinnacle a year ago. With his abilities, he was confident that he would be able to clear the examination of the great frontistery of Confucianism with ease. But contrary to his expectations, the format chosen for this year turned out to be a free-for-all elimination round. If it had been the usual round-robin tournament, he was certain that he could have gotten into the top 100. However, when it came to a free-for-all elimination round, there were simply too many variables involved for him to guarantee his victory. Nevertheless, he felt that it should not be too difficult to him to get into the final 100 survivors as long as he moved carefully. Unfortunately, it seemed like Lady Luck was not on his side. Shortly after he entered the examination grounds, he had encountered the strongest competitor in the entire examination, Yan Yixiao. Before he knew it, he had already been eliminated. At the perimeter of the mountain, one of the middle-aged men who had been standing together with Nangong Yuanfeng earlier walked up to Qin Shao and said, "Yan Yixiao is the strongest expert in this examination. You need not feel too bad about losing to him. He was from the lineage of ancient sage Ran Yong, Ran Fei. All of those who had been eliminated would be teleported right to this location. In order to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly, the scholastic masters of the great frontistery of Confucianism were able to peer into whatever was happening within the mountain in real time. I know that losing to him was inevitable, but I feel so indignant inside." Qin Shao clenched his fists tightly in frustration. He knew that there was no way that he could have triumphed over Yan Yixiao. The disparity in their strength was simply too great. Nevertheless, it was still an awful feeling to be eliminated as soon as he stepped onto the examination grounds. Yan Yixiao is Yan Shui's younger brother, and he has received the latter's guidance. Of the 2,000 examinees gathered here, there are some who have reached Great Sage Wundan introspective convalescence realm, but even they would face difficulty dealing with Yan Yixiao, let alone you. Scholastic Master Ran Fei consoled with a smile. If nothing goes wrong, it's likely that he'll emerge with the highest results in this examination. Ensuring that one was able to squeeze into the ranks of the last 100 survivors was just the prerequisite to entering the great frontistery of Confucianism. As for the ranking of the last 100 survivors, it would be determined by how many people they had eliminated over the course of the examination. Yan Yixiao's fighting prowess could be said to be the unrivaled among the 2,000 examinees. And to make matters worse, he had teamed up with 6 other top-notch experts. Anyone who was unlucky enough to encounter his team was bound to be eliminated. There was no other way around it. Ancient sage Zi Yuan's lineage has always produced generation after generation of experts. I guess this is something that can't be helped. As much as Qin Shao was unwilling to face his defeat, he had no choice but to grudgingly accept it. All of a sudden, there was radiant burst of light in front of Qin Shao. Put on. A silhouette crashed onto the ground not too far away. Seeing the fellow who had just been teleported here, Qin Shao widened his eyes in astonishment. Isn't that the descendant of ancient sage Ziheng, Shi Yuan? He is in Yan Yixiao's team, right? After all, he was the one who eliminated me earlier. As one of the 7 people in Yan Yixiao's team, how in the world did he get eliminated? Who in the world would dare make a move on Yan Yixiao's team? Or could it be internal conflict? Put on. In his moment of shock, a blur flashed across Qin Zhao's eyes as another silhouette fell to the ground. He was also from Yan Yixiao's team. Put on. Put on. Put on. Put on. Following which, another 4 people fell to the ground with awkward looks on their faces. Aren't all of them? Qin Shao was stunned by what he was seeing. They were all familiar faces. They had all been with Yan Yixiao when he was eliminated earlier on. How in the world did all of them get eliminated one after another in quick succession? Did Yan Yixiao make a move on them? Or did they encounter some kind of formidable expert? Unable to curb his intrigue, Qin Shao rushed forward and asked, "You lot, what?" But before he could finish his words, another silhouette fell to the ground. Put on. When Qin Shao got a close look at the other party's appearance, he froze on the spot, petrified. Even Ran Fei staggered weakly and nearly tripped over his own leg. The person who had just been eliminated was none other than the examinee whom he had just confidently declared would be the champion of this examination, Yan Yixiao. Yan Yixiao struggled up from the ground as he glared at the mountain peak with inferno burning in his eyes. Unable to suppress the fury burning in his chest, he roared, "Fan Xiaoshu! This isn't over yet." This was the worst humiliation that he had ever suffered. He was an introspective convalescence realm expert, and many viewed him as the strongest contender for the champion seat. He had thought that it was finally time for him to showcase his prowess and dominate the examination. But who could have known that Fan Xiaoshu would grab him by his neck and throw him out, as if dealing with a little chick? To make things worse, he had found himself completely unable to retaliate. This was a stain that he would never be able to wash away in his life. He quickly looked around him, and upon seeing Scholastic Master Ranfei, he walked up to the ladder, clasped his fist, and reported, "Ranfei Laosher, I suspect that Fan Xiaoshu from ancient sage Ziqi's lineage is cheating. I implore the enforcement squad to head over and investigate him." Cheating? That's right. I met Fan Xiaoshu half a year ago, and while he wasn't weak, he was still nowhere close to being a match for me back then. Yet, he actually managed to defeat me with the utmost ease earlier. Xiao clenched his jaws and spat. I see. Scholastic Master Ranfei nodded. I'll inform the enforcement squad to investigate the matter. He had no idea how Fan Xiaoshu could be cheating, but since someone had reported the claim, not to mention that this someone was the strongest contender for the champion seat, it was his responsibility to look into the matter. Thus, he took out his communication jade token and passed down a series of instructions. Following which, he turned his gaze back to Xiao and reassured, "Don't worry. If Fan Xiaoshu is truly cheating, we will surely be able to find something. We have eyes all over the mountain, so there's nothing he can do that can escape our notice." Given the significance of this examination, cheating was strictly prohibited. Of course, if Fan Xiaoshu had truly defeated Xiao with his own strength, there was nothing that could be done. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. You mentioned earlier that you were eliminated by Fan Xiaoshu, right? May I ask how many people he has rallied to his side to be able to defeat so many of you at once? Scholastic Master Ranfei asked. In his view, it was likely that Fan Xiaoshu had managed to gather many experts to his side. After all, such actions were explicitly mentioned to be allowed in the examination. If that was not the case, it meant that Fan Xiaoshu had single-handedly overcome the collaboration of all 7 of them. Which was, of course, a ridiculous notion. Even great sage Tudan experts would be unable to pull something like that off. That question jolted Xiao's memory of what had happened earlier, and his cheeks began twitching intensely. He was alone. There was another person that was with him, but that person didn't make a move at all. Are you telling me that he single-handedly defeated all of you? Scholastic Master Ranfei was dumbstruck. Was it a one-on-one? No, that's not it. We attacked him together in order to save time. Xiao's face turned even redder. It was in view of the prowess that Fan Xiaoshu had displayed that he wanted to invite the other party into his team. Yet, the other party had simply snubbed his invitation, and that had really infuriated him. Thus, he had ordered the entire team to attack Fan Xiaoshu together. Who would have thought that despite the experts that he had rallied to his side, none of them were able to withstand even a single blow from Fan Xiaoshu? So, despite challenging him as a team, you still ended up getting eliminated by him alone? Scholastic Master Ranfei widened his eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. Xiao was reluctant to say it out loud, so he nodded discreetly in response. This? Scholastic Master Ranfei was so shocked that he could not even close his mouth anymore. To be able to defeat so many experts single-handedly. Could it be that Fan Xiaoshu's cultivation had already reached Great Sage Tudan Great Philosopher realm? But it should not be possible for anyone to reach that cultivation realm prior to entering the great frontistery of Confucianism. Shocked, Scholastic Master Ranfei was about to probe deeper when there was another burst of light, and another group of fellows rained onto the ground. Put on. It's the enforcement squad. Isn't the enforcement squad supposed to eliminate others? How did they end up being eliminated themselves? Qin Xiao, Xiao, and the others felt lightheaded. It was just a moment ago that the enforcement squad had been dispatched to investigate Fan Xiaoshu. But who could have predicted that all of them would end up being ejected from the mountain? What in the world happened? You don't have any jade tokens, so it shouldn't be possible for you to be eliminated. Scholastic Master Ranfei exclaimed. The head of the enforcement squad struggled to his feet as he explained. Fan Xiaoshu captured us and set up a teleportation formation to send us out. He set up a teleportation formation to send you all out? Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Xianxia turned around to look at the dazed Fan Xiaofeng and said, Let's go and find Fan Xiaoxing. Fan Xiaofeng felt as if he was dreaming. Fan Xiaoxu had always been stronger than him, but it was only by a small degree. Yet, within just a few moments, not only did he witness the other party defeating Yan Yixiao and his team with ease, he even saw the other party tossing the enforcement squad members, who had approached them to investigate the matter, out of the mountain one after another. This was way too extreme. Snap out of it, Xiaofeng. Someone is blocking our way. Fan Xiaoxu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Raising his gaze, he saw two young men standing in their way. I won't be making another move. Try doing what I told you earlier, Xianxia instructed. Yes. Knowing that this was a good opportunity for him to temper himself, Fan Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and dashed forward. When he was fighting with the head of the three youths earlier, Fan Xiaoxu had given him quite a few pointers regarding his battle style. Putting them into practice now, he found that his movements felt much more natural than before, and he was in a far better position to deal with whatever was thrown his way. It did not take long before he eliminated those two youths standing in his path. The pointers that you gave me have really enhanced my fighting prowess. Watching as the two youths were teleported away, Fan Xiaofeng could not stop trembling in agitation. Had it been in the past, he would have struggled to eliminate even one of them. Yet, he found that he was able to deflect every single one of their blows with ease and launch a decisive counterattack to take down the two of them swiftly. When he turned to look at Fan Xiaoxu once more, what was in his eyes was no longer awe but reverence. Seeing that the young man from the Fan clan had acquired some knowledge from the earlier battle, Xianxia added, "Practical battle is the best way for one to improve. It's true that the rules of this free-for-all elimination examination are filled with flaws, but it's able to trigger one's desperation and stimulate the growth of the examinees, making them more confident than before. When faced with a problem, the first reaction you should have isn't how you can get away, but how you can deal with it." There was no denying that luck played a heavy part in such a free-for-all elimination examination. If one encountered the strongest contender at the start of the examination, one could very well be eliminated there and then. Furthermore, the examinees were allowed to form alliances, which meant that the remaining 100 would not be the strongest of the 100. But so what? Those who persevered through the examination would surely enjoy a huge boost in confidence, and their cultivation should advance faster and faster from then on. If two individuals were similar in terms of talent, what would make the difference between them were their state of mind and encounters in life. After defeating quite a few opponents, Fan Xiaofeng had become much more confident from before. 2. Just as the other party had said, his first reaction in the face of meeting an opponent was how he could get away and ensure his survival. However, the thought that was dominating his mind at the moment was instead how he could best eliminate his opponent. This change in attitude would make all the differences in Fan Xiaofeng's future progress as a cultivator. Seeing that Fan Xiaofeng received his message, Xianxia nodded with a smile. Offense is often the best defense. As expected of a genius of the 100 schools of philosophers, the other party's intelligence was indeed far above that of the master teachers whom he had taught before. Of course, the other party was still a long way off from matching his direct disciples. While making their way over to Fan Xiaoxing, Xianxia continued offering pointers to Fan Xiaofeng. He knew that Fan Xiaoxing was not in any danger from the scan of his spiritual perception, so he was in no rush at all. Along the way, the examinees whom they met would be eliminated without fail, and those battles further tempered Fan Xiaofeng's fighting skills. He became more and more confident. An hour later, they finally arrived in the forest beside the mountain stream, where Fan Xiaoxing had chosen to hide himself. The current Fan Xiaoxing seemed to have run out of luck. He had been discovered by a group of examinees. Individually, those examinees were weaker than him, but with their strength combined, they formed a force exceeding what Fan Xiaoxing could deal with. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he anxiously assessed the group before him. Just when he was reaching his limits, he caught sight of Fan Xiaoxu and Fan Xiaofeng in his peripheral vision, and his eyes lit up in relief. "Hey, over here!" He had thought that the two of them would rush over to help him deal with the lot surrounding him, but contrary to what he thought, the two of them stopped at the edge of the forest. He saw Fan Xiaoxu pointing at him and saying, "Did you see that? A single move is all it takes for the tide of battle to turn against one. You're right. Xiaoxing really should have thought it through before making that move earlier. Fan Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Just a moment ago he had been equals with Fan Xiaoxing. Who could have known that in a short hour, the other party would end up becoming so weak? If you were in his place, what would you have done? Zhang Xian asked. As much as this was an examination, this was also a trial to test Fan Xiaofeng. I would use the third move of the shallow water fist accompanied with the spirit leaf movement technique. Fan Xiaofeng replied without much hesitation. Shallow water fist emulates the essence of catching a fish in shallow waters. It requires you to have a deep understanding of your opponent in order to ensure its success. However, just as you are able to see your opponent's move, your opponent is able to see your move as well. Furthermore, the complex movements of the spirit leaf movement technique would just make it harder for you to control your shallow water fist. Zhang Xian shook his head. Ah, you're right. I was so focused on dealing with the opponent's attack that I forgot about the flaws of shallow water fist. It would indeed be a poor choice to pair it with the spirit leaf movement technique. Coordinating it with the emerald ripple palm should work out much better. If that's the case, I should be able to deal with 2 of them within 7 blows, and the remaining 2 in 5 more. Fan Xiaofeng analyzed contemplatively. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Through his pointers and a series of practical battles, Fan Xiaofeng had indeed made major improvements in his fighting technique. He was already able to reflect and correct his own mistakes. While the 2 of them were engaged in an intense discussion, Fan Xiaoxing was on the verge of wailing. What shallow water palm and spirit leaf movement technique? Shallow your head. Can't you 2 talk later? Don't you see that I'm on the verge of being pummeled to death? Pung pung. While moving in a fluster, Fan Xiaoxing sustained 2 more hits to his eyes, causing them to swell up. He had thought that this should be enough to convince the 2 of them to rush right in to help him, but their discussion simply droned on. While that strike to the face will induce temporary blindness and vertigo in the opponent, such attacks are rarely able to land squarely, especially given that the head is one of the vitals that a cultivator will protect at all costs. If you were in his place, where would you strike? I think that I would strike the ankles. That fellow harnesses great strength in his body, so if I strike his ankles, I should be able to affect his balance and throw him off guard. Even if my attack failed to land, I would be able to divert his attention away, thus creating an opportunity for me to strike his jade token. Indeed, this isn't a life and death battle but an elimination round. The jade token should always be the main focus of one's attacks. Pung pung. Fan Xiaoxing sustained 2 more punches on his face, causing fresh blood to trickle down his lips. What about this punch? This punch was executed a little awkwardly, but it struck an ideal position. It successfully induced a momentary daze in the opponent. If I were in his place, I would have struck the mouth and sent out a sweeping kick right after. This way, I would be able to overwhelm my enemy, and the jade token would be exposed for an instant. It's not a bad idea on your part to perform a sweeping kick, but you neglected the limitations of your own body. Due to the cultivation technique you practice, your Xianxia wouldn't be able to flow fast enough to your lower body to conduct a powerful lower kick. If you executed a weak or delayed sweeping kick, it would instead leave you open for a moment. Ah, you're right. What should I do then? Think about it. Should I try to attack the jade token with my left hand instead? Of course not. There'd only be a 30% chance of success if you struck the jade token with your left hand, and there's a good chance that you might even be counterattacked. Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. It was just a moment that he had thought that the other party was a quick learner, but all of his expectations fell through the next moment. What the heck is this? Isn't the answer very clear? Having 2 of the countermeasures that he had proposed refuted, Fan Xiaofeng fell into a state of confusion. What should I do then? What else can you do? Zhang Xian spat lividly. Of course, it's to continue hitting his face. Since you have claimed the upper hand, as long as you continue your offense, you'll be able to dominate the flow of the battle, thus putting your enemy in a passive position. Pung pung pung. As soon as those words were spoken, Fan Xiaoxing sustained several more punches to his face. Look, even he's got it, Zhang Xian exclaimed in exasperation. Fan Xiaoxing cried, I see. Seeing how Fan Xiaoxing was struck to the point where he was completely astonished, possibly forgetting even his own name, Fan Xiaofeng's eyes lit up as he nodded in agitation. Xiaoxu was indeed an amazing person. He had seen through the crux in an instant. If it had been him, not only would his attack have failed, the other party might even have been able to turn the tables on him. However, with just a couple more punches, the other party would be completely incapacitated, thus sealing the outcome of the battle. While it required more moves, there was no denying that this was a much safer option. Perhaps it might even be the most efficient way to end the battle. Do you think that it's impossible to counterattack just because he has been struck in his face several times consecutively? Fan Xiaoxu suddenly asked. Ah, is it still possible to make a comeback after that? I'm afraid that I don't really know how to cope with such a situation, Fan Xiaofeng replied in embarrassment. Had he been in Fan Xiaoxing's place, those few punches would have surely destroyed him. He would have lost his cool and possibly lost the battle too. Hit a person but not their face. This was a common saying among the populace. It was considered a huge humiliation to have one's face struck. Situations where you don't know how to retaliate often contain the greatest opportunity to turn the tables. Since the enemy has been focusing their attack on his face, they're bound to be open elsewhere, like the chest or the crotch, Zhang Xian said. This? Fan Xiaofeng widened his eyes in realization. Indeed, in a battle, the head is the most protected area. In order to land consecutive hits on the head, it's inevitable that one will have to get into extremely close quarters with the other party. At a moment like this, striking elsewhere can achieve unexpected results. Pong pong. While they were speaking, Fan Xiaoxing was still getting struck in his head. He could almost see stars spinning around him. I can't count on those two bastards to save me. Seeing how those two were engrossed in their discussion, showing not a sliver of desire to save him, Fan Xiaoxing wiped the tears from his eyes. He had thought that he would be saved by the arrival of his comrades, but it felt like things had only gotten worse with their arrival. That being said, there was some logic to what they were saying. Those fellows were too engrossed in hitting his face, so they had unintentionally dropped their defenses around other places. I have no choice but to give it a try. Suffering another punch, Fan Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and kicked his foot upward. Pong! He happened to strike one of the assailants in the crotch, and the latter immediately fell to the ground like a shrimp. I succeeded? Seeing how he had managed to defeat one of them so easily, Fan Xiaoxing immediately felt a surge of confidence. His heart could not help but beat in exhilaration. It was true that those two were unreliable as allies, but their analysis of the battle was indeed spot on. While barely defending against the onslaught of the remaining 3 cultivators using his Xinqi, he pricked up his ears and listened intently. At this point, the other 2 were still in the midst of their discussion. The 4 of them are coordinating tightly with one another, and the cultivator whom Xiaoxing has just kicked happened to be their leader. His abrupt incapacitation has introduced a moment of fluster among the rest as they struggle to readjust their collaboration formation. If I were in his position, I would use the Qingping fist together with our clan's flowing water conception to suppress the rest of them. Using the Qingping fist together with the flowing water conception is indeed a good idea. However, the key right now should be to take down the gray-robed man, who has taken over the role of maintaining the collaboration formation. As long as he is around, the formation will remain a threat. No matter how agile and flexible your movements are, it'll be hard for you to overwhelm the remaining 3 of them when they are covering one another tightly. Ah, you're right. But how should we deal with that gray-robed man? It's pretty simple. You can use the sunflower steps to back away before jabbing your finger forth 3 inches to the left. The gray-robed man will then charge forward in response, and that will present an opportunity to take him down. I should give it a try. Fan Xiaoxing was not too inclined to believe that such a move would really lure the gray-robed man into dashing forward, but he did not have many options. Thus, clenching his teeth tightly, he activated the sunflower steps and retreated 2 meters back. After which, using his finger as a sword, he jabbed forth with imposing momentum. Due to the nature of the collaboration formation, Fan Xiaoxing's retreat caused the trio sustaining the formation to be drawn in his direction. The gray-robed man maintaining the formation ended up being pulled over as well, causing him to come into the line of attack of the jab that Fan Xiaoxing had launched. A burst of sword chi struck the gray-robed man's jade token squarely. Gotcha! With a look of disbelief on his face, the gray-robed man was embraced by a brilliant burst of light as he vanished. It worked! Fan Xiaoxing was stunned. He had thought that those two were just prattling on about nonsensical theories, but who could have known that their suggestions would turn out to work in practice? Having gotten rid of two of his opponents so easily, his heart pounded wildly in excitement. Also, it was only around this moment that he realized that the discussions, which had been spoken openly a moment ago, had switched to Xianxia telepathy, which meant that his opponents were unable to hear those words. It seemed like it was not that the two of them did not want to save him, but that they hoped for him to win this battle with his own strength. Just that, there was still one last doubt. The two of them should not have been too much stronger than him, so how were they able to come up with such ingenious attacks one after another? Even casual pointers from them actually allowed him to achieve victory so easily. Was it about how spectators had a clearer view of what was happening compared to those directly involved in a situation? Knowing that this was no time for him to be deep in thought, he continued pricking his ears up to pay careful attention to what was being said. The other party's voices continued. Since their collaboration formation has been undone, should we focus the attack on one of them first to take him down quickly before going for the other? Of course not. While the threat of the collaboration formation has been resolved, the fact that they are no longer in a decisive advantage anymore means that the last two remaining opponents will be far more wary of you. If you assault one of them, the other will make use of whatever opening you show to take you down. What you should do at this moment is stand your ground and focus on defense. Focus on defense? It was because he thought that the words of those two made perfect sense that he had moved according to their instructions earlier. However, at that very moment, Fan Xiaoxing could not help but frown doubtfully. Even without the collaboration formation, he would still be unable to cope with the assault of two equally powerful opponents simultaneously. It had not been easy for him to take down the other two opponents, so he should make use of this momentum to take down the remaining two. If he became defensive at such a moment, it would only be a matter of time before his stamina was whittled down. I don't necessarily have to do as they say. Those two fellows can't always be right anyway. Recalling how those two refused to charge in to help him, choosing to stand by the side to watch the commotion instead, Fan Xiaoxing gritted his teeth in anger. With a cold harumph, he raised his palm and charged toward one of the opponents. Pa pa pa! Focusing all of his Xianxia into his palm strike, just as Fan Xiaoxing felt like he was going to finally overpower the opponent before him. His heart jolted fearfully as his eyes narrowed in shock. Unknowingly, a foot had appeared right in front of him. Pa! He was struck in his vitals, causing him to fly all the way back. The excruciating pain from the kick nearly caused him to blank out. You were right, Xiaoxiu. He focused his offense on one person, and that allowed the other party to grasp hold of his weakness. Fan Xiaofeng exclaimed in excitement upon seeing that the theory was indeed true. Indeed, if he had chosen to go on the defensive, those two would have swiftly fallen into a state of fluster. After all, they have just witnessed two of their comrades being wiped out in a moment of inattention, and they have lost the safety of the collaboration formation. At such a time, they would surely be more anxious than ever to defeat him. If only he had waited 3 moves, the panic that they are feeling would have been magnified manyfold, causing them to make much riskier movements in hopes of ending the battle quick. That would have created an ideal opportunity to strike. It's truly a huge pity, Fan Xiaoxiu said. A battle is all about grasping timing and seeking opportunities. If there are no opportunities in sight, you just have to create one. Yes, you're right. Fan Xiaofeng nodded vehemently in agreement. Grasping timing and seeking opportunities. Suppressing the excruciating pain that he was suffering from, Fan Xiaoxing forced himself to his feet and raised his guard once more. Seeing that Fan Xiaoxing had stood up once more, the two opponents flinched slightly in astonishment. Anxiety and fear could be seen reflected on their faces. With a ferocious roar, one of the opponents charged forward. His charge might have seemed reckless, but in truth, he was trying to create an opportunity for his comrade. Understanding this logic, Fan Xiaoxing knew better than to move recklessly this time around. He immediately scrunched his body together and charged toward the second opponent. Meanwhile, the second opponent noticed the openings that the first opponent had exposed to Fan Xiaoxing, and he was intending to move in coordination to cover the first opponent. However, not expecting Fan Xiaoxing to not fall for the bait at all and go for him instead, the second opponent was rammed down in an instant, causing a stream of blood to gush down his nose. It worked! Seeing how everything had worked out well, tears of joy began streaming down Fan Xiaoxing's eyes. Those two unreliable bastards. They had not forsaken him yet. Seeing that Fan Xiaoxing had understood the intentions behind their conversation, Xianxia nodded his head in approval. Since he had borrowed Fan Xiaoxu's identity, he had to give something back to those in ancient sage Ziqi's lineage in compensation. Through the general pointers he offered them and inculcating in them a habit of reflection, they would be able to continue improving themselves even after he left. Pong pong pong. After taking down two of the opponents and eliminating one of them, there was only one last person remaining. It didn't take long for Fan Xiaoxing to subdue him too. After crushing their jade tokens, he stomped up to Fan Xiaoxu and Fan Xiaofeng, wanting to berate them for simply watching the commotion by the side. But after a moment of hesitation, he chose instead to clasp his fist and bow slightly. "Thank you for your pointers earlier." Xianxia waved his hand calmly in response. It didn't matter to him whether the other party is grateful to his help or not. He was just doing what he thought was right to him. This was the man he was all along, principled, humble, and low profile. Everything happened so quickly earlier. How did you all see through their flaws and come up with a countermeasure with just a look? Fan Xiaoxing asked doubtfully. His cultivation was around the same level as the other two of them, but why was he unable to see through anything at all, whereas the pointers given out by those words ended up becoming words of gold? It was as if they could peer right into the hearts of others. "Xiaoxu was the one who taught me this," Fan Xiaofeng replied excitedly. In a battle, one has to observe one's opponent carefully and determine his intentions in order to predict his movements, after which he moved on to throw out several other ways. Hearing those words, Fan Xiaoxing was rendered completely mystified. He had never heard of those at all, and it was definitely not part of the lineage within their clan either. How did Fan Xiaoxu know about all this? Cultivation is not about blind diligence. It requires one to ruminate and evaluate. Seeing the doubt in Fan Xiaoxing's eyes, Xianxia explained calmly. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly turned his head to the side. Voila! There was a gust of wind, and following which, 3 groups of people arrived from all around the forest. Each of the groups consisted of 4 people, and altogether there were 12 people in total. Coming from 3 different directions, they sealed off all routes of escape for Xianxia and the other 2. They are the ones. They have eliminated quite a few people along the way. If we don't partner together to get rid of them, it's only a matter of time before they destroy us too. One of the team leaders harumphed coldly. This team leader was a tall and bulky individual. His voice was loud and deep, a little reminiscent of metal clanging against one another. I guess we have to thank them for eliminating so many people for us then. Another team leader spoke up with a smile. He turned to Xianxia and said, "You should have curbed yourselves a little. I don't deny that you are strong, but in battles like this, knowing when to lie low is also of utmost importance. Are you challenging us?" Before Fan Xiaoxing could make sense of the situation, Fan Xiaofeng had already stepped forward with a confident smile on his face. "Let's not waste any time then. All of you should come at us together." Along the way, they had already eliminated at least 70 examinees by now. Most likely, their results had already sprinted all the way to the top. It was inevitable that they would catch the attention of other teams. After all, it was a common strategy for weaklings to band up together to get rid of the greatest threat in a competition. Given their spectacular accomplishments, it was just a matter of time before teams began to partner with one another in an attempt to eliminate them. If they were to succeed, their results would be moved over to them, allowing them to leap to the first place in a single shot. Xiaofeng, not expecting the other party to be so reckless as to provoke the other three teams, Fan Xiaoxing's face turned green from fright. That was 12 people before them. Against such a huge force, they would surely be crushed without the slightest sliver of doubt. To provoke them further at a timing like this was no different from courting death. Come at us together? Come your head. I have just finished my battle a while ago, and I can hardly open my eyes at all. I'll really die if I were to fight those 12 of them right now. You want to fight us together? Lad, you sure are arrogant, aren't you? The bulky young man sneered coldly. Since you are asking for it, don't blame us for not showing mercy then. Attack. It was apparent that they had already negotiated with one another before coming over to confront them. As the bulky young man spoke, the 12 of them slowly advanced forward, making sure to leave no gap for them to escape at all. Xiaoxu. Despite facing a numerical disadvantage, Fan Xiaofeng didn't seem nervous in the least. Instead, his eyes were gleaming brighter and brighter in excitement. He turned to look at Fan Xiaoxu, only to see the latter nodding his head in affirmation. Thus, with a joyful war cry, Fan Xiaofeng dashed right into the crowd of enemies. Xiaofeng, don't be reckless. Fan Xiaoxing felt as if his body had turned completely cold. That was 12 people in total, and none of their cultivation was any lower than theirs. To dash right in at this moment was as good as seeking death. Xiaoxu, we need to devise a plan to save Xiaofeng and escape. Panicked, Fan Xiaoxing turned to Xianxia and urged anxiously. Escape? There's no need for that. Calm down and see what Xiaofeng is capable of. Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. It was just a moment ago that he had corrected Fan Xiaofeng's state of mind. If he were to encourage the latter to flee at this moment, wouldn't all of the confidence he had built up be shattered in an instant? As a teacher, there was no way he would allow such a thing to occur. But we'll die at this rate. Fan Xiaoxing didn't think that Fan Xiaoxu would be as extreme as Fan Xiaofeng. Just as he was conflicted as to what he should do, he suddenly saw the bulky young man charging right across Fan Xiaofeng. Hula! With his fingers spread wide like a fan, he thrust his palm right toward Fan Xiaoxu's head, seemingly wanting to end his life. Just based on his aura, the bulky young man felt no different from an ordinary Saint Nine Dan. However, when he drove his strength to its limits, it turned out that he was actually a half-introspective convalescence realm expert. It's over. Fan Xiaoxing's face paled in fright. The reason why he was able to defeat the 4 of them earlier was because their cultivation was beneath his. Even so, he was still badly pummeled in the end. However, with the frightening might of this bulky young man and many other experts watching menacingly from the surroundings, it seemed like they were really doomed this time around. With a wail of desolation, he began thinking about where he should have a drink to drown his sorrows after he was eliminated. On the other hand, a slight frown crept onto Fan Xiaoxu's forehead, and instead of dodging, he raised his hand. Pa! Before the palm thrust of the bulky young man could land, Fan Xiaoxu's slap had already struck the other party's face squarely. The slap seemed to be packed with plenty of power as the bulky young man spun 2 rounds before crashing into the ground. You! The bulky young man stunned for a moment before his days warped in rage, and he charged at Xianxia once more. Pa! Another slap struck the other side of his face, and he spun 2 rounds before crashing into the ground once more. Small fries like you should scram to the side. Don't come here and cause trouble. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Aye! The bulky young man wanted to say something to at least salvage some of his reputation. But when he thought about the 2 slaps he had just suffered, his face immediately reddened, and his words choked up in his throat. Was he really a small fry unworthy of the other party making a move? He turned to look at Fan Xiaofeng and saw that there were already 4 men collapsed on the ground. Even though Fan Xiaofeng's cultivation was beneath his, for some reason, his movements were exceptionally difficult to deal with. It was as if he was a wolf who had leaped into a pack of sheep. There was no one here who could withstand more than 3 blows from him. All right? I'll go fight with him. Without much hesitation, The bulky young man turned around and charged at Fan Xiaofeng instead. Fan Xiaoxing was so shocked that his eyes nearly plopped to the ground. Can anyone tell me what is happening here? Why did Xiaoxiu and Xiaofeng become so weird in the hour we have parted from one another? Am I dreaming or something? Fan Xiaoxing was dazed. On the square located along the perimeter of the mountain, Shang Wu suddenly materialized in midair before falling heavily to the ground. He had just been teleported out of the mountain under the effects of a teleportation formation. He looked at the sky with a dazed look in his eyes, almost as if he was doubting his own existence. He was a descendant of ancient sage Zi Xiu's lineage, a genius blessed with great talents. He had to step over thousands of his peers in order to come to where he currently was, but after coming this far, even though he had collaborated with several others to gang up on someone weaker than him, he still ended up being eliminated so easily. The thought of others mocking him for this failure was more than enough to make his entire body cringe in sheer embarrassment. Struggling to his feet, he was just about to hide his face and leave silently when he heard a shocked voice exclaiming in the air, "Shangwu, you have been eliminated too? I didn't think that I would see you here." Following which, a figure walked over. After catching a closer sight of the other party, Shangwu was stunned for a moment before exclaiming as well, "Shiyuan, what are you doing here?" Shiyuan was a descendant of ancient sage Zishi, as well as a good friend of Shangwu's. In terms of fighting prowess, they were a close match with one another, so they would frequently spar with one another. It was already incredibly humiliating for him to be eliminated so swiftly into the examination. But who could have thought that his good friend would end up being eliminated even quicker than he did? "Hi! Let's not talk about such depressing matters. I attacked someone weaker than me in hopes of raising his ranking, but who could have thought that the other party would end up sending me here?" Shiyuan shook his head bitterly. "You were also eliminated by someone weaker than you?" Shangwu was stunned as a thought surfaced in his head. "May I know who that person is? It's embarrassing even just to talk about it. The other party is only at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle, a huge gap away from matching you and me." Shiyuan's face reddened in shame. "He's also a St. Nine Dan Pinnacle cultivator too? Who is it?" Shang Wu asked anxiously. "He's a descendant of ancient sage Zi Qi, Fan Xiaofeng." Shiyuan replied awkwardly. "It really is him. I was eliminated by that fellow as well." Shang Wu widened his eyes in disbelief. "Wait a moment. You were eliminated by Fan Xiaofeng too?" Shiyuan was stunned. "Indeed. He fought against all 12 of us alone and ended up eliminating all of us," Shang Wu explained agitatedly. However, before he could finish his piece, another shocked exclamation sounded in the air. "You were eliminated by Fan Xiaofeng too? What a coincidence. We were eliminated by him as well. He single-handedly sent the 3 of us out of the examination." Following which, 4 young ladies walked over. "It really is a huge coincidence. It was the exact same for us too." 2 young men and a young lady walked over. "Oh? All of you were eliminated by Fan Xiaofeng? The same happened to us too. We were eliminated so tragically." Yet another 5 more youths walked over. "Hey, you aren't the most tragic ones, alright? Do you see Yan Yixiao and his group over there? It seems like he was eliminated by the descendants of ancient sage Zi Yuan too." A few more people walked over and joined in the conversation. Watching as a huge crowd of similar ill-fated individuals gathered around him, Shang Wu's lips twitched wildly. It was just an instant, but the name Fan Xiaofeng had already rallied more than 40 people over. Shockingly, they were all eliminated by Fan Xiaofeng single-handedly. Was there some kind of mistake here? How could that fellow possibly not sustain any injuries or run out of Jinqi when he had fought with so many opponents already? "There's no need to feel down. Come, follow me." A young man walked up to Shang Wu and consoled. Recognizing the person standing before him to be Bo Su from the lineage of ancient sage Zi Su, Shang Wu nodded slightly before following behind the young man. Bo Su brought Shang Wu out of the crowd to another group of eliminated young men and said, "It's a pleasure to meet all of you. We were eliminated by the descendants of ancient sage Zi Qi. May I know if..." What a coincidence. We were eliminated by the descendants of ancient sage Ziqi too. Me too. Wow, we are comrades of the same plight. We really should get along well. A commotion flared up, and it took only an instant for the group to expand to dozens of people. After which, Bo Su brought Shang Wu away to approach yet another group. But before they could begin speaking, the other party had already begun speaking. You were eliminated by Fan Xiaofeng too, right? It's the same for us too. Shang Wu. At this moment, he really had no idea what to make of this peculiar situation. Everything, hear us. We wish to establish a fellowship of examinees eliminated by the descendants of ancient sage Ziqi. Is there anyone who wishes to join us? A voice echoed across the crowd. I wish to register. Me too, me too. The invitation was met with popular response and voices of approval rippled across the crowd. It was in this instant that Shang Wu suddenly felt that it wasn't a humiliation that he was eliminated by the weaker Fan Xiaofeng. Instead, it felt like a symbol of honor, a mark that solidarity amongst him and the others. That's all. Fan Xiaoxing stared at the impassive Fan Xiaofeng as he felt as if his notion of what being powerful meant had just been refreshed. If he had been the one who had fought against these 12 opponents, it was likely that he wouldn't have even gotten a chance to flee. Yet, Fan Xiaofeng, who was at the same cultivation realm as him, actually defeated all of them with ease. Just what in the world had the other party been through over the past hour for such a massive change to happen to him? On the other hand, paying no heed to Fan Xiaoxing's incredulity, Fan Xiaofeng walked up to Zhang Xian and asked, So, how did I do this time around? His eyes reflected deep nervousness reminiscent of a student facing his teacher after forgetting to complete his holiday assignment. How did you do? Zhang Xian's eyes were filled with boredom as he waved his hands perfunctorily. It's also. He couldn't even bother to comment on Fan Xiaofeng's performance anymore. After all of the pointers he had given and the battles that the other party had been through, this was all the other party could do. It was fortunate that he was adopting a persona at the moment, or else he would have really died from embarrassment. All of the disciples whom he, Zhang Xian, had taught eventually became powerhouses who possessed extraordinary battle sense. However, the one standing before him was truly. It was just a moment ago that he thought that the descendants of the 100 schools of philosophers possessed superior intelligence, capable of comprehending and assimilating new knowledge swiftly. Yet, it was as if Fan Xiaofeng's intelligence had turned against him. He was focusing too much of the trivialities that he was losing sight of what was important, causing his movements to lack spirit. I was wrong. I know that I didn't do well for the earlier battle. Sensing Zhang Xian's disappointment, Fan Xiaofeng hurriedly lowered his head and apologized with a trembling voice. His accomplishments were all built upon the other party's pointers. If the other party was no longer willing to teach him anymore, how was he going to climb to greater heights? At the same time, Fan Xiaoxing clutched his hair as this seemingly ridiculous scene unfolded before his eyes. He found himself unable to catch up with the thought process of the other two at all. Can this even be called, didn't do well? Zhang Xian snapped. Fine. I guess I'll give you some leeway for your self-awareness. Earlier, for the third move that you executed after charging into the crowd, you could have used the coupled arm fist to eliminate that red-robed young man with the least amount of effort. Why did you switch to the startling front hand to attack that blue-robed young lady at the right instead? Do you know that you have wasted 3 whole moves due to the choice you have made? Think of the time you have wasted with that. If they had recovered during that period of time, you would have been dead before you even knew it. Also, for the kick earlier, you could have dodged it in advance too. Why did you catch it instead? Are you trying to show off that you are capable of defending yourself? Or are you trying to flaunt the resilience of your scrawny body? As Zhang Xian spoke, his fury seemed to build up even more and more, such that he ended up pointing out 8 flaws in a single breath. Furthermore, every single one of these flaws pointed out were spot on in the analysis. Fan Xiaofeng was rendered speechless by the questions. Everything had happened so quickly earlier, such that Fan Xiaofeng didn't think that Fan Xiaoxu would have been able to remember every move and every flaw so clearly. He was initially proud that he had managed to eliminate 12 people at once, but those words jolted him back to reality. He knew that he still had a long way to go before reaching the top. There was no pride in just being able to defeat weaklings. Humility and low profile, that was the way to go. Xiaofeng was already so formidable in the battle, but Xiaoxu was still able to point out so many flaws in his movements. That eye of discernment is truly. Fan Xiaoxing gulped down a mouthful of saliva. It was at this instant that he felt that he had gotten a glimpse into the reason why Fan Xiaofeng was able to make such a huge progress within a short hour. It turned out that everything was Fan Xiaoxu's credit. Xiaoxu, can you teach me as well? I wish to become as powerful as Xiaofeng too. Unable to stand it any longer, Fan Xiaoxing walked up to Xianxia and clasped his fist earnestly, putting down the pride that he had shown previously.